The One-Eye Dragon of Konoha. By Yon 666. Neglected by his parents, Naruto finds a cave where he met and train under the One-Eye Dragon of the North. Look out people, cause the One-Eye Dragon has returned and he is gonna take some names and kick some ass. So put ya guns on and get ready for a wild ride. Pairing is Naruto x Harem. Chapter 1. Come on normal. Come on English words. Come on thoughts. Come on Baijuyo talking / moves / justice / summons talking. Okay, like I said in my other story, I am just gonna try this out for about 2 chapters and see how it goes from there, so let's go. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Basara. Konohagure no Sato, or Konoha for short, is one of the strongest village in the elemental nation, with it surviving 3 shinobi wars and also the Kyuubi attack, as well as producing the strongest kages to ever live, who were Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. But now comes another legend who will take the elemental nation by storm, so put your guns on. October 10th, 5 years after the Kyuubi attack. How could they do this to me, thought a boy with sun-kissed blonde hair, wearing a white shirt and blue pants as he ran towards a forest. Why is he running into a forest, you ask? To answer that, let's us start at the beginning. During his and his siblings' birth, a masked man attacked the village using the Kyuubi, but his father Minato Namikaze and the 4th Hokage use a special seal and separate the yin and yang chakra and put it inside his younger sister, whereas the soul was put in his younger brother to act as a medium for the chakra. After that was said and done, the supposed seal did not take Minato's soul but spared him due to some technicality in it. He then told the people what has happened and announced that his children be treated as heroes because of it. The crowd cheered for their savior, but unknown to them they have already forgotten their firstborn child. Back to the present, this child that was running is that forgotten child. His name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and all his life he wanted nothing more than recognition, because throughout his life he was ignored and pushed aside because of his younger siblings. With it, his parents did not care for him, and so did the villagers. Every time his siblings were treated like royalty while he was the extra baggage, and his parents were no different, as when he suggested something, they would choose his siblings over him, and they even forgotten his birthday. But today was the day that broke the dam in his heart. Today was his and his siblings' birthdays, but as usual only he was forgotten, sans a few who were Asuma, Guy, Kurane, Anko, Itake, Mikoto, Hiruzen, Yojeo, and even the Ichirakus. Even his godparents Jiraiya and Tsunade forgotten him, but for different reasons, as the former thought about a prophecy and thought he was not it, while the latter couldn't get over the death of her younger brother and sees the same thing inside him, and because of it she couldn't look at him in the eye. While he was getting presents from the people he knows, his parents announced that his sister will take both the Uzumaki and Namikaze seats respectively, while his brother will be trained to become the Hokage, and it didn't help that his godparents decided to let them sign their summoning contract. And with that broke the dam in his heart as he ran towards the forest, not caring about everything, as he cried all the way straight into a cave. Once he stopped, he looked in awe as he saw a small lake in the cave, and in the middle was 6 swords stabbed into the ground in a scroll in front of it. He slowly walked towards it as he saw a tombstone that said this: "Here lies the One-Eye Dragon of the North." As soon as he said that, the swords glowed for a while before dying down, revealing a man with medium-length brown hair with an eye patch on his right eye. He was wearing a blue kimono with gold dragon design. He eyed the kid and then asked him this: "What are you doing here, kid? This place is dangerous, so go back to your mommy, okay?" "Would love to, but they don't care about me," said Naruto. The man raised his eyebrow, and Naruto then told him about his life, and the man was shocked to hear about him, and he thought about it before telling him this. "Hey, kid, do you want to learn from me?" Naruto raised his head as he continued. "Your life is kinda same as mine, cause my mother didn't want me to become head, and I can see you have determination in your eyes, so how about it, kid? You want to learn how to become like me?" Naruto then hugged him while crying out yes until he calmed down. "So what is your name?" "Mine is Naruto Uzu." "Just Naruto?" he said grimly. "Well, kid, my name is Masamune Date, and I am the One-Eyed Dragon. Now that introduction is out of the way, are gonna train you in Taijutsu and Kenjutsu, while the summons will train you in Nin, Gen, and Funjutsu." "You have a summons?" Naruto shouted. With a grin, Date said, "Yep, so put your guns on, because tomorrow starts your training from hell." Naruto then gulped. Time skip graduation test. The sun shone down on Konoha as one Naruto woke up from his bed with a smile. Why? Because today was the day he could drop his silly mask and graduate to become a shinobi. He now stood at a good 4 feet 15 inches with a medium-length blonde hair like Date. His face was voided of fat and his body was that of many girls' wet dreams, six-packs with no indication of fat. As he ran towards cave, he thought about what happened in the past year. He met Date and got his summons. The training was tough as Date trained his body to its peak and even taught him how to wield his swords, while the summons taught him ninjen and funjutsu, and he did well in all of them, especially funjutsu as he had a knack for it. He went into the cave and saw Date with a smirk on his face as he saw his surrogate brother running towards him, but also sad because of what is gonna happen. "Hey kid, how are you?" said Date. "Fine, because I am gonna take some names and kick some ass." Answer Naruto. "That's good kid, but today I gotta go, but don't cry kid because I am next to you no matter where you are." Naruto looks at the declaration, but that did not deter him and he gave Date a hug and said thank you. Date gave Naruto his eye patch and handed him his dragon claws as well as new threads. "Take care kid and take care of the younger summons, would ya?" "Sure." And with that he faded away. Naruto looked at the clothes and put it on and the eye patch on his left eye, while his waist had the 6 swords that Date gave him. Then he headed to school. When he headed to class, he heard that his teacher Irika was trying to calm the class down and being a helpful guy that he is cough cough. He kicked the door down and with it the class went silent as they saw Naruto walked in his new clothes. I don't know how to describe Date clothes, but it is his battle armor without the helmet, and left part of the clothing is black while the right side is white. As he walked in, some of the girls drool a little because of his new look except for one. "What do you think you are doing, Naruto Baka? Do you think you can be cool like Sasuke is?" shouted the pink-hair banshee who was named Sakura. "Shut it bitch, cause I think the people from Kumo could hear you." Which shocked the class even more because they thought that he had a crush on her. What was all she could say before anyone said anything else. Irika quieted down the class to start the test. Everyone's mind was on the changes of Naruto, especially two who were his younger sister, which were Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruko Uzumaki Namikaze. "Nii-san, what happened to you?" said Naruko. She had a shoulder-long hair which was yellow in color like her father. Unlike what most people think, she wanted to be Naruto so that he doesn't get left out, but couldn't because of her fans and her parents and godparents training, so she couldn't find the time to talk to him, and when she did he just disappeared to thin air. Looks like he managed to get his act straight, but he will still probably screw this up. Why did he have to be born into our family? Thought one Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. She had a waist-long red hair just like her mother, but she has always berated her older brother because he could not do anything but pranks around the village, and because of it she thinks it is breaking up the family. "HNNN, like the new look is gonna do any good, you failure," said one Kenzo Uzumaki Namikaze. "He has red hair like his mother, but it was untamed like his father, but his personality is that of a pampered brat, and because of it even his sisters don't like him." "Now we will start the written test," said Irika as he handed out the papers. "I am gonna skip this until the fight because nothing noteworthy happens here. Now would Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzu." "Wait," Naruto said, interrupting Irika, "my full name is Naruto Date, not that useless name," he declared boldly, and the others were shocked again because of it. "Okay, would Naruto Date come to the ring?" Both fighters were at the ring as they square off. "So, Dope, are you ready to lose?" said a duck-haired boy who is Sasuke Uchiha, one of the few survivors of the Uchiha massacre by the hands of his older brother Itachi, who killed all but him, his mother and a few others, and like Kenzo he was spoiled rotten because of it, and it turned him into a guy with a god complex who demands that everything is given to him on a silver platter. "Nope duck, but so let's rock baby." Irika then started the match, and then Sasuke charged with a punch to the face, but Naruto sidestepped and knee him in the gut. Sasuke stumbled a little and Naruto capitalized by giving him a chop to the neck, knocking him out. Silence swept across the field as the so-called dead last beat one of the Rookie of the Year in less than a few seconds. The class went back in as they headed for their ninjutsu test, which was the Bunshin, Henge, and the Kamawari. Narumi, Naruko, and Kenzo did it perfectly, but they had to use the Cage Bunshin as a substitute because of their high chakra coils. Naruto did his perfectly also by henging to Irika, switching places with Sasuke and doing 2 perfect Bunshin also. Irika nodded at this and gave him his high 8, and he went home for the night as he waited for his team placement tomorrow. Uzumaki Namikaze Mansion. Kushina Uzumaki was humming a tune as she was preparing a celebratory dinner for her children Narumi, Naruko, and Kenzo, but her mind drifted for a second to Naruto. She frowned as she thought about her firstborn, as she remembered that she did not spend any time with him because of the younger siblings' training, and it hit her. She did not spend any time with him because they keep pushing him aside and keep taking his brother or sister's idea instead of his. How could I neglected my own son like this? I'm a horrible mother. I hope that's not too late to make it up to him. She thought to herself as she makes the family favorite ramen for everybody and then try to get Naruto back into the family. As nighttime came and everybody was at the table and Kushina set the food on their table before she realized that Naruto was missing. "Where's Naruto? He should have been back by now," asked Kushina. "Who knows, he's probably lost or something, who cares?" Answer Kenzo. Kushina was shocked at how her son said like that about his own brother, and as she was about to scold him, Minato said, "Don't say stuff that you don't know about, maybe he's out with friends or something and forgot to tell us. So, he's been nothing but a failure to the family. I don't even know how the teacher even let him past." "He passed," said a shocked Kushina. "Yeah, but he's nothing before the son of the Yellow Flash," said Kenzo proudly. "That might be true, but if he could stop goofing off, maybe he could at least learn something and maybe even be trained by mom and dad," said Narumi. "But he beat Sasuke in a few seconds and earned his high 8, don't you think that counts for something?" Naruto told them. "Big deal, I could do that blindfolded and he probably just got lucky," countered Kenzo. "He's probably right, Narumi. I mean, he did nothing more than just playing pranks and goofing off, so how could he have beaten Sasuke, who was tied with Kenzo for Rookie of the Year? Was probably just that, dumb luck." Before the talk could escalate, Anumbu came into the room telling the Hokage this, "Hokage-sama, someone stole the Forbidden Scroll and we confirm that it was Mizuki." "What? Hurry up and find him." "Sorry Kushina, I have to go," Minato said, and he disappeared in a yellow flash. "No way, I'm gonna sit this one out. Come on Narumi, Naruto, let's go, we can take care of this," said Kenzo. "Wait, you are not going out there, mister. You are staying right here while I try to find where Naruto is just to make sure he's safe," Kushina said to them as she went out, but not before locking the whole house in seals to prevent them from trying any funny business. She went to the forest because she had a feeling that Naruto is there, so she followed it, and once she reached there she heard what sounded like fighting. When she got there, she was shocked at the sight of, because there he was, Naruto facing off with a 7-foot-tall humanoid tiger who was bleeding profusely all over his body because of the cuts and a stump where his left arm should be, and Naruto was grinning with a sword dripping with blood on his right hand. Naruto a few minutes ago. Naruto was walking down the road back to his so-called home, if he could call it that, since they always ignored him his whole life, so he decided to take the long way home when a blur passed by him and was heading towards the forest. Smirking, he decided to follow it, thinking something is about to happen. When the blur stopped at a nearby shed, Naruto saw that it was Mizuki, who was talking to a couple of ninja with a musical note on their headband, and that he had a scroll and was ready to give to them before he took action, as he jumped and slammed his sword to the ground, calling out "Phantom Dive," and an electrical shockwave went right at them and knocked them out by surprise. They recovered and saw Naruto standing in front of them, smirking at them while tapping his sword on his shoulder. Mizuki laughed, saying this, "Ha, it's just the failure of the fourth Hokage son, don't worry, he isn't anything. Says the guys who got blown away a few minutes ago," countered Naruto. "That was just a lucky shot, a fresh out of school genin can't beat a chunin like me along with 2 more chunin," Mizuki said with a smug on his face, but that look soon faded when all of a sudden Naruto appeared in front of him and gave a downward slash. Sadly he barely dodged it, but he still got a shallow cut from the shoulder to the waist. One of the sound nin threw shuriken at me while the other charged at me with a kunao on hand. Naruto used the sword to deflect the shuriken and then clash with the one with the kunao. Mizuki joined in by throwing a Fuma shuriken in Naruto, but he pushed the sound nin and slash upward to cut the Fuma shuriken in half. The sound nin shouted out, "Sound decapitating waves," and a burst of wind come straight at Naruto. He countered by blocking it pushed it to one knee. "Well, is that all you got?" said one of the sound nin. "Not to worry, this dragon still got plenty of scales," Naruto said, and then jumped back, then took out 3 swords in one hand and thrust them forward with speeds that they couldn't see as he voiced out Magnum Step, and one of the sound nin got caught in it and was skewered by the swords. Then Naruto threw him up, still impaled by his swords, to the sky, shouting out Death Fang as the sound nin was ripped apart by the swords. The other sound nin tried to run away, but Naruto quickly sheathed 2 of his swords and suddenly he charged his sword as lightning surged through it, and all of a sudden he shot a lightning ball out from it and said "Hell Dragon." The ball hit the sound nin and the sound nin screamed in pain as the ball of lightning hit him and fried into a crisp. Mizuki saw both of his partners got killed by a genin without any problem. He stood his ground before Naruto looked at him while still wearing that smirk on his face, and he told him this: "So Mizuki, do you want to give up or do you still want to tango with me? Don't get cocky, you brat, I will show you the power that was bestowed to me by Lord Orochimaru." Mizuki told Naruto as he took a vial of liquid from his pocket and drank it. He then turned into a 7-foot-high humanoid tiger with a white fur and black stripes. "Huh, well come on kitty, let's play." Naruto taunted as he gave a come on sign with his hands. Mizuki charged at him and attempted to slash him with his claws, but Naruto rolled underneath it and then he jumped, giving a downward slash. Mizuki put his arm to block it, thinking it would help him, but then the sword cut his arm like a hot knife through butter. Mizuki screamed as his arm dropped on the ground and his remaining arm clutched his now stumped of an arm. Using the distraction, Naruto charged at him and then slashed him multiple times with 4 swords -2 on each hand's dash, then ending with a cross sweep as he called out his move Crazy Storm, and with it, Mizuki's body was riddled with slash marks, but that didn't kill him, but it did make him drop onto his knees. He then groggily tried to stand up as he glared at the boy in front of him as said boy was grinning at his misfortune. Present time. Kushina stared in shock as her son was facing off with a monster, and as she was about to help him, the monster roared and charged at him while Naruto was still grinning at it and then charged, challenging his confrontation, and then a streak of lightning shone down as both of them clash, and then they were on opposite end like in those final showdown samurai movies. Naruto grunted a little as Mizuki smirked as he thought he won, but suddenly he dropped to the ground as his neck had a deep cut and he was bleeding out from it. Here lies Mizuki dead at the hands of a genin. Guess that would be good on a tombstone. Oh well, time to pack up and go home. Naruto then turned to see his mother standing there in shock, and also there was his father along with his Umbu analyzing the carnage there. His father asked, "What the hell happened here?" And all Naruto said was this: "It is as you see right here, the one-eye dragon has slain his first few victims and he's itching for more." While lightning strike as it shone behind him. And with that, the one-eye dragon returns. Alright, cut. Like I said, I wanted to try it out because it came to me in a dream. No, I am serious, it actually came to me in a dream and I had to try it out. If anyone wants to know about the summons, I won't reveal it until the finals of the Chunin exam arc, and as for those who wanted to know about the pairings, I am not sure because I don't know who to choose or which show to choose, but I hoping for suggestion because I missed Sengoku Basara 4 game, but I think I can manage it if you can give some names to go with him, but I will not make it a yaoi. Lowly, I am not sure, but I might think about it, and oh, if you choose a Naruto girl, I might not make it a Sakura or Hinata pairing because it really had too much of it, and I like to make stuff that has been rarely used or never tried before, but if there is a lot who want it, I might, and I do mean might, write this pairing, so ciao and write you later. Chapter 2. Let's rock normal. Let's rock thought. Let's rock English words. Let's rock Baijuyo/Justice/Summons/Moves. Okay, lots of reviews, so here are my answers. Huraid, sorry, not really familiar with Japanese names so I can't tell the difference, we'll change it in the later. Dage, sorry for that, I wanted to try it out quick so I forgotten about that. Strike Exia, harem I can do but don't know who to put or how many yet, and Karen I guess I can do it. Like I said in the earlier chapter, you will find out what summons because that's the time where I can have it appear for the first time. Omega Delta, like I said, not too sure about the pairings. If you want Sengoku girls in it then I can do it, but I'll have to research it a little cause I was a little out of the loop in the Sengoku Basara games. 0, I get most of them, but why Yojo? Guessed, I won't make him run away, instead he will show them who's boss. After all, he is trained by Masamune Date and he would have probably told him to stay and stick it to the big man, so to speak, and for the incest not so much my thing, but they will get back some of their brother-sister relationship. And now on with the story. Hokage Tower. After the Mizuki incident, Naruto was taken to the tower for questioning and right now he is finishing it. Let's see how it goes. And that's about it anyway, we done yet? Said aboard Naruto. Minato was looking at his son with a critical eye as he was comprehending the situation, then he gave a big sigh and said, "So Mizuki stole the forbidden scroll and you saw this, followed him to the forest where he was talking to ninjas that had a musical note on his high 8 which you engage all 3 of them and killed them, correct?" "Yes, I killed them." "Okay, can I go now cause I need to catch some sleep?" said an annoyed Naruto. "Okay, you may go for now but we will talk again later, alright Naruto." As soon as he finished that, Naruto just flashed out of there, shocking those inside. Minato, did you teach Naruto the Hiraishin? Asked Kushina. No, I didn't, Kushina. Then how did he do that? But unknown to them there was a small crow outside their room who disappeared with a poof while the occupants inside tried to ponder where he got that just to Naruto's room. A flash shone in the room as Naruto appeared from it when a tinge hit his head a little. Well, too bad I didn't have a camera because that look on their faces was priceless. Ah well, time to catch some Z's. Morning, classroom. Naruto got to class and found out there he was the only one there first, so he waited for the rest to come. After a while, the students started to come in and most of them were heirs to their respective clans. Well, except for the Howler Monkey, those who came in were Shikamaru Nara, who has his hair tied back like a pineapple, Chuji Akimichi, a chubby person who always has a snack in his hands, Shino Aberane, who always wears his dark sunglasses and a jacket that covers everything except the top part of his face. Next was Shino Aberane, a boy who wears dark sunglasses with a coat that covers everything except the top part of his face. Hinata Hyuga came in next wearing a big coat. She used to be a shy girl, but after hanging out with Narumi and Naruto she managed to get some confidence in her. Another to come in was the Inyazuka heir, Kiba. He wore a jacket with a hood and he had 2 red fang painting on his face. On top of his head was his partner Akamaru. Then came Duck Butt Sasuke Uchiha with his brooding face on. Next came the 2 loud mouths of the class, Ino and Sakura, and lastly came the Uzumaki Namikaze trio. Ino and Sakura continued to argue until Naruto slammed the table and shouted to the heavens, "Will you two shut the hell up? Jezz, are you both dumb and blind? Because he is sitting in the middle, you twits, and that means that there are 2 seats next to him which are empty, so would you two just sit down and shut up before I swear to all that is Kami? I will show you my dragon claws up close and personal, got it?" To which they quickly sat down and shut up. On cue, Iruka then came in and looked on to his students with some pride on his face as he announced the team placement. "Alright class, I am proud to be called your teacher and may the will of fire burn brightly in you. Okay, team 1 will be skipping unimportant people, team 7 will be Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the last name but was put out of it when the Banshee shouted something about true love and he unleashed some of his ki on her. She turned to see him glaring at her, so she did the smart thing, which was to shut up and sit down. As I was saying, Team 7's sensei will be Jin Uchiha. Team 8 will be Kiba, Hinata and Shino under Kurane, while Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 will be Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji, whose sensei will be Asuma. Naruto sensed a dread coming in as he hoped that his 6th sense could be wrong this time, but sadly it is not. And lastly will be Team 11 will be a 4-man cell with 2 Jounin because the numbers aren't balanced, so this team will have Narumi, Naruto, Kenzo and Naruto, who will be under Kushina and Kakashi. In which the Uzumaki Namikaze trio smiled at this while Naruto slumped to his seat and grumbled. A few minutes later the Jounins came and picked up their students. Among them were a raven-haired beauty with red eyes wearing what looked like bandages around her body, a smoker who has a cloth with the word fire tied around his waist. The one next was wearing a bandana and has a sword on his back, and he had a kid next to him who has pale skin and he looked like he had no emotion, to which Naruto smirked. "Well, this is interesting. So this is your move, hey you one-eyed mummy? Oh well, one more burned root won't make much of a difference to me, but let's see how it goes first." Lastly 2 people came in, both wearing normal Jounin attire, but one of them has gravity-defying hair and a mask that covers his lower face, and his height was slanted to cover his left eye, while the other has a waist-long red hair with a sword on her back. Team 7 on the roof, and with that everybody went to the roof. As everybody got ready on the roof, Kushina started the conversation. "Okay, even though we know each other we still need to do the introductions like this. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. My like are my family, my friends, and ramen. My dislikes are perverts, rapists, scumbags, and girls who give Kunoichi a bad name, and my dream is already done, so I don't have any. Alright then, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes, my dislikes, and my dreams, haven't thought about it." And with that everybody, even Naruto, had to sweat drop at that introduction. "Oh okay. I go first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and my likes are my family and my friends. My dislikes are the same as you, mom, and my dream is to be the best kunoichi in the world just like you." Kushina smiled at her daughter's conviction. "Next is me. My name is Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are my friends, my family to some extent, and people who are serious about becoming shinobi. My dislikes are the same as Naruto, but adding in my two brothers and people who don't take things seriously. My dream is to be a successful kunoichi and clan head. Che, how did I get a boring person on my team? Anyway, my name is Kenzo Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are my family somewhat, ramen and learning cool justice. My dislikes is a certain blonde failure in our family, and my dream is to be the Hokage and kick said blonde's ass. Said Kenzo with a smirk as Naruto just flipped him the bird while Naruto and Kushina were sad because of his deceleration. Guess I'm last then. Name's Naruto. Date my likes, that's for me to know and you guys to never find out. My dislikes are a certain family, people who's all talk and no bite, and a few more to be told another time. And my dream, that's easy because my dream is to be famous. Naruto and Kushina was curious because of the change in his name, but they knew it had to do something with it, as they were quite sad when they heard his dislike for their family. Alright, now that's out of the way, tomorrow is your real genin test, so come to training ground 7 at 8 sharp, and if I were you don't eat any breakfast, Jane. Kakashi said, and then disappear in a swirl of leaves. The rest of them stared at the space he was at a minute ago and just shrugged at it. Alright, who wants to go and have lunch since it's still early? Asked Kushina. Sorry, gonna take a rain check, Kushina-sama, got some stuff to see, yeah. Naruto said as he walked down the steps, but without noticing the face made by Kushina and also Naruto. Whatever, loser, come on mom, Naruto, let's ditch the dork. Kenzo said, and with that the family went on their day without Naruto, which saddened both Kushina and Naruto as they prepare for tomorrow. Training ground 7 next day. Everybody was at the training ground as they waited for one more person who is one of their teacher. If Kakashi doesn't get here soon, I am gonna burn his entire collection right in front of him, said Kushina dangerously as her hair flared into 9 tails, which unnerved the genin a little, except Naruto, who was lying on a nearby tree branch. Kakashi came soon enough, and with an eye smile he greeted his team before inching away from Kushina as she was drawing her sword slowly. Thinking quickly, Kakashi quickly took out a clock and explained to the genin that they had to get the bells before noon or they would fail, and if one of them didn't get it, they would have to go back to the academy. Okay, that's about it, so ready. Hajime, Kakashi said, and everybody quickly jumped away and hid. Kakashi walked towards Kushina and started to chat with her while alert about his surroundings. So Kushina, how do you think they will do? I'm not sure, Kakashi. Narumi and Kenzo doesn't want to work with Naruto because they still think that he is still a weak person, but Naruto might, since she has been trying to talk to him, and I'm not sure about Naruto at all. Don't worry about Naruto, I'm sure he'll put aside his differences and help them in a way, but I wouldn't hope much from him because from what I can tell from his results, he is somewhat weak. Kushina looked shocked at Kakashi's description of her son and was about to answer him before a giggle caused them to look at the tree where Naruto was sitting under reading the all-famous book that everybody knows. You know, if this has more plotline than the unwanted sex, then Jiraiya would be more famous and won't get his ass kicked so much by the female population. But then again, this book is written by a pervert who couldn't get any and has been chasing the same girl since his genin days, only to be denied every time. Oh well, it is a shame I have to burn this though, after all it is to my #1 fan Kakashi Hatake, signed by the great Toad Sage Jiraiya. Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi's only eye bulged wide open as he felt his back pocket only to realize that there was nothing there. He looked at him nervously and asked, how did you get it? I didn't even notice it missing. Now that would be telling. So what's it gonna be, Kakashi, your book or the bells that you have? And if you try anything funny, I put inside here an explosive note, so I suggest you think about your options very carefully now. Naruto told them while leaking out his ki to show that he was serious, which shocked the two a little as they didn't think that a genin could produce ki like this. Now Kakashi was in trouble. If he gave the bell to him, no doubt that Kushina would just continue what he started, and he didn't, then he would do it himself, and it did not help that the book he was holding was a signed limited edition while Kushina had a glare at him that said, go ahead and try it. Kakashi was sweating bullets at the situation as his head was thinking, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? But before anything else happened, a small chime was heard and both of them turned around to see Naruto holding the bells in her hand. How? Was all Kakashi could say. Easy, I use my killing intent to mask Naruto's presence so she could sneak up on you guys to grab the keys, simple as that. Naruto said nonchalantly. But how did you get Naruto to work together with you? Kushina asked. Shadow clones was all he said. They both look at him and wondered how he managed to learn such a jutsu, but they saved it for later as Kenzo and Narumi came out of the forest with a scowl on the former while the latter is glad to have passed, but she didn't like the way it was done. "Alright Naruto, so who are you gonna give the bells to?" asked Kushina. I think I will give it to Naruto, Narumi, and Kenzo because they probably deserved it more than me," said a very timed Naruto. Kakashi just smile at them and said, "You passed." The three look on in shock as Kakashi started to explain about the test, and by the end of the day Team 11 was formed, but unknown to all of them someone was watching them in the shadows. 3 weeks later. Since its formation, Team 11 has been doing D-ranked missions around the village, such cleaning trash, painting houses, and such, but the highlight of it all was that they beat the time it takes to capture Tora, the Damao wife's cat, or in the minds of all Genin, the cat demon from hell. And how did they manage to capture such a beast in just 20 minutes? Well, let's just say that only 2 people in the group knows how to handle the cat, and said 2 are doing it right now as they finished the mission once again in record time in the mission room. A purring sound was heard in the room as the so-called demon cat from hell was acting like a normal cat. Why? Because Naruto and Naruto were petting it carefully, and from the sound of it the cat was liking it, while the occupants in the room had only one thought: how did they manage to make it act like that? They were brought out of their muse when a shriek was heard and a big woman came rushing in with a smile on her face as she grabbed the cat and put it in a tight hug. The cat was trying to get out of the vice-like grip of the woman as some of the occupants in the room were having some ahem thoughts towards the cat. "That's right, tighter, tighter. Squeeze the life put of that miserable cat. I'd almost feel sorry for the cat if it didn't scratch me so hard on my face." "Alright Team 11, what mission will you have today? Trimming trees, painting houses, or Tora come back? Catching Tora again?" said Hiruzen as he was in charge of the mission's handout. "Alright old man, I've had it up to here. We've been doing chores for 3 weeks now. We are ready for some high-ranking mission, not stuff that the civilians are too lazy to do," said a pissed-off Kenzo as he and the others were sick of doing this, but they just shut up about it. Hiruzen took a puff of smoke as he looked on at the genin, and then he asked, "What do you guys think? I'm sure that we can handle a low-C-ranked mission after all," said Kakashi. Hiruzen was skeptical about it, but then he relented and motioned towards a door. The door opened to reveal an old man holding a bottle of sake in his hands. Hiruzen then explained the mission to them. Once he finished, the old man, who was known as Tanzuna, decided to make a comment. "I ask for protection and this is all I get: a scarecrow, 2 girls, a guy who looks like he has a pole up his ass, a tomato, and, well, you look good, especially the eye patch." Kakashi had to restrain Kenzo from killing the client, and Kushina was barely restraining herself. Naruto was grinning, then walked towards the man and said to him, "You know it's not nice to drink sake like that." "What, you some kind of monk or something?" asked Tanzuna with an eyebrow raised. "No, what I mean is that you shouldn't drink sake like that without sharing it with me," Naruto told him as everybody was shocked at this, but Tanzuna just grinned and gave him the bottle, to which Naruto accepted and took a big swig of it. Snapping out of their stupor, Kakashi told them to meet at the gate at 8.30, and with that everybody headed back to prepare for their first mission. Gate entrance 8.30. Team 11 was standing in front of the gate as they waited for both their Jonin sensei to arrive, but they thought Kakashi will be late, so they brought some things to pass the time, but imagine their surprise that their lazy teacher was on time. Some of them thought it was a genjutsu, but when they saw Kushina next to him they put some of the pieces together as to why he was early, and with that they went on their journey, not knowing the dangers of this mission. The group traveled along the road in a diamond formation with Tanzuna in the middle, while Naruto was in front with Narumi and Naruto flanking both sides, and Kenzo took the back while Kakashi and Kushina hang back a little. They then noticed a puddle on the side of the road, as one thought was on the minds of the group except Tanzuna and Kenzo somewhat. All of a sudden 2 ninjas came out from the puddle and used a chain to skewered both Kakashi and Kushina. "Hehe, 2 down, 4 to go," one of the ninja said with a smirk. But that soon disappeared as Kenzo threw a kunao in the middle of the chain, thus forcing them to let it go as they engage in a fight with them. Naruto jumped out of the way as one of them struck her first. She countered by throwing shuriken at him, but he blocked them with his gauntlet. By he failed to notice Narumi as she used her mother's famous chakra chains to grab his legs. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't get out of the chains, was knocked out by Naruto with a chop to the neck, whereas Kenzo parried the gauntlet with the sword he sealed into his arm before kicking the guy in the chest. "Ha, someone like you can't hope to beat me, the son of the Hokage." Kenzo said proudly while the ninja gritted his teeth before being chained up by Narumi and Naruto using their chakra chains. It was then Kakashi and Kushina came out from the bushes and congratulated them on a job well done. They then soon found out that Tanzuna was lying about the mission ranked by inserting his sob story on how Gato took over Wave and whatnot. Afterwards Kakashi asked if they should continue and all of them agreed, which Tanzuna was grateful for. Shoreline. As the group walked towards the village through the forest, a rustling noise was heard and on instinct Kenzo threw a kunao at it. Naruto went in only to come out petting a white rabbit. "Well, congratulations Kenzo, you almost had your first kill," said Narumi sarcastically, to which Kenzo just stuck his tongue out at her while Kakashi was in deep thought about the rabbit when a whistling sound was heard and Kakashi's widened his eyes at it. "Get down," he shouted as he and Kushina tackled everybody to the ground, but Naruto just tilted his head back to allow the thing embedded itself onto a tree. As they regained their footing, they saw that the thing was a big sword embedded to the tree and on top of it was a man who has bandages covering his lower face, white arm warmers, and his height was facing his left side while the logo had a gash across it. Well, if it isn't Kakashi of the Sharingan and the Red Hot Habanero. "I'm honored to have the pleasure of fighting you guys, but you shouldn't have brought some genin on this mission, who knows what might happen to them," said the man. "Zabuza Mamakai of the Hidden Mist, an A-ranked missing nin. What are you doing here?" asked Kakashi. "A job, of course. Gato decided to hire me to kill the bridge builder over there, so if you don't mind, hand him over unless you have a death wish. I don't scare easy because I am the son of the Hokage, you know, eyebrow freak," said Kenzo with a smirk on his face. "Well then, how about this? Hidden mist just to," said Zabuza as a thick mist covered the area. "Stomach, brain, spine, heart, lungs, liver, larynx, these are some of the few places you can kill a human with, so which one should I choose to kill you with?" Zabuza said to them with excitement in the mist while unleashing his ki, which scared Kenzo, Naruto, and Narumi, while Naruto just smirked as his blood boiled with excitement. Kakashi flared some of his ki and told them to calm down as he used a wind just to clear the mist, but that was a mistake as he and Kushina didn't realize that Zabuza was already poised to strike. Before they could say anything, Zabuza suddenly got stabbed in the stomach and everyone was shocked to see a sword sticking out of his chest. They followed the sword to see Naruto wielding it, but then Zabuza turned into water and then it splashed onto the ground to only then reappear behind Naruto mid-swing and slice him in half. "Naruto!" Kushina shouted because of the sight she saw as her son was cut in half, but only to see a poof of smoke that was in the place of her son. She sighed in relief at the scene but was distracted for a moment as Zabuza came out of nowhere ready to cut her in half with an overhead strike, but before he knew it, his sword was blocked by the kid that stabbed his water clone earlier. "Not bad kid, but you left your teammates with my water clone over there." Naruto just smirked, which Zabuza raised an eyebrow somewhat on his face before a splash was heard as he turned to see the clone turned into a puddle, in which he gave Naruto an opening to capitalize as he kicked Zabuza straight in the chest. That kick sent him flying a couple of feet before he managed to stop his momentum. "I see that some of you have some skill, so what's your name, kid?" "Me, I am the one-eyed dragon of Konoha Naruto date, and these bad boys are my swords, the dragon claws, and they are itching for some blood." "Ha ha ha, not a bad introduction. My sword here is Kubikaribasho and is hungry for some flesh," Zabuza told him with a smirk on his face, which was matched by Naruto's own, and with that, they charged at each other, clashing their blades as the group watched in awe. Just how strong is Naruto and how did he manage to get this strong? Wondered Kushina as she saw Naruto blocking an overhead strike and countered by unsheathing another sword on his other hand to give a slash to his chest, but he pushed him before the strike could connect and both of them clash in a deadlock only to push each other off, and they stare at each other as they size themselves up on their opponent looking for any weaknesses in them. "It's been a while since I got a real sword fight, so bring it, kid," said Zabuza. "Since you ask so nicely, let's go." "Phantom Dive," Naruto told him as he used this skill, and a shockwave of electricity headed for Zabuza. His eyes widened a little and he jumped to the side only to see three swords coming at him as he heard a cry of Magnum Step. It took Zabuza a moment to react as he hefted his blade to his chest to block the attack, but before he knew it the attack thrusted him to the lake, which he hoped he drown in it, but instead his body skid on the water. He then stood up, quickly ran through some hand signs and then called out, "Water style, water dragon just to." A dragon made of water came out of the lake heading towards Naruto, but he did something no one else thought he could. He jumped on top of the dragon and started water skating on it, which shocked everybody there. Even Zabuza has his eyes wide open at that. What the hell is this kid? Thought Zabuza as he blocked an overhead strike. He countered with a wide swing upwards, to which Naruto leaned back, allowing it to pass by him before he landed on top of the water and charge at Zabuza, as he now was dual-wielding using quick strikes on Zabuza, but the sword couldn't cut through the makeshift shield of Zabuza's cubic Araibisho, but he managed to prevent him from using any Jutsu. That soon ended as Zabuza pushed him away for a moment as he created a couple of water clones to charge at him while he prepared his Jutsu, but Naruto was having none of that as he fired a Hell Dragon towards the clones, which shredded them apart. Zabuza only had a moment as he managed to dodge the attack, but only for Naruto to appear in front of him with a smirk as he said this. This is the end, crazy storm. Zabuza had no chance as Naruto slashed at him continuously, cutting him at every part of his body. He screamed in agony before Naruto ended it with a cross sweep, sending his body back to shore, crashing some trees along the way before he stopped. Naruto walked towards Zabuza to see the carnage he created, which was a bloodied Zabuza, but noticed that he was barely still alive. He was about to deal the final blow. A pair of senbons struck his neck, thus killing him, and a masked hunter nin appeared in front of him. Thank you for wounding him for me. I have been hunting him for a while, but because I was not strong enough to take him down, so I thank you for helping me, said the masked nin in a neutral tone. Naruto eyed the person and his eyes widened a bit before he smirked. He turned to walk away as he turned his head back a little before telling the person this. No problem, Hunter-chan, you just make sure that Zabuza is back to 100% so we could have a real swordsman match, because I really know what it feels like to match up against a swordsman of the mist. See ya. The masked nin widened her eyes before she quickly shunshin out of there with Zabuza's body. Naruto walked down to see his so-called team and senseis heading towards him. What the hell, loser, why the hell did you take away my fight? Said Kenzo before he was hit on the head by Naruto. Naruto, what happened to Zabuza? Asked a concerned Kakashi. Oh, nothing much, just that he got away with some help by some fake hunter nin, but don't worry, I'm sure we will be seeing him very soon, said a very eager Naruto, as some of them shivered because for a moment they swore they could have seen a dragon behind him, but they thought it was their imagination, so they continued their journey towards Tajuna's house with him leading the way as they prepare for anything that might come, whether it will be now or in the future. And cut. That's it for this part. I would like to say sorry for almost no action here, and during the test I wanted to actually skip it since I wanted Naruto to show off his skills at real enemies, so I fast forward some scenes, and because I thought that I could finish the wave arc in this, but sadly I didn't think it through a lot, so it will be finished when I finished my first story or if I feel like it, because this story was a spur of the moment kind of thing, you know. Sorry about that. So this is me signing of this story for a while, but don't worry, I'll be back. Jane. Chapter 3. Let's rock normal talk. Let's rock shout or English words. Let's rock thuds. Let's rock summons / moves / baijuyu / justu. Okay, since one of you guys said to do a voting system on the pairing, I am gonna do it, so here are the rules. First, I will put a harem or singles pairing. If the single pairing is chosen, then the girl with the most votes will be it, but if the harem wins, then it will be the top 2 girls from each show, because my harem is max 4-5 if there is a tie among them, and if not it will be a 3-to-1 harem. The time limit is 2 weeks after this chapter is posted. Now here it is. Note these girls are final, I will not add any more. Single pairings, 0. Harem, 0. Naruto girls. Shizuka 0. Kurane 0. Anko 0. Tamari 0. Karen 0. Since some are recommending it. Samui 0. Hana 0. Teiwa 0. Famhaku 0. Kuratsuka 0. Tenten 0. Sengoku Basara. Kasuga 0. Nahame 0. Oiki 0. Meigoichi 0. Kyogoku Maria 0. Naotora 0. And that's it. See you in 2 weeks. Now on with the story. After a long trip, they managed to reach Tajuna's house. When they went in, they were greeted by Tsunami, Tanzuna's daughter, as she invited them into the house. After Tanzuna told his story, she thanked them, to which Kakashi said they were doing their job and didn't need to say thanks. She then prepared dinner, which they enjoy until the sound of a door opening caused their heads to turn, and there they saw a boy a few years younger than the quadruplets walking in. "Oh, Inari, welcome back. These are the people that your grandfather hired to protect us from." But the kid just stared at them for a while before going up to his room. "What's his problem?" asked Kenzo. Tanzuna then told them how he lost his father to Gato and how it affected him. Kakashi then told them that they will train tomorrow to prepare for Zabuza and his accomplice, to which they nodded and went to bed for the night. Morning, a nearby forest. After breakfast, the team find themselves in the forest nearby Tanzuna's house as Kakashi started explaining their task for the day. Alright, today we are going to do some training just in case Zabuza decides to attack, but that won't be for a while, so let's get started. Naruto and Narumi will go train with Kushina and Yurkin just a while. Kenzo, I am gonna train you in some elemental attack. Naruto, you are gonna start climbing trees to work on your chakra control, said Kakashi, to which Naruto looked at him with a deadpan face. Wow, for a so-called former Umbu captain, your observation skills suck, but then again reading those books could make any virgin man dumb and blind cause they are too busy to find a real woman. Where did I and Zabuza fight on, cause I was pretty sure it wasn't dry land. They girls were giggling at him while Kushina was laughing her ass off. Hell, even Kenzo smirked a little at his expense. Kakashi's eye twitched a little before he thought back to the fight and his eyes widened in surprise, which Naruto saw and gave him a smirk. Then he said, that's right, I was walking on water, you idiot. Hell, I was skating on top of Zabuza's water dragon when we were fighting. Water skating, you hear? Kakashi hung his head down because of that deceleration, but then Naruto continued, so just leave me alone to train by myself and we'll be all good since you guys can't teach me much anyway. With that, Naruto just walked away to train by himself, leaving the team by themselves, but one of them was glaring at him. After that they train like this for a few days until one day Narumi went to confront Naruto after Kushina finished her training for the day and went to train Naruto. She found him practicing some Teijusta katas on top of the lake while she saw some clones reading some scrolls. He noticed her and asked, what are you doing here? I came here to see if you were goofing off, but now maybe you might have some brain in that head of yours, said Narumi. Seriously, you and Kenzo need to keep your ego in check before it comes and bite you back in the ass, said Naruto with a deadpan face. What do you know? From what I can tell, you are still that attention-seeking brat from all those years ago. I can't believe that mom and dad still chose to keep you, because from what I can tell, you are still a disgrace to the family, so why don't you just go ahead and get out of our lives already? After all, that name you chose is probably for some no-name loser like you. As soon as finished that sentence, she was flown back by a punch from Naruto, and boy was he pissed at how his own sister was talking to him like this, but this was the last straw and now he decided to give his beloved sister an overdue spanking she deserves. Narumi got up and then lunged at him, drawing her sword at him, which all he did was sidestep and gave her a trip, which she stumbled a little but managed to get her footing straight. She turned around only to see a fist that connected to her face as she flew back a few feet before coming to a stop. She readied her sword for another strike only for Naruto to disappear and then gave her a roundhouse kick to the head, to which she rolled over to lessen the damage. She quickly flashed some hand signs and called out water style, water drill bullet, which she shot water-like projectiles at him. Naruto dodged those projectiles easily as he flashed his own hand signs and then calling out water style, dance of the Hydra. With that 8 serpents came out of the water and lunged themselves at Narumi. She managed to dodge some of it, but she got hit by 5 of the serpents, causing her to fly back, breaking some trees in the process. Naruto walked towards the damage area only to find himself being chained up. He looked to the side to see Narumi barely standing as she was panting hard. Naruto saw this and told her in a cold tone, if you think your precious chains can hold me, then you've got another thing coming. After that he just ripped the chains that binded him with pure brute strength, which shocked Narumi before she was given another wicked right hook that sent her flying once more to the ground. Now Narumi was scared as she had never seen her brother angry before, and now here he was, ready to beat her to an inch of her life without a care in the world. But just before anything could happen, Kakashi and Kushina came out of nowhere and stood in front of her, readying themselves at Naruto. Naruto, what the hell do you think you are doing to your sister? Said Kakashi. Sister? Don't make me laugh, Kakashi. I only have one family, and that's for me to know and you to fuck off. What family? You only have us as your family, said Kushina. Ha, now that's a good joke. Since when have I ever been part of your stupid family, you red hair bitch? That's enough, Naruto, now apologize to your mother right now, said an angry Kakashi. I do as I damn please, you useless fanboy. Tell me this then, do you even know what my favorite food is? Naruto asked. Kakashi and Kushina wondered about the question before answering. Is ramen, isn't it? Said Kakashi, as everyone in the family loved ramen, but that proved to be a mistake. Ha 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 ha, oh now this is too good to be true, I never like that shit. Sure once in a while maybe but all the time, I am actually surprised that red hair women could grow eating that shit all the time and now. Just proved my point, you guys don't give a monkey's nutsack at what I do. Sure I played pranks around the village to get in trouble but do you know why? It's because shitheads like you didn't even bother to look at me and when I did the pranks, you just punished me and throw yourselves at the siblings. And look at them now, Kenzo is like that duck butt emo faggot and Narumi herself is getting arrogant by the minute because she couldn't figure out the most important part of a shinobi and that is deception. The only decent one is Naruto because at least she cared about me a little. Why did you think that I sent a shadow clone to ask for her help only? You dense idiots. And furthermore do you guys even bother why I never walked with you people? That's because I didn't want to be seen by a bunch of people that would give everything to someone while they forgot the other and here I thought Uzumakis never abandon one another but from what I've seen Kushina-sama, you are a disgrace to that name so I suggest you guys use that pee-wee size thing you call a brain and think before you flapped you lips like fish on dry land. Ranted Naruto as he released some of the anger he had bottled up for all these years and with each rant, Kushina started sobbing uncontrollably until she dropped down crying. Kakashi saw this and tried to comfort her while Naruto just looked at them impassively. He walked away a little before turning his head a little and told them, I won't be back for a while so don't bother finding me and Narumi. I suggest you actually learn what happens around you because this world is never black and white so wake up and smell the roses cause I ain't gonna be there if you fall. And with that he left for the day. I did this cause some might want a famhaku and since Inari's rant has been used too much so I thought I could try this out to set the mood a little for when Naruto meets Haku. The morning after Naruto left. Morning came as a figure walked through the forest with a basket in hand picking herbs on the forest floor. As the figure walked deeper into the woods it saw what appeared to be slash marks on the trees. Curious, the figure followed the slash marks until she reached a clearing but this clearing was man-made as the area was surrounded by craters, fallen trees, destroyed rocks etc. and in that clearing the figure saw a boy no older than she was lying on the forest floor in the middle of the carnage. The figure then recognized the boy as the one who beat Zabuza some time ago. It then got closer to him contemplating whether to kill him or wake him until he spoke. If you're gonna try and kill someone, make sure that they are not really asleep. The figure got spooked a little but then calmly told him, I was just curious because I thought you were one of Geto's thugs. Don't worry I am not, said Naruto as he looked at the figure in front of him and he couldn't help but whistle because in front of him was a beautiful girl with silky long black hair, fair maiden-like skin and wearing a pink kimono. But then begs the question, what are you doing out here miss? Asked Naruto. Oh, I'm out here to pick some herbs for my friend, he is really sick and I don't have enough money for a doctor. I see, well name's Naruto date what's yours missy? My name's Haku and I'm a guy Naruto. Said Haku as he thought that he would react the same way as others did in the past when they made a pass at her but was shocked when she heard him say. And another piece of advice, don't bother tricking people like me because I can tell the difference, so want me to help you with it? Okay I guess. And with that they spent the whole day picking herbs. As they were about to part ways Naruto told her this, tell Zabuza I said hi and to get ready for an ass kicking for a lifetime. He smirked when he saw her shocked face and he then disappeared in a flash. Haku stared at the spot a little before grabbing the herbs and headed back to Zabuza. Naruto flashed outside of Tanzuna's house and then headed in. He saw his team eating dinner but he saw some emotions ranging from fear and realization by Narumi to sadness and longing by Kushina while Kakashi had a hint of both anger and sadness on his face. Naruto came up and said, Hey Unii-chan where did you go? Naruto then answered that he was blowing off some steam and left it at that. Surprisingly Kenzo didn't say anything which was weird to him but shrugged as he went to bed. I really need to control my emotions better cause that took more than I normally use. But then again I do feel a little bit relieved like a weight on my chest was take off me. Oh well time for bed. He thought as he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day Naruto slowly opened his eyes as light shone into his room. Crap, how long was I asleep? But he was brought out of his thoughts when a scream was heard and he quickly grabbed his stuff and headed for the noise. Outside. Tsunami was in trouble as two guys who worked for Geto barged into her house and dragged her out so that she can be used as a hostage. Inari tried to save her but was backhanded by one of the thugs and now they were planning on raping her. Please someone, anyone help me, she prayed as she waited for the inevitable, but before anything could happen she heard someone shouted Magnum Step and then a scream followed afterwards. She opened her eyes and saw Naruto standing there as he walked towards her and untied the ropes. She hugged him while saying thank you over and over again. After a while, she calmed down and Naruto asked her where are the rest. She told him they were at the bridge but they didn't want to wake him up so they went ahead first. Naruto nodded at her answer and headed for the bridge but not before telling Inari for a job well done and that his father would be proud of him. He then quickly took off to the bridge. A thick fog was laced at the bridge as Tanzuna was sweating because he couldn't tell what was happening, only that he was nervous for some reason. Inside the mist however was a dome made of ice and inside it was Naruto and Narumi. Kenzo stayed near Tanzuna as a precaution while another side was Kakashi and Kushina fighting Zabuza. The fight was heating up as Zabuza tried to cut Kakashi but he managed to block it with a kunai, to which Kushina tried to capitalize by coming to Zabuza's side and giving it a downward slash. It connected only for it to become a puddle of water. Zabuza was about to go for another clash before a shockwave of ki caused him to back off a little. What the hell is this? Is it Kakashi or Kushina? No, it's more sinister than that. Zabuza wondered, but those weren't the thoughts of the two senseis. Is this the Kyuubi's chakra coming out? If so, who is the one using it? Was Kakashi's thoughts. No, it can't be. I need to hurry and finish him off and try to control it before it gets out offhand. Kushina thought as she hastily charged at Zabuza hoping to end it. Inside the dome was Narumi holding onto a lifeless Naruto as she draw out the powers of the Kyuubi. You killed her, you bitch, now I am gonna make you pay, said Narumi while she kept drawing onto the Kyuubi's chakra before she charged at the masked hunter Nin who was inside a mirror made of ice. She thought that the ice would protect her but the punch connected and she was forced out of the mirror. She was shocked at what happened, but then another punch connected to her face as Narumi saw red because the person in front of her killed her sister. She was charging up a Raise-Non and when she was done, she charged at the Nin and was about to connect by all of a sudden somebody grabbed her hand before the Raise-Non hit her. She turned to see Naruto grabbing her arm and looking at her with an impassive face before she shouted, what the hell are you doing? This is the person who killed Naruto, so let me go because I am gonna kill her. Naruto then look at Narumi and shake his head a little before asking, did you even bother to see where the Senbon needles hit Naruto before going all Kyuubi on her? Cause from what I saw, she is still much alive, isn't that right, Haku? As he turned to see Haku's mask falling apart showing her face that was in shock at his observation, but then she answered, yes, I never liked killing in the first place so I placed her in a sleep-like state. As soon as she heard this, Narumi calmed down till the Kyuubi cloak disappear and then she was panting a little because of using the Kyuubi chakra, but she was relieved as soon as she heard that Naruto was still alive. But before they did anything else, a loud chirping noise was heard and Naruto and Narumi recognized it. Then they heard Haku said this, I am sorry Naruto, but I still have a job to do for Zabuza, as she shunshin towards Zabuza's position. Kakashi was about to kill Zabuza with his Chidori, but then he saw the hunter Nin coming out of nowhere. He tried to stop but he couldn't, and before anyone knew it Naruto came out of nowhere and grabbed Kakashi's hand to deflect the Chidori while his other hand grabbed Haku as he turned while giving a kick to Zabuza's chest to get him out of the way. After registering what happened, Kakashi was about to ask Naruto something but a clapping sound was heard and everyone turned to see a short man being led by a couple dozen thugs. Well, turns out the demon of the mist was nothing more than a weakling because you can't kill a simple bridge builder. Geto, what are you doing here? Growled Zabuza. What do you think? You nins are so expensive, so I hired these thugs to cut you out of the deal since they only cost less than you do. Now go and kill them all except for the girls since they will make a nice addition for the brothels, said Geto. The group was tired after the fight but they have no choice because it was do or die. Kakashi was about to throw a tripronged kunai before a sinister laughter caused them to see Naruto grinning like a madman as he walked towards the thugs. Kushina called out to him but to no avail as he continued walking towards them. Play Jap by Abingdon School Boys. Instrumental. Look at this, boys, the kid thinks he can take us on. Let's show him a dose of reality. Yeah. The thugs charged straight towards Naruto, who was still walking slowly with that grin still on his face because through his eyes time slowed down for him, and when the thugs got close, he strike. Hoo hoo. Jet X Naruto called out as he cross-slashes forward with his 6 swords and then followed up with Phantom Dive as the shockwaves from it caused the thugs to be sliced in half because Naruto pumped more chakra in it. Those moves alone killed 9 men in one go, which caused a shock on their faces when they saw this, but they steeled their nerves and attack him once more in sheer numbers. Naruto grinned as he saw this and he said, "Come on, this dragon is just getting started." As he went to meet their charged Inside Out Budokai Bonutatsu trigger. Naruto sliced one thug's arm off and gave him a kick which knocked him into another while he stabbed a guy behind him with his sword in a reverse grip before slicing from the waist down. Shao mo my pride nanti gomi no hi and I sotei. Naruto followed the momentum to block a strike, then he saw a thug coming from his left, so he used his free left hand to draw his sword on his right side as he turned in a circle which slashed another 2 thugs plus the one he blocked earlier within half. Isegasai Karu Samurai it crazy. He then gave another thug a roundhouse kick to the chest before giving a double slash to another who tried to sneak up on him. Nanan no kikan ga unario agru nda. The thug dropped to show Naruto with his swords facing downwards to his left. Life it goes on Tadareta Sekai Dat. Naruto slowly stood with one of his sword on his shoulder while another was still facing the ground, both dripping in blood. Najidaru sono me and I. The thugs look at him wearily before they look at each other, thinking on what to do next because this kid just took out a dozen men in a few seconds. Kaze yo izanai michi naru hoi. Naruto just pointed at one of them with his sword and gave a come here taunt with it. The thug charged, then the others soon follow. Naruto saw this and smirked as he sheathed one of the swords only to bring out 2 more in his other hand and thrust it using his speed, shouting out. Untamed wake shagaru netsu takusuburu tama shiiga mu no shimetsukaru. Magnum Step Piercer. This move is just like the normal Magnum Step, but Naruto pumped chakra in it, so it created an extended sword made of lightning which killed 8 thugs with it before giving his claws a swipe to rip out the men that were skewered by his swords. This momentum allowed him to follow up with his other move as he gave an upward slash to his enemies as he called out Death Fang. Following that he gave a triple slash on another thug on the bottom. Some way. Moru hi no uni there, I'll find my place. Under the radar I'm reaching for the sky. Instrumental. Once he landed, he quickly threw the swords on his hand in one swing which killed 3 more thugs coming towards him. Naruto then jumped back flip to prevent him from getting slashed from the legs as he used his left hand in one swing. He beheaded another 2 men. The men's head dropped as the thugs realized that they were outmatched. Some of them wanted to run away. Gato saw this and shouted out about tripling their price. Suddenly the thugs got their second wind and charged at him, throwing reason aside. Deep inside Bupanace Hano Seiso frequence. Naruto grin even more as he appear in front of them and slash horizontally from right to left, killing 3 of them in that swing. Then using the body as a weapon, he roundhouse kicked them which sent them flying towards their comrades as he jumped to give a downward slash to the one behind him. Beat rhyme flow dangan o mashingan isuten hei. Turning his sword into a reverse grip, he stabbed a guy behind him without looking, and then he used his sheath to shoot one of his 2 remaining swords like a crossbow with the hilt facing forward, hit a thug in the face which broke his nose if the blood was any indication. Ito Ryudan Kyakuta winds to blow down. The sword fell with the tip stabbing the ground as Naruto flashed a one-handed sign calling out wind style, great wind breakthrough. With it a gust of wind blew some of the thugs away. Michi Naki Michi Itamigate Susumu Nda. Time then stood still for Naruto as the thugs were slowly getting up to regain their footing as he still has his sword stuck in the guy behind him. As time goes by, Oto no Yaiba Damat. The thugs saw this predicament as now he was in a circle surrounded by them. All of a sudden they grin at this. Kirayaraku sono saki ni where omichi by kakari no hoi. Charge, one of them shouted as everyone charged onto his position, leaving him no escape. Once they were close enough, Naruto spin his body as the sword got out of the body via forcefully slash out as Naruto called out. Untamed. Hakadasu Atami ni Shiviru Karada Ga Mata Uzukidasu. Lightning Storm Vortex. This move killed through the thugs into the air, either killing or stunning them along with the dead bodies nearby, because this move combines both wind and lightning chakra to create a mini tornado to launch enemies into the air. Some way. Tozashida Hitomi ni now I face the change. Illuminate the glow I have inside. Blaze your mind. Naruto stopped spinning as he regained back his footing, and then he turned to see the remaining thugs and Gato looking at him with fear. He then slowly walked towards them. Yeah. Do not be dominated, do not let M take you away, fight fight, Dahatsu Tensukure me Todoroki Baku on, ride on. Do what you believe is right, do what you can do at a time. Fight fight, dojiro kami no shouty ikura 2 nda. Gato and his thugs were peeing in their pants right now as this monster in front of them just wiped out 3/4 of their members, and now he is walking towards them as bodies literally started falling from the sky. They saw his clothes and his hair being painted red from the blood which was falling like raindrops, as he still has a grin on his face as he was looking at them like a sadistic man. One of them couldn't take it anymore and started running away, but then Naruto saw this and then charged as he grabbed his fallen swords along the way. Instrumental. He appeared in between the running man and his comrades. They widened their eyes as he called out crazy storm. Screams were heard as Naruto cut and rip apart anything he sees with his swords, and no man was safe from him. An archer tried his luck as he fired an arrow at him, but he blocked it and charged at him. He tried to run, but he was too slow as Naruto quickly cut his head off. He then saw a few more running away while some tried to jump off the bridge, but Naruto was having none of that, so he channeled lightning chakra towards his body and then in a flash, he disappeared. Untamed Wake Shagaru Netsu Takusuburu Tama Shiiga Mu no Shimetsukuru. The thugs that ran away were shocked by Naruto's presence as he called out Testament. When he did a horizontal slash which created a blue sword-like aura that cut through them, and those that weren't killed was knocked back by the force. Some way. Moru hi no uni there, I'll find my place. Under the radar I'm reaching for the sky. Naruto used chakra strings to connect onto his swords and then he swung it in a horizontal arc which killed those that tried to jump over the railings. Naruto controlled the blades as he threw it upwards before recalling them in his hands and then sheathing them. Hagana no kiba o tatumki to ko-oh. Naruto walked towards Gato was shivering in fear. He tried to bribe him, but then, I'm gonna live out my life untamed, fight fight. Naruto charged at him quickly unsheathing his sword, and in one swing he cut his head off. The head flew as Naruto slowly sheathed his sword and then the head hit the ground with a thud. End song. Everyone had a different reaction as Naruto walked towards one of the thugs who was alive. Narumi was shocked at the sight as she was putting Naruto down on the railings. Kenzo was starting to go green at it while Tanzuna thought about swearing off drinking sake forever. Kakashi and Kushina wondered how did he get those just to kill all those men and wondered if he was okay after killing them. Zabuza and Haku watched with an impassive expression because both of them had seen people die before, but Zabuza was impressed by his skills. The thug that was alive was scared shitless as Naruto walked towards him. He was then grabbed by Naruto, who locked his gaze at him. Naruto told him in a cold and dangerously low tone, the reason I am letting you leave is so that you can pass this on to everybody. Naruto threw him down before shouting towards the sky, go and tell everyone that Naruto date, the one-eye dragon of Konoha is here, and anyone who dares challenge me will fall before my blade and their soul will be sent straight to the deepest part of hell, so run and spread my message to all, now go and get out of my sight. The thug started to run away in fear when Naruto finished his sentence as lightning flashed behind him, adding the dramatic effect to it. Once the thug was out of sight, Naruto turned to see the rest of his team and Tanzuna staring at him before he started to thought to himself, this is gonna be a long week. As he carried Naruto on his back and motioned them to head back to the house to regroup. Somewhere in the border of Iwa, the thug ran towards a shop, barging in, ignoring the rest of the people as he headed straight for the counter. The man saw his state and asked what happened. He shouted, I need you to add someone to the bingo book now. Okay, no need to shout. So what's his name that got you so riled up? Said the shopkeeper as he took out a pen and book. His name is Naruto Date, and his moniker is the One-Eye Dragon of Konoha. Said the man in fear. And that's a wrap. This is my first in doing a song with a fight, so don't flame too hard, and to those who wanted Zabuza and Naruto to duke it out, don't worry, I've already prepared for it in the next chapter. Before I end this, I would like to return a comment given to me by a guest who wrote it after Alucard the Crimson Fucker. I've got two things to say to you: read another story or write your goddamn own. You say that you hate Naruto. Neglect stories, so why bother reading them in the first place? I may be a new guy in writing, but I don't give comments like this to people, since everyone has their own kind of story in mind. You comment on my writing skills or how I make a sentence is fine with me, but if you comment stuff like saying I am an idiot for writing this kind of story even though you originally hate this kind of story in the first place, really takes the cake. So I suggest again that you read a story you actually like or write your Goddamn own, and then you can see it as many times as you like, jackass. Okay, ranting done. Sorry about that, but most of what I said is kinda true, so rate and review JANE. Chapter 4. Let's rock normal. Let's rock English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/summoning/baijuyo talking. Well, this will be the votes for the first week. There is still one more week before the pairings is/are official, but for now these are the current votes. Single, 6. Harem, 19. Naruto girls. Shizuka, 6. Kurane, 1. Anko, 4. Tamari, 3. Karen, 2. Samui, 8. Hana, 3. Teiwa, 4. Famhaku, 9. Kuratsuke, 3. Tenten, 4. Basara girls. Kajiga, 6. Nahame, 4. Oiki, 2. Meigoichi, 7. Kyogoku Maria, 1. Naotora, 4. From what I saw, some of you guys were quite vague on the choosing, so some of it I am guessing it, so sorry if I made a mistake for some of you on the choosing, so for now just enjoy the story. After the death of Geto was known throughout Wave, the people started partying and celebrating for 2 days straight because they were free. During the party, Naruto was a happy camper as he outdrank everybody in Wave, while somewhat getting a fan club at the time, though they only stare him like a piece of meat because Kushina and Naruto somewhat glared at them to back off, and even Haku joined in sometime, even though at the time she didn't know why, but Zabuza just told her that her heart was reaching out to her, to which she blushed at the meaning. But that was not all that had happened. On the third night of Geto's death, Zabuza called Naruto so that he could have a chat with him. "Hey kid, I know Haku decided to go with you guys, but I'm not coming," said Zabuza as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Let me finish. She doesn't have a good life and I want her to stop running because of me. I know you will take care of her when I leave for Kiri to help against the rebellion, but before that I want to have a last spar against you with nothing more than our swords, no ninjutsu, genjutsu, or anything else, so what do you say, kid? Want to give me a farewell fight before we part ways?" he asked, grinning. Naruto returned the grin and told him, "Come on, old timer, let's rock." Once that last word was said, they clash. Power vs power as they try to push one another down with brute strength before they pushed each other back and ready their stance for another bout. The stare down was intense and a single leaf was all it took to start it. They charged at each other and then their swords clash once more as sparks came from the deadlock before Naruto used his free hand and use a quick draw on his other sword. Zabuza saw this and managed to dodge, but only barely, as he had a small nick on his stomach. Zabuza returned the favor by giving him a back roundhouse kick to the chest, and Naruto skid a few feet before stopping as he looked to see Zabuza thrusting his sword at him. Reacting quickly, Naruto rolled to the side and quickly recover, only to put his swords up in AX shape to block a downward strike from Zabuza. He pushed the sword back and gave a little spin before thrusting both swords at him, but Zabuza just blocked it with the flat side of the blade, but the force was enough to push him back a little. That gave Naruto an opening to use Zabuza's sword as a leverage to jump above him as he gave a downward slash with both his swords. It connected in on Zabuza's back, had 2 slash marks on his back from his right shoulder to his left waist. Zabuza grunted a little from the attack as he gave a roundhouse swing with his sword, but Naruto just backflipped over it. Zabuza didn't let up as he followed it up with another swing, to which Naruto managed to block it with his sword but was sent down to the ground because of the force behind it. Naruto recovered again as he charged and gave a cross sweep to Zabuza's legs, to which he just jumped over it, but that was his mistake as Naruto feigned that attack and gave an upward thrust towards Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widened a bit as he saw the swords coming at him as he leaned back, but the swords managed to hit one of his legs. Once he landed, he dropped to one knee because of the wound, but instead of anger, he was grinning as the swordsman in him was shivering with excitement because of the warrior in front of him. "Ha ha ha, now this is a fight, kid, so come on, show this demon the power of your dragon and let us see which is stronger," shouted Zabuza. "Well, come on, I ain't getting younger, old man," answered Naruto as his grin got wider that it could split his face into two. The sky sudden pick up wind as these two ready themselves for the lat clash, but unbeknown to them they managed to get a small crowd, which was Team 11 along with Haku, as they watch a rare Kenjusta match between two men who have honed their respective arts, as different thoughts rang through their minds. How did Sashi get this strong? Even though I am happy about it, but I'm sad that he managed to do this without our help, thought Kushina. Naruto, just how strong are you? Was Kakashi's thoughts. Nii-chan Naruto thought in worry. The two stare at each other as the winds pick up even harder, but that did not deter the two men in the clearing when a lightning flash out of nowhere. As if on cue, both charge at each other. Time slowed down for both of them as they saw the beings that made them what they are today. For Naruto, he saw a blue demon ready to cut him in half, and for Zabuza, he saw a white and black dragon ready to feast on his next prey. They came closer and closer until they clash, and everyone was holding their breath as both of them were facing back to back of each other. Naruto dropped to his knee first as a gash appeared on his cheek. Zabuza grinned and told him this, "Kid, you better take care of her or I am gonna hunt you down to the ends of the earth, you hear me?" "Sure thing, old man, now just lose already." And as soon as Naruto said that, Zabuza fell down face first to the floor as the match ended with Naruto winning as everyone ran towards the fallen men as the match of the decade ended. A couple days later the bridge was finished and everyone was waving goodbye to Team 11 along with Haku as Inari cried a little, but Naruto reassured him that they will meet again in the future. Zabuza took some of Gato's money and returned to Kiri to help with the rebellion. Haku wanted to follow him, but he told her that he didn't want her to have the life he have, and after a tear-jerk moment they parted ways. "So, what should we name the bridge?" asked a villager. "What about the Super Tajuna Great Bridge?" Which earned Abu to Tajuna, and he cried anime tears a little. "How about the Great Dragon Bridge, in honor of the one who free us from Gato's rule?" said Inari, and then everybody cheer in agreement as the bridge was named on that day. It didn't take long for the group to reach Konoha because they didn't have any normal civilians, so they could run at full speed without any worry. Once they reached the gates, they gave their ID and then headed to the Hokage office. In there were Jiraiya and Tsunade as they were waiting for the team from coming back from their first C-A-ranked mission. They were happy that they made it home safely as Kakashi and Kushina started telling their story in wave, but Kushina was hesitant in telling what Naruto said to her, with most of the occupants noticing it, but Kakashi face said that they will tell them later. They nodded, to which Naruto scowled a little as he know that he is gonna have a talk with them later. Once they were finished with their report, faces of shock and confusion was on their faces as they heard that Naruto slaughtered a lot of men and managed to win a fight against Zabuza. Mamakai alone was enough for them to ask a few questions about it, but the file it for later as they handle the extra person at the moment. "So, Haku, if you wish to join our village you must be on a 3-week probation and a trip to our INT department for a few days. Sorry, but it's protocol. I wouldn't mind that, Hokage-sama, but I would like to join the medical corps when I finish the probation." And those words brought a grin on Tsunade's face as she was looking forward for another medical nin to teach. Once they ended the report, Minato dismissed the team except for Kakashi, and in turn Kakashi told Naruto to stay outside for a moment. Once that was done, Kakashi told them the empty part of the story, and when that was done most of the occupants in the room were sad a little but also a little angry at how Naruto thought about his family like that. Minato then dismissed the Umbu before calling Naruto in. When Naruto entered, he saw that the room was a little tense and he knew Kakashi told them everything. "So, what did the fanboy told you?" asked a bored Naruto. "Naruto, that's not how you should treat your sensei, but nevertheless he told us everything and I am shocked that that's how you see our family. You should know that your siblings needed more time with the Kyuubi in them, so stop saying stuff like that when you know your mother and I love you and we don't want you to get hurt when we are training the triplets," said Minato. "He's right, kid. So how about you apologize to your mother and sister and wait until they are finished with their training, then they will teach you, okay Naruto?" said Jiraiya, hoping that it might help, but was put out of it when Naruto started to laugh. "He he 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 he. Ha 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 ha." Naruto continued to laugh as the occupants in the room look at him in confusion. "Oh, now that's funny, saying stuff like you love me, what a joke. Like I told that red-haired bitch, since when did you guys ever notice me? Every goddamn time it's always the siblings that you listen to, not me. You say you love me. Ha, what a joke. You could have given me a scroll to read, or oh I don't know, maybe using some shadow clones to teach me, but no, you had to focus your attention towards the triplets. And you have the nerve to give a lame excuse. Did the ceiling shrunk both your brain and balls cause? From I can tell your ego crushed your spine. Because from what I can tell none of you have the guts to admit your own mistakes, so let me tell you this. You can take your excuses," Naruto said as he held up his hand pretending to hold something. "Shine it up real nice." He turned the imaginary object a little. "Turn them son and bitch sideways and stick 'em straight up your candy asses." Naruto said, and then some chanting of Rocky was heard by Naruto only, and when he turned to find nobody there, he shrugged before continuing, but he was cut off by Jiraiya. Now listen here, kid, you shouldn't talk like that to your own father because he has to make the tough choices here, so shut up and listen properly because your siblings are needed so that they could change the world, and if you could stop whining then maybe we can teach you something worthwhile after your siblings' training. With Tsunade adding her 2 cents in, yeah, so now you are going to apologize right now to your mother for being a kid throwing a tantrum. Now I know you are angry, but... That was all she could say before Naruto put his hand up in a stop sign before continuing. Seeing as I was not done taking, you should know your role and shut your mouth. To which another round of cheers was heard again by Naruto, but he ignored it. As I was saying, he may make the tough choices, but does he admit them? No, he doesn't. Why? It's because he only took the easy way out, and you thought that I don't know about that useless prophecy you preach so much about, but guess what? I've known about it since I was 4. Dipshit, and let me tell you this. People that focus too much in that kind of stuff are people that have no sense of direction and need somebody to hold their hand with while they are crossing the road. And looks like you are one of them. Does the toad sage wants his bottle, or does he need help to change his diapers? And don't think I forgot about you, old hag. You say I throw a tantrum, then what about you? You care more about the dead than the living because you keep hiding behind somebody and not the genjutsu you put up, so how about you move on, bitch, cause the dead aren't coming back if you keep this up. Hell, you might end up like the fanboy over here, and you know what, you are wrong about that because I'm not angry. Which confused the people even more. No, I'm not angry right now. I was angry when you neglected me. I was angry when you trained them instead of me. I was angry when you assholes took my birthright. Right now I am pissed because you think that you can boss me around like a little kid, but newsflash people, I am not a kid, so since you like prophecy so much, let me give you one right now. Naruto then changed his voice a little and continued on. On the day where both the sun and moon meet, the hero of the leaf will fall by his own flesh and blood he betray, but before he fall, he shall see his family fall first before the might of the Forgotten One, as he shall use the powers of light and darkness to destroy them in both mind and body, and once he turn to the hero of the leaf, he shall burn his very soul to the ground as the hero. Watch his own kin took everything he know and love. And believe me when I say that I will make this prophecy come true, believe it, so go ahead and try me if you dare. Said Naruto as he walked out the door, leaving a stunned group of people in there. You don't think he might do it, do you, sensei? Asked Kakashi. I am not sure, Kakashi, but I think he just need to cool off, so don't think too much of it. Said Minato, unsure. Just in case, Kaki, I think I will head over to your house for a bit just in case. You coming, Tsunade? I don't think so, Jiraiya, leave me alone for a bit. Answered Tsunade as she walked out of the room to clear her head a little. I'll try and talk some sense into him once he cooled down a little, sensei, and maybe he will see that we are right. Said Kakashi, to which Minato nodded and he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Training ground. Naruto was meditating a little as he tried to calm down a little, but that could only go so far, and he hoped that someone would come and become his punching bag, and as if Kami was listening to him, Kakashi appeared right in front of him and he grinned. Naruto, listen here, your rants stop right now, so be a better man and apologize to your family right now because sensei is right, and if you listen then maybe you could have them teach you something. Said Kakashi as he thought that Naruto would listen. Naruto looked at him like he grown a second head, but then an idea pop into his head. He grinned a little as he draw his sword out and pointed at him saying, come make me, bitch. Kakashi got the idea a little as he shown his Sharingan to Naruto, who just smirked and then disappeared before appearing on top of Kakashi with his sword poised to stab him. Fast, Kakashi thought as he rolled out of the way to safety, but that was short-lived as Naruto called out electrical breakdown as his sword stabbed into the ground, creating a dome-shaped shockwave which knocked Kakashi back a few feet, hitting some trees before stopping. Kakashi recovered, but only to see Naruto's sword thrusting at him in a reversed angle. Thinking quickly, Kakashi managed to Kamawari with a log to get out of harm's way, and when he did, he saw Naruto thrusting the sword at the log as he called out lightning thruster, and the log was obliterated along with the trees behind it. Kakashi saw the damage done and he made a mental note to dodge those kind of attacks, but was brought out of it when he saw a lightning dragon heading straight for him. He quickly made some hand signs and put his hand on his mouth in an O shape as he called out wind style, Wind Dragon Justo and a dragon made of wind clash with the Lightning Dragon. The dust settled down and Kakashi saw that Naruto was nowhere to be found. As he frantically searched for him, his danger sense told him to jump, which he did to see Naruto coming out of the ground intending to drag him down but couldn't. Kakashi landed and had his kunai drawn in both hands as he watched Naruto carefully and plan his next move. Naruto just clapped a little while retaining his grin as he told Kakashi this, "Not bad fanboy, but this party is just getting crazy." As he charged at Kakashi with his swords in both hands and then slashing at Kakashi relentlessly, and when Kakashi managed to push him back he noticed that he was in a predicament as Naruto didn't even look winded, but he was riddled with cut marks, though shallow, but he was breathing hard because he couldn't keep up with him. Kakashi did a last-ditch effort as he created 2 shadow clones and had them surrounded Naruto in a triangle formation, which Naruto raised an eyebrow to before they did hand signs and the calling out the moves. Fire style, Grand Fireball Justo. Water style, Water Dragon Justo. Wind style, Giant Air Drill Bullet. Naruto watched on as the Justice came right at him, but he made no effort to move, but instead he just sheathed his swords and then got into a quick draw stance. He smirked as he whispered, "Judgment cut." Kakashi looked on as his Justice was about to collide, but then all of a sudden the Justice were all cut somehow by an unknown force, to which all of them were cut into pieces and harmlessly passed by Naruto. Kakashi was shocked at what happened, but then he felt his danger sense coming, but he was too late as he felt that his body was slashed in different places and that his clones also poofed away. He tried to get up but only managed to get to his knees. "Well, looks like I need more work on Judgment Cut since I didn't give you much damage than I hoped, but don't worry, I plan to do something even more humiliating to you," said Naruto, which Kakashi looked in shock as the move Naruto used wasn't even finished if he heard it right, but the next one was the one that gave Kakashi a heart attack as he saw Naruto got into a stance he is all too familiar with, along with an all too familiar chirping sound as he saw Naruto using his own move, which he called Lightning Blade. Naruto saw his look and smirked. "What do you think? Not bad huh, but wait, it gets better." Naruto then charged his entire arm in lightning chakra and then he created a sword from his elbows, and that was the cake as Kakashi saw that Naruto has just evolved his own move. "Like it? I haven't named it yet, sign, I only finished it 2 weeks ago in Wave, but don't worry, you get to have it firsthand." Naruto then charged at him with the intent to kill, and as he was about to hit Kakashi, a blur came out of nowhere and managed to get Kakashi out of the way, to which Naruto just pierced the tree and then the tree was broken in half as Naruto made a slicing motion with his lightning-coated arm. He turned to see his father holding on to Kakashi as he glared at Naruto a little. Naruto just smirked at him and said this, well, looks like the prophecy is starting to come true, so what are you gonna do now, hero?" As they stare at each other waiting for the other to make a move. "And done. Wow, okay, the prophecy Naruto told is his own, not by any summons, so Naruto more or less just challenged them to a fight in a way. The fight with Zabuza was a little short to me, and if you guys were wondering, the fight with Zabuza was purely sword fighting, but I hope you guys like it, and remember you all still have a week left before the votes are final, so review and rate, don't flame too much, ciao. Chapter 5. Let's rock normal. Let's rock English Naruto / shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves / justice / Baijuyu / summons. Okay. Time's up for the votes, and now the winner of the choice pairings is Harem, which doesn't surprise me for some reason. Okay, next are the winners. Here are the results. Naruto vs. Shizuka, 6 votes. Kurane, 2 votes. Anko, 8 votes. Tamari, 4 votes. Karen, 4 votes. Samui, 10 votes. Hana, 3 votes. Teiwa, 5 votes. Famhaku, 11 votes. Kuratsuke, 3 votes. Tenten, 6 votes. Basara vs. Kasuga, 8 votes. Nahame, 4 votes. Oiki, 2 votes. Meigoichi, 7 votes. Kyogoku Maria, 1 vote. Naotora, 5 votes. So for the harem would be Famhaku and Samui from the Naruto verse, and Kasuga and Meigoichi for the Basara verse. And now the reviews. Emil Budanim Freak. He didn't have anything related to the fox, only his siblings does, and I wrote it in chapter 1, you should read it again if you missed it, and since he doesn't have the fox the villagers won't do anything to him. And with that, on with the story. The doors closed behind Minato as he came back after dropping off Kakashi at the hospital after his beatdown from Naruto, and he looked worse for wear because of what Naruto told him earlier, and it's still ringing in his mind. What are you gonna do now, hero? He frowned as he thought about what Naruto told him, but was taken out of it when his wife greeted him. he returned with a forced smile, but she saw through it and asked him what was wrong, and he told her what happened today. Shocked would be an understatement on Kushina's face when she heard what Naruto said after she and the siblings left, but then her face frowned as she knew why he said it, but she somehow couldn't blame him for it and tried to comfort her husband about it until an idea came to her. "Hey Minato, isn't the Chunin exam in a couple of weeks?" asked Kushina. "Yes so." Minato answered, no, getting the point. "I was thinking about signing them up, and before you start saying anything, this could help mend the relationship between our son, because the exam is based on how well the teams work together, and that might somewhat force them to work together so they could win. With it might mend some relationship they lost, so how about it?" Minato thought about it for a while and agreed to it, sadly because of what Naruto told him, but he figured that this might have a slim chance of Naruto not destroying his siblings and maybe prevent him from destroying the prophecy, which he still thinks is the younger siblings, and with that ended their conversation for the day. 2 weeks after that, Naruto was walking down the road as he was going to his team meeting, and along the way he saw Naruto walking with Narumi towards him. They greeted each other before they continue walking, but Naruto noticed that Narumi was more quiet than usual, but he knew why, because of the spanking he gave her during Wave, so she had an idea what happens when you piss him off. They were walking down the road until Naruto stopped and said out loud, "You know rocks aren't that square, Konohamaru." All of a sudden a large poof of smoke came from the rock and out came 3 kids who started coughing. The one with the oversized scarf said, "Udon, you put too much smoke." The nerdy one, identified as Udon, said, "Sorry Konohamaru." Naruto shook his head a little while smiling at their antics before asking them what they were doing out here instead. "Well boss, we wanted to see if you could play ninja with us," said Konohamaru. "Play ninja? How old are you, Nii-san?" said Narumi. Naruto raised an eyebrow at what Narumi called him, but he dismissed it and then nodded his head towards the trio. They cheered, then ran away, and after that Naruto chased after them, followed by Naruto and Narumi. They were about to turn into a corner before they heard Konohamaru shouting at a guy to put him down. They ran quickly to see Konohamaru being held by the neck by a person wearing a catsuit with makeup on his face. "That hurt, you little shit, I'll show you what happens when you crashed into me," said the person wearing the catsuit. "That's enough Kankuro, let's get out of here before he sees us," said a blonde girl whose hair is tied into 4 ponytails. "Shut it, Tamari, I need to show him some humility," Kankuro told the blonde now known as Tamari. He was about to grab something from his back before he felt steel on his neck, and he heard someone said this to him in a cold tone, "I suggest you put him down before I have to take your head off for threatening the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Got it? Nod if you understand, freak." Kankuro nodded, even though he was angry at being called a freak, but being insulted is better than being dead. "Good, now let him go before I let you see the death god up close and personal." Kankuro dropped Konohamaru and the kid quickly ran behind Naruto, and so did the other 2. Naruto sheathed his sword and walked back towards them before he looked towards a tree and said, "Aren't you 3 gonna come out, or are you gonna sit and stare?" Well, in the redhead's case, stand and stare. When they saw a person coming out of the tree in sand, they were shocked to see a redhead with the word love on top of one of his eye and a gourd on his back staring at them, along with Kenzo and Sasuke coming down from the treetops glaring at Naruto for a bit before turning their attention towards the redhead, as they never noticed him until now. The redhead then spoke, "Kankuro, you're a disgrace." Kankuro tried to protest before he told him to shut up. As they were about to leave, the redhead looks at Naruto and asks him this, "What's your name?" Before Sasuke or Kenzo said anything, "I wasn't talking to you, I meant him because mother says to stay away from you for now." "Well, since you ask so nicely, my name's Naruto and I'm the one-eyed dragon of Konoha, so tell that raccoon dog to heal before I make him heal. Got it?" The 2 behind the redhead looked shocked at what he said, but the redhead didn't show any emotion before saying this, "I will be sure to look forward to prove my existence with you, and my name is Gaara from Suna." And with that they walked away. Kenzo turned to him and asked, "What do you mean by raccoon dog, loser? Ask your own tenant and find out," Naruto said cryptically before they went to meet up with their sensei. When they got there, they saw that Kakashi was limping a little and wondered what happened, except for Naruto, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. They then handed them some forms to sign, as they told them they sign them up for the Chunin exam the day after tomorrow, and everyone had a look of excitement on their faces when they heard it, but for different reasons to be told at another time. After signing the forms, their senseis told them to go to room 301 on that day, and they finished their team meeting for the day as they went back to prepare for it. Day of the Chunin exam. The siblings headed towards the building that the test was in and they headed in. When they reach a floor that had a door labeled 301, they were skeptical about it before they realized that it was a genjutsu and were about to leave before Team Emo shows up and called their bluff along with Kenzo, which earned a facepalm from the rest of the siblings. Sasuke and Kenzo were then challenged by a spandex-wearing person who had caterpillars for eyebrows, and being the pompous ass they were, they accepted. Naruto shook his head and then went up to the real room with Naruto and Narumi following behind. They reached the top to see their senseis waiting for them. They told them why they were waiting for them, and when they heard that they all came together even though Kenzo was busy, they managed to get in. The door opened and they felt some ki shooting at them, but Naruto just looked at them with a deadpan face at the ki they were unleashing, so he used some of his own, and when he did, the genin wannabes nearly shit in their pants as they saw a dragon looking at them like pork chow, except for a few who had different ideas about it, and one of them was a team from Kumo, and despite their rivalries between the two villagers, they managed to have some kind of compromise with each other, as did IWA, but they didn't come for this year's exam as they hold some resent towards the fourth Hokage. Cool, he managed to scare the rest off by using his ki, but I don't think that's his full power. Thought a busty blonde with an asymmetrical bob style with the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She wears a very low-cut outfit which displays her sizable cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots, and what appears to be a modified kumigaku or flak jacket that covers her stomach only, similar to a girdle. She also has a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. Wow, never thought I see someone who could do that. Maybe he's the one my grandma told me stories about. Thought another blonde whose hair is tied into a twin pigtail reaching her waist. She was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit that's open very low in the front, bearing half of her breasts and some of her legs. So, is this the person that is said to be my ultimate rival master? Thought a black-haired man who has 2 cross spears on his back. Couldn't find a description on his clothes, but he is wearing exactly like Sanada Yukimura. Once Naruto was done scaring the class shitless, he then turned his eyes towards the team from Kumo, especially the one with the spears on his back, and the person did the same. As if on cue, they started to walk from their positions towards each other, ignoring those around them, and when they were about a few tables apart from each other, an unlucky team of genin were about to be eliminated before the test start, as one of them accidentally dropped a kunai he was playing with on the floor, and as he was about to pick it up, hell broke loose. Jounin lounge one room from the testing rooms. So, how do you think that they will fare in the test? Asked Kurane. They will be fine, we did train them after all, right, Jin? Answered Asuma. Don't think so, cause I got the short end with a screaming banshee, an emotionless freak, and the I thought was decent is obsessed with killing his brother. Said Jin as a rain cloud appear on his head. Like Asuma said, we have got to have faith in our teams. Said Kakashi with Kushina thinking about her children in the test. But before anyone else could say anything, 2 people came flying from a wall, crashing into a table some jounin were sitting in. They saw that they were some of the genin taking the test, and they turned to see what was going on, and the sight inside the room shocked them a little. Testing room. A genin was shaking in his boots as he was about to pass out from the sheer amount of pressure he was in. Why? Cause the poor soul is stuck between Naruto and the spear wielder with their weapons drawn in a deadlock, as Naruto used all of his 6 swords and stabbed them between the guys' cross spears. They were pushing each other towards the limit, and everyone in there could have sworn they saw a dragon and a tiger looking at each other as if waiting for a signal to tear each other apart. The deadlock ended when both of them pushed each other apart and the skidded a few feet before stopping. The genin look in shock as what happened just now, especially their own teammates, as they never saw them like this, because both of them had a look of a predator ready to kill on their face. But before any of them continue, a puff of smoke appeared and a man told them to stop in a loud voice and sit down. The 2 backed down a little, but Naruto asked him this, what's your name? The spear wielder said, my name is Raito Yukimura, the tiger of Kumo, and I know who you are. Naruto date the one-eyed dragon of Konoha, high-ranked nin in the bingo book for killing over 50 bandits in wave. Naruto raised his eyebrow a little because of what he said, but he was happy cause he was already on a spot to be noticed by other ninja in the nations. After that they took their seats and the test began. I'm gonna skip this part since it's mostly boring, but it's somewhat the same as the anime, only Kenzo used the speech and Naruto was playing poker with some of the examiners and cleaning them out by the way. Before Ibiki could continue, a blur flew into the window and there was a banner with the words, the sexy and single Anko Miratashi. Not sure that I spelled her last name right, but if so, sorry. and a woman wearing a questionable clothing with a pineapple-style hair was standing on the table. After a weird situation between her and Ibiki, she told them to head for Training Ground 44. Training Ground 44. After a dramatically brief explanation of the rules, the Genin team headed into their respective tents to get the scroll. Naruto coincidentally dropped the scroll to let them know they got an Earth scroll, and Naruto saw some of them were already gunning for them, which he smirked as this was part of his plan. As they got ready, the proctor for the test gave the go signal. A little into the test, the team were attacked by a no-name Genin squad, but they managed to beat them and got their scroll, which was the one they needed, so wasting little time they headed straight for the tower. They were jumping from tree to head for the tower, but all of a sudden a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing them down to the ground, but Naruto was the one who landed on their feet. They then saw a grass nin appearing out of nowhere. She told them to fight like their lives depend on it with their scrolls on the line. After that she swallowed her scroll down her throat, and then she unleashed her ki, which sent most of the siblings down on their knees panting for air, as they have never felt anything like this before. Not before anything else could happen, they heard something even more sinister as an even bigger ki was unleashed, but the siblings weren't too affected by it as this one cancelled out the other, but it made their entire body shiver in fear. They turned to see the source, and there was a sight to behold as they saw Naruto looking like a madman as he stared into the grass nin as his body was shivering in excitement, but what took the cake was what he said next. Ha 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 ha. Finally another one that can give me a good time, and this one has a price on his head. Now this is really my lucky day, isn't it, Orochimaru? The one now called Orochimaru started to peel off his skin to reveal a sexually confused person with pale skin and long black hair with a fork-like tongue chuckling at them. Well, looks like the so-called failure of the fourth Hokage isn't so stupid after all, but what makes you think you can take me on? How about I show it, faggot? Narumi, Naruto, Kenzo, get out of here, because I can't guarantee that you guys won't come out of here unscathed. Naruto said sternly. Kenzo tried to protest, but Naruto just knocked him out with a chop to the neck and carried him as she and Narumi fled, leaving Naruto behind to fight with him. Orochimaru wanted to give chase but was stopped when a lightning strike came out of nowhere, stopping him in his tracks. He turned to see Naruto holding his blade like a yakuza as he shook his finger and said this with a shit-eating grin on his face, saying this Orochi-chan, you're not leaving until I kick your ass from here. All the way to Kumo Freak, so get ready cause this party is just getting started. Play Modern Strange Cowboy by Gran Rodeo. Instrumental. Well, let's see what you got, Naruto-chan, Orochimaru told him creepily as they stared down at each other. Naruto grinned a little before all of a sudden, his body was covered in electricity and charged at Orochimaru, and then using quick draw moves on all his swords he called out, Ultimate Storm. Modern Strange Cowboy, Instrumental. Like crazy storm, Naruto slashed like crazy, but in this case he charged the swords in lightning chakra, and each slash has a lightning aura that cut through anything, which was shown by the cuts on the trees as they were riddled in slash marks. Orochimaru managed to dodge all of them, but not without any small nicks on his body. He managed to dodge another one before he widened his eyes to see Naruto charging at him, but he was able to save himself by spitting out his sword from his mouth and deflected his blade, and the deadlock was on. Se no dato bidashite Saidaku aways no mu. Sabitsuka hate no momentamu. The deadlock continued as they tried to overpower each other. Not bad, Naruto-kun, maybe you might be good enough to be my next vessel if Sasuke-kun couldn't make it. Sorry, Pedomaru, I don't swing that way, so go and become my snakeskin wallet cause that's what you're good for, faggot. Countered Naruto as he pushed him back, and they got ready for another clash. Sumasha jo no muabi isota kirabiaka na raka sota. Fukatan Daoretsu. We're Modern Strange Cowboy. They stare each other down as they slowly circle each other, and then Orochimaru charge at him like a snake, slithering towards him with his sword poised to strike, but Naruto charged electricity on his left arm and he slammed it towards the ground, shouting out, "Are you ready to the action? Me no me nikwa nize. Do you have any function? Gure back to the fire." Earthquake and cracks appeared on the ground meeting his charged. Orochimaru saw this and stopped his charge to jump across it, only to block a midsection strike, and then Naruto grinned, which he raised an eyebrow to before his danger sense told him to move, but was too late as Naruto called out, "Point blank judgment cut," as he used his left hand and did his judgment cut point blank on Orochimaru. Hitsuzesu ni tsukushi gatai. Insanity. Ishi mushi dekane ai. Naruto thought he had him, but then he turned into mud, and with that Naruto was on guard again as he surveyed the area waiting for Orochimaru to make his next move. Ha ni kainuki sanaed. A rustling sound alerted Naruto and he turned around and saw a sight that nearly took him by surprise. Sanju Ukuado no Teian date. Iama o Akanukyo cowboy. Arita ni seta hana o Kairasana uni. Akanukyo cowboy. Iama Kakanukuro cowboy. A giant brown snake came out of nowhere lunging at him, but Naruto jumped high enough to prevent himself from being eaten, but that left him open to attack, which the snake did as it lunged at him while in midair. But Naruto saw this, so he used a minor wind chakra to boost him up in the air a little before he did a front flip and then charged his sword with wind chakra as he landed and proceeded to run down along the snake while dragging his sword with it, and at the end of the snake he did some hand signs and called out, "Storm Dragon Barrage," and punch his fist at a direction. Achuyo ma ni cookie hatet baseki no yuroi aku. Nagai yuda majikai, my turn. All of a sudden a barrage of 20 dragons emerged from that move and headed straight at the direction, and once it connected an explosion occurred. Kawaramona no romansako morigaki na misota. Kono tabi wa jouzetsu. We're modern strange cowboy. When the dust settled and Naruto saw a wall made of earth was blocking something, then it crippled down to show Orochimaru pointing his arms out as he called out, "Shadow Snake Strike," and hundreds of snakes lunged at Naruto, but he countered as he flipped his own hand signs and called out, "Are you ready to the action? Nataru hima nanksan nizii. How do you have any function? Kureget, light your fire." Electric breakdown hammer, as he brought down both his hands in a hammer-like motion, and when it struck like a grenade as a burst of lighting came out from it, destroying the snakes in its path before heading straight for Orochimaru, but he then Kawamari to a safe location before finishing his hand signs and called out, "Fire style, fire dragon justu. Kansei wa sud ni reitai. Impaction. Koshitanten for life, Koshitanten for life." A dragon made from fire came out from his mouth and headed straight for Naruto, and it connected and a fire pit was created from where Naruto was standing. Orochimaru was smirking at his handiwork before a voice coming from behind him shook him out from his thoughts, and he turned to see Naruto behind him saying, "Ni no ashi fuminaid. Welcome faggot, we're not done yet, Electro Strom. Nanhyo Kaudatean aged. Iama o Akanukyo cowboy. Tashika Nike Ita Kokoro no Ko wa Rollin. Akanukyo cowboy. Iama Nariko Nace cowboy." Naruto then released his lightning chakra in a big burst, destroying anything in its range, and Orochimaru didn't react quick enough and was caught in it. The blowback was a bitch as he came crashing down the ground hard and skidding with his body before it came to a stop via crashing into a tree. Orochimaru shook out the cobwebs a little before opening his eyes to see Naruto thrusting 3 swords at him, calling out, "Magnum Step Piercer." He managed to roll out of the way as the swords stabbed into the tree and was destroyed on impact. Naruto turned to look at him dead in the eye as he pointed the 3 swords that he used earlier and did a come here motion with it. Instrumental. The stare down continued as they tried to find a weakness in the other, and it continued until the tree Naruto destroyed fell down and hit the floor to restart it again. Orochimaru quickly made hand signs and slammed it to the ground and called out, "Earth style, earth spike pillars," and spiked earth came out charging at Naruto, but he weaved through it like it was nothing and then jumped up and gave a downward slash with the hand that has 3 swords, but Orochimaru managed to put his sword up to block it, which created a shockwave in the area. Hoshi no Kazu no Kado Urika Oitsuka Sora ni Hanateba. Tama Shii Dake Wa Zenbu O Shitaru Endero. Norika Saruka Mo. The deadlock was on again as they tried to overpower one another while giving no inch in it. "Not bad Naruto-kun, you managed to push me quite far," Orochimaru told Naruto. "Think nothing of it faggot, but once I get your head it will even be more sweater for me," said Naruto before he did an unthinkable. He jumped over Orochimaru while he was still facing him, which Orochimaru widened his eyes at before Naruto called out, "Judgment Storm. Sanju Ukuado no Teian date. Iama o Akanukyo cowboy. Arita ni seta hana o Kairasana uni. Akanukyo cowboy." Orochimaru was a step too late as he was cut by an unknown force, which Naruto was the cause of as he used Judgment Cut. Using the swords on his right side with his left hand from his position and attack Orochimaru, it looked like a dome made of slashes was present, which he ended when Naruto landed to turn his body and draw all 6 swords to swing it in a fan-like motion and called out, "Dance of the Whirlwind," which in turn became a twister that caught Orochimaru in it and sent him straight into another tree. My name is Modern Strange Cowboy. Closing instrumental. End song. Naruto approached the damage site only to find no body there, but all of a sudden he was wrapped by Orochimaru, who smirked despite him being wounded a little. Looks like I really underestimate you, Naruto-kun, but don't worry, I give you something nice for you like I did with Sasuke. And with that, Orochimaru bit on Naruto's neck, but when he did, something strange happened as he saw that he was in a dark void before two slitted eyes look at him menacingly before he pulled out quickly, only to see tribal tattoos coming onto Naruto's face. Naruto turned his face and told him this in a deep voice, "Well, looks like I've gotta step my game up a little, Epedo-chan." Outside the perimeter, Anko was enjoying her dango before an explosion shook the ground like a mini earthquake and she almost lost her footing. "What the hell was that?" she said before some nin came out of nowhere and informed her that some grass nin were dead by it, just as she knew who used it all too well. "So you're here, huh? Looks like I'm gonna wipe my slate clean of you," she thought before turning to the sight of a mushroom cloud appearing in an area. "And I know just where to start." Once she finished that thought, she headed for the cloud in full speed. And cut, you know what to do. And for those who wanted some other girls in the pairings, sorry about that, maybe next time when I decided to make another Naruto Basara X over I'll use some other girls, but for now those are the girls for this story, so again sorry. And for the song, I thought it was nice at the time, so I'll stick to it for now, and with that this is me signing off. Chapter 6. Let's rock normal. Let's rock Naruto English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/baijuyu/summons talking. I am back, baby, and Merry Christmas to all. Here's the next chapter of the series. Ground Zero, that's what would describe the place Naruto was standing in, because right now he was standing in a crater the size of a city block after his fight with Orochimaru, and around him were destroyed trees, broken rocks, and some poor animals that were bigger than a normal size house that didn't manage to get away were all lying around him as Naruto takes one look around before sighing. "Looks like I played a little too much with the pedo. Oh well, next time I guess," said Naruto before heading off to the tower with Orochimaru. "What is that monster? If I don't come up with something against him soon, I might actually die this time," were the thoughts of Orochimaru as his body was riddled with cuts and bruises, and right now he is limping across the forest floor trying to get out of there. Well, never thought I get to see the day you would be near death's door, Orochimaru," said a voice. "Ah. Anko, how goes my former apprentice these days?" "Better now that I get to end you myself, so die, traitor." Anko went for a strike, but Orochimaru managed to avoid it, and instead of fighting, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves before telling Anko to not stop the exam, which made Anko worried a little before she went to inform the Hokage. Tower entrance. Naruto made it to the tower where he saw his siblings there waiting for him. Kenzo woke up a few minutes earlier and started ranting on how he should be the one fighting Orochimaru and not Naruto, which irritated his sisters to no end as Naruto was itching for her tanto, I think that's what's called, and Narumi's eyes started twitching uncontrollably. Before anything could happen, Naruto managed to arrive to their relief and then proceeded to throw the scrolls down, and then a poof of smoke came out. In it was Kushina, and she was proud that her children managed to pass the second round even if one of them didn't like her very much. Later she told them to stay in the tower until the test ended. When they entered, they saw that the Suna group was already there, which irked Kenzo a little as they were not first but held it in. Next to Kamen was the Kumo group, which Naruto and Raito started a stare down before walking away. Naruto, who was curious about this interaction, asked him, "Hey Nii-chan, why are you and him look like you are about to tear each other apart?" "It's personal, Naruto, maybe I'll tell you about it someday, but for now just let it go," answered Naruto, which she did. After that group was Shino's team, and following them was Ino's team, and after that was Niji's team, lastly was Sasuke's team, but they look worse for wear. But Naruto knew that they ran into Orochimaru before his team but didn't pay much attention to the whining crybaby and his pet bitch, but he did keep a small eye out for Sai, cause he looked like something was up and he knew that he was gonna report to that one-eyed mummy about it. Days later, all of the teams were now standing in a large room that had 2 balconies on each end along with their senseis as Minato came out along with Tsunade and Jiraiya standing beside him with Hiruzen following behind. He looked onto the crowd before noticing his children among them, and then frowned when he saw Naruto, but he didn't put much to it and then told them why the exams are held, much to the shock of most people. Then he passed on to the next proctor, who was a sickly guy with a sword on his back, and then he explained the prelim rules because they had too many people, so he asked would anyone want to quit, and not to worry as it is gonna be individual matches, and most quit, including a white hair guy who Naruto knew as Kabuto by his sisters as they met earlier in the first exam, but Naruto suspect he's Orochimaru's boy toy by the looks of it, so he was a little wary of him. Once all of them were done, the total came out. The proctor then said that there was an odd man out, so he/she must have a 3-way fight with another 2. I'm not gonna do the cough thing on Hayate, sorry. Now we will see who is the odd one out, said Hayate as the screen started blinking at names until it stopped to show Naruto, which said person smirk and hoped to fight against Raito, who also had the same thoughts. The teams started to head up to the stands, and then the screen started the first lot, and everyone including the clan heads who were there to see their children fight. Canon fights I'm not gonna write because it's too troublesome, as Shikamaru would quote, hee so I just write the winners and the fights some are waiting for. Shino vs Dosa winner, Shino. Shikamaru vs Kin winner, Shikamaru. Choji vs Zaku winner, Zaku. Wanna get rid of the sound group first, that and I forgot most of the sequence of the fights. Tamari vs Tenten winner, Tamari. Kankuro vs Unknown Nin winner, Kankuro. Gaara vs Rock Lee winner, Gaara. Sakura vs Ino winner, double knockout. Stands. Everyone had a deadpan expression when the match ended, including the foreign Nin, and then Naruto voiced his ahem concern, I don't know whether the teachers pitted them or someone bribed them, but my money is on bribing in Sakura's case, cause the only thing she is good at is fawning over an emo duck ass who has a stick so far up his ass it penetrated his brain, causing it to shrink. Seriously, at least Ino has her family's just due, even though she's the same as her. Hell, even a blind and deaf man could beat them with his hands tied around his back. Which earned a nod from the kunoichi there and a sweat drop from Asuma and Jin, who both made a mental note to send them to Anko to sharpen up their skills and prayed that she won't scar them. They then turned back to the screen to see the next match, which then both Naruto and Raito frowned, and everyone there looked at them weirdly but put it aside for now and turned back to the match. Kiba vs Raito. Yahoo, come on boy, let's show those Kumonin who's the best around here, said Kiba to Akamaru, who barked in agreement, and then they jumped down and pretend to look cool. Raito just slumped a little before walking down normally. Hayate waited for them to get ready, and when he saw that they were, he started the match. Heh, you ready to get your butt kicked by me, Kumonin? Said Kiba arrogantly. Raito looked at him with a, are you kidding, look, which he then looked at Naruto and asked him, how you want me to embarrass him, quick or slow? Slow, he deserved it anyway since he needs a wake-up call, but don't hurt the dog too much since it's not his fault its master is so damn stupid. Answer Naruto, which got him a glare from Kiba and a few snickers from the rest of the group, including Raito, who chuckled at his expense. Alright, that's it, said Kiba, who charged and threw a wild punch which Raito lazily dodged before he gave a knee to the gut. That caused Kiba to hunched over before Raito gave a kick to his ass which caused him to fall face first to the ground. Kiba got up and tried to attack again but failed as Raito just kicked him in the gut before giving a kick that sent him upwards. As he came back down, Raito just kicked him straight into a wall partially embedded in it. The crowd looked in shock as Raito just manhandled Kiba like it was nothing, and Naruto just smirked at his predicament. Kiba managed to get out off the wall before falling down to the ground on his knees. He got up and glared at him before giving Akamaru some pills, and then his fur turned red and then he changed into Kiba. Kiba smirked as he and Akamaru charged at him as they called out Fang over Fang, and their bodies were spinning madly like a twister heading straight for him, but Raito got bored at his opponent and decided to end it by using one of his spear and then giving a straight thrust to meet its charged. The people thought he was crazy except for Naruto and the Kumo group, and when the charged met, the whole room was shocked as Kiba and Akamaru was pushed out of the way and skidded backwards with their bodies. They tried to get up, and when they did, Raito unleashed a crimson aura slashed at them which connected with an explosion, and when it died down, Kiba was standing somewhat but Akamaru was down and out on the ground. Raito did a double take and was surprised that Kiba managed to survive but shrugged before he sheathed back his spear and did some hand signs before shouting out fire style, volcanic eruption, and he slammed his fist to the ground. Then a series of booming noises started coming out from the ground as fire started coming out from the ground and headed for Kiba, who closed his eyes before that spot went boom. And when it did, Kiba flew up from the impact and headed straight down to the ground with a loud thud. The proctor stopped the match as he went to check on Kiba. When he found out that he was unconscious, he declared Raito the winner. Winner, Raito. Some of the people were shocked at how this nin managed to beat Kiba like it was nothing, and that he managed to dispel the Inuzuka's Fang over Fang with just a normal thrust of his spear, which made them a little weary except for Naruto, who smirked and gave his supposed rival a mock bow which he returned in kind, and that caused an eyebrow raised by their respective senseis. Raito's sensei was a blonde with pigtails like Kasuga, but she was wearing the normal Kumonin clothes, and she was worried about Raito because of what happened earlier in the exams with the blonde kid with the 6 swords and eye patch, so right now she had to ask him about it. Raito, what happened during the first exam? I've never seen you like this before, so what's gotten into you? Asked the sensei. Well, Yujito-sensei, he and I kinda have a rivalry against one another because of our senseis, and leave it at that please. Answered Raito to his sensei, which we now know as Yujito. Yujito looked at him for a moment before relenting, because among all of the people, he was one of the few weird one other than Killer Bee with his rapping, so she dropped it as she looked back to the guy Raito has it out for, which she must say is quite handsome, before a voice spoke to her. Kitten, that is one piece of hunk right there. So come on, after this let's get him, tie him up and ride his brains out. Shut up, Nibby. Thought Yujito to the voice known as Nibby, I am not gonna ride his brains out, so stop it. Which made the voice quiet down a bit, but that didn't stop it from sending images about it to her, which made her blush like hell before turning back to the match. Note: Yujito will not be in the harem as it was already final. This is just Matabi talking. Kenzo vs Hinata winner. Kenzo due to Hinata fainting. Don't ask, I may like Hinata, but for the most part she kinda suck when they were younger, no offense. That match earned a sweat drop from most people except for Hayashi, as he shook his head in disappointment at her, and by his side was Hanabi as they waited for the next match. Kasuga vs Samui. This put a shock to the Kumo team as both blondes look at each other before going down, as both thought about the match right now because both of them were the best of friends during the academy, and right now they wanted to prove who's the best. So Kasuga, you ready? Said Samui, and once Hayate started the match she got her answer when Kasuga threw her kunao at her. Samui dodged to her left and quickly drew her blade as she looked back at her teammate and friend, who pulled back her kunaos, which was connected by some wire. Both of them stared each other down before Kasuga threw her kunao again, but Samui managed to block it, and then she charged straight at her. Samui went for a strike to the chest, but Kasuga jumped back before flipping out some hand signs before calling out Earth Style Spike Pillars as she put her hands on the ground, and from it spikes started coming out heading straight for Samui. Samui did some hand signs of her own as she jumped over the spikes by pumping chakra to her legs and said, "Lightning Style, Lightning Cutter," as she swung her sword, which created a slash of lightning heading straight for her, but Kasuga managed to jump out of the way only for her to get kicked from behind by Samui. She managed to roll through before ducking an overhead strike from her, and Kasuga followed up with a kick to the gut, pushing her back a little before throwing her kunao at Samui. Samui managed to block some of it, but Kasuga managed to cut her a little, but before Kasuga could pull her kunao back, Samui managed to grab a string and then send some electric current through it, which shocked Kasuga. Samui capitalized on it by stabbing her blade at her. She was shocked when suddenly Kasuga started to turn into mud, and all of a sudden Samui jumped away before a pair of hands came out from the ground prepared to grab her. As Samui landed, she had to block another batch of kunaos heading straight for her, but instead those kunaos landed around her. She looked at them curiously, but her eyes wide when she saw explosive notes on them. Samui tried to get away, but the notes exploded a little early and she was caught in it as she flew back from the impact. She opened her eyes a little and was quick enough to block an overhead kick. She countered by pushing her back and gave a roundhouse heel kick, which she blocked and returned with one of her own. It didn't connect as Samui ducked under it and jumped to the side as she flipped some more hand signs and then called out Lightning Style Storm Crusher, and her fist slammed down to the ground and out came a mini crack in the ground, followed by lightning started heading straight for Kasuga. Kasuga barely dodged it as the lightning managed to hit her leg, which left a nasty burn on it. She cursed a little before noticing Samui was gone. Her instincts kicked in as she looked up to see Samui coming down on her with a lightning-infused axe kick. She just barely dodged the kick, but the impact managed to push her back a little. She flipped some hand signs quickly when she saw Samui heading for her, and when she ended it she called out Earth Style Earth Dragon Justu, and with it a dragon made of earth came out from the ground and headed straight for Samui. Samui's eyes widened when she saw the dragon heading straight for her, but that didn't scare her one bit as she made a last-ditch move with the last of her reserves as she suddenly encased her body in lightning and all of a sudden disappear from sight. Kasuga's eyes widened a bit before she felt a punch encased in lightning hit her gut, and with that she blacked out from it and fell into Samui's arms. Samui looked as bad as Kasuga as she was panting hard from using the move with her current reserves, but she managed to stay awake for Hayate to declare her the winner before passing out. Winner, Samui. Medics came in and quickly took the girls to the infirmary to get healed, while the proctors started to fix the arena a little before starting the next match. "Wow, those two really know how to fight," said Naruto as Narumi nodded in agreement. "Heh, so what, bet I could beat them just as good," boasted Kenzo. "Like hell you can, you couldn't even stand up to the might of an Uchiha Kenzo," said a smug Sasuke. "You wanna say that again, duck butt?" Come on, let's go then. But before both could fight like children, the next match came out, and this was even more of a shock to all the Konoha people, as this was something worth to see in their opinion. Naruto vs Narumi. To say shock was an understatement for both the Uzumaki Namikaze girls, as both look weary at each other as they thought about the times they spar and thought back to realize that they never even went all out at each other, and was a little scared for the other as they did not like hurting each other, but they felt the need to prove to themselves and their parents that they can do it, and so with that determination that they headed down to face each other. Up in the Hokage stands, Minato and Kushina were a bit worried about having both their children fighting each other, but then they were reassured by Jiraiya and Tsunade somewhat, but she looked a little worse for wear as she was showing some signs of lack of sleep. But Minato had to guess what Naruto said to her that day, managed to get to her somehow, and then made a mental note to have a Yamanaka to check on her mentality after this before looking back down at the match. Both girls stood opposite to each other as they focus on getting to the next round while trying to not hurt the other so much. Hey, look at both of them carefully, and when he was satisfied he started the match. A clash was seen as both girls used their swords and put themselves in a deadlock before pushing each other off. Narumi quickly used her chakra chains to attack Naruto, but Naruto countered by using her own chakra chains, which resulted in a clash as both chain wielders tried to use the chains to outdo one another, but the chains ended up getting tangled in each other, which resulted in another deadlock. Narumi ended the deadlock by calling off her chains and flipped some hand signs, and then called out water style, water drill bullet, and then she fired some water from her mouth and headed straight for Naruto, but she used her chains to block the attack, and she used her chains to attack Narumi, but Narumi countered by jumping back to the wall and used some chakra to stick to it as she saw the chains being embedded into the wall. Narumi sheathed her sword, and then in a small stroke of stupidity, she followed what her brother did with Zabuza's dragon and started to run on top of the chains, which startled everybody in the room except for Naruto, who grinned like a madman as he sees his own sister use a move he did. Naruto was momentarily distracted at the move but was able to regain her composure as she quickly flipped hand signs and called out wind style, air drill bullet, as she put her hand to her mouth in a C shape before blowing in it, and air bullets headed straight for Narumi, who had no choice but to jump, but that went according to her plan as she finished her hand signs before calling out water style, water pressure shot, and fired a torrent of water at Naruto, who barely had enough time to pull a Kawamari before the torrent destroyed the all-ever-present log in the show. Naruto was at a safe distance away as Narumi landed, and she was panting quite hard while Narumi only looked winded a little. Naruto was wondering why she was more tired than Narumi before she realized that Narumi was letting her waste her reserves on her. She cursed a little before she saw Narumi charging straight at her with her sword in hand as she went for an upward slash, but Naruto jumped back and she returned it by using her own sword to give a slash at her chest, but Narumi managed to block it, but Naruto used enough chakra to create one chain and shot it straight for Narumi, who couldn't block it and was hit straight at her chest, and she skid back a little before Naruto somehow followed it up with an axe kick, which Narumi managed to block before pushing it back and called back out her own chains to attack Naruto. Naruto blocked most of the damage with her sword but was pushed back because of the force, which gave Narumi enough time for another Jutsu. Naruto had a second to react when Narumi called out water style, water wave Jutsu, as she fired a giant wave of water at Naruto, who pumped chakra to her legs before she jumped over the water as she followed it by throwing some shuriken at her. Narumi blocked it with her chains and managed to dodge a downward slash from Naruto, and then using her sword she resumed their Kenjutsu clash. The people there were impressed by their performance as both were quite evenly matched skills-wise, and Minato and Kushina was gleaming with pride along with Jiraiya and Tsunade as they continued to watch the match. Narumi went for a slash but Naruto blocked it, and she followed it up with a roundhouse heel kick, which Narumi blocked with her arms as she pushed it away as she went for a downward slash as Naruto met it with an upward slash. The results were that the force caused both of them to lose their swords. They quickly jumped back after it happened and both were looking very tired from it. Both of them had thoughts about using the Kyuubi's chakra but decided not to as they had limited control over it and didn't want to risk it. Well, looks like both of us are almost out of energy of Narumi, so how about we end this with a bang, said Naruto in between breaths as she looked on to Narumi, who made a silent yes gesture which confused the crowd until both of them quickly made hand signs and both of them called out water style, water dragon Jutsu, and suddenly two dragons made of water came out from the water made by Narumi, charged at each other, resulting in a loud splash of water. The clash ended and the crowd looked on to see both of them still standing, but then Naruto started talking. Looks like neither of us win, before both of them fainted, which then Hayate proceeded to take both of them to the infirmary along with the other teams. Winner, double knockout. Stance. Looks like you did a good job training them, Gaki. Said Jiraiya. Thanks sensei, but I feel kinda sad that none of them couldn't make it to the finals. Said a solemn Minato, who was comforted by Kushina along with some of the clan heads, as some of them also hoped that their children could also make it to the finals. Don't worry Gaki, I'm sure both of them would make it next time, have faith, at least they has some experience for now. Said Jiraiya as Minato smiled a bit but went sad again as he saw the last match card being played. Arena. Naruto vs Sasuke vs Neji. If anyone ask, I wanted to plan Naruto beating the people with their stick up their asses one at a time, but that would cause way too many matches and the match card in my head won't match, so I decided for Naruto to kick these two first before letting him fight someone else in the finals. Minato look on as his oldest child had to go in a three-way fight, and after what he had done to Kakashi, he hoped that Naruto could understand and hopefully forgive them, but somehow in the back of his mind he knew it was gonna be a long time before that happens. Sasuke and Neji went down with a smug on their faces as they thought it was gonna be an easy win, as both of them brag about how powerful their eyes were and that Naruto was nothing more than the dead last in the class. Oh, those two poor delusional fools. Naruto just shrugged a little before jumping down from the railings as he loosened up his body, which was begging him to fight. Stance. Hayashi sudden talk to his youngest daughter, look closely Hanabi, there is no Hyuga more pure-blooded as Neji is. Which was returned with a small nod. Arena. You should give up right now, the fates have decided that I'll be the winner. Said the smug Hyuga. Yeah right, Hyuga. The Uchihas are the ones that will win. Said an equally smug Sasuke. Would both of you please shut up, hurry up Proctor and start the match already before Pink Eye and Crossdresser her start to bicker, and we all know that these two like to bark like the kittens they are. Said an irritated Naruto, which earned some snickers from the crowd as both of them suddenly glared at Naruto, who just gave them the two-finger salute. Hey, sweat drop a little before starting the match. Neji in a burst of speed headed straight for Naruto as he activated his Byakugan and then hit Naruto multiple times before Naruto went into the wall. Get him out of here Proctor, he is done. Said Neji as he prepared to fight against Sasuke, but all of a sudden a voice came out from the downed Naruto. What, that all you got Crossdresser? Your finger poke hardly made a dent. Said Naruto as he got up and dusted himself off. The crowd looked dumbfounded as right now they saw someone completely walking out from a Jyuken strike unharmed by a Hyuga, and in the stands Hayashi made a deer caught in a headlight face while Hanabi looked a little confused. How is this possible? No one can withstand the Hyuga's Jyuken strike. Ask a shocked Neji, but Naruto just grinned before all of a sudden Neji felt a pain in his cheek as Naruto appeared in front of him and gave a wicked right hook which sent him flying across the arena and partially embedded him to the wall. The crowd was shocked at how Naruto could move that fast and gave a punch that sent Neji flying across the arena, but that deterred Sasuke as he tried to blindsight Naruto by was welcome with a foot as Naruto leaned in front and gave a back kick in Sasuke's face that sent him flying to the other side of the wall. Silence ensured the room as the Konoha thought how Naruto managed to beat two rookies of the year, but Naruto just deadpan and sigh as he mumbled a little about how unfair or why them and so forth, but then Neji came out Byakugan on as he tried to hit Naruto, who just lazily dodged it while thinking whether he should use his swords or not as he grabbed Neji's arm and judo throw him onto an oncoming Sasuke, who had an up close and personal look at how a floor feels when someone is being slammed onto it. Naruto just dusted himself off a little before looking down at the two in a compromising situation, PS 69 position, which most of the people laugh at except for Hayashi, who was fuming at how Naruto was toying with them like it was nothing and was getting worse as Naruto took the opportunity to take out his camera and took the photos for blackmailing. The two had a second to realize their situation after the camera clicked before quickly getting up and glared at Naruto, who was laughing at them with a camera in hand. How dare you make fun of me? Said Neji and Sasuke at the same time. Easy, you did it for me Neji-chan, but hey, if you and Sasuke want to get it on, how about you do it after the match? I'm sure some of the nurses here would lend you their clothes so that you can nurse Sasuke back to health. Answer Naruto as everyone started to laugh at them, causing them to fume some more. Sasuke was livid as he activated his Sharingan and flipped some hand signs and called out fire style. Fireball just as he shot out a fireball as big as a human being at Naruto as he raised an eyebrow at it before cocking his fist back and then punched the flames as he coated his hand in wind chakra and making it spin, thus when it connected the drill-like punch dispelled the fireball, which made some of the people in the room wide-eye at the kinda of control over wind that Naruto has. Sasuke was shocked for a moment before all of a sudden being launched to the air via Naruto's uppercut from out of nowhere, which he followed it up with a side kick towards Neji. Neji managed to block it but was pushed back by the force from it as he skid a little before stopping to see Naruto giving an axe kick to Sasuke, and he came plummeting down to the ground with a loud thud before landing on his feet and turned to look at Neji with a bored expression on his face as he motioned his head in a come on gesture, which Neji hold back a little to analyze the situation he's in. "How the hell are you beating me? The fates have decreed me the winner, so how can you the dead last beat me, the former rookie of the year?" asked Neji angrily. "Easy, cross-dresser. Because I'm good, real good at what I do, which is kicking ass and taking names, so come on Neji-chan, this dragon is getting hungry for some action." Answer. Naruto, who charged straight at Neji, who was preparing his move as he waited for Naruto to come closer, and when he did, he quickly spin his body as he shouted out rotation, and all of a sudden a dome made of chakra appeared and Naruto went and got hit by it, sending him flying from it. Stance. "See Hanabi, that is the true power of the Hyuga," said Hayashi as he was pleased at how Neji managed to hit Naruto and hopefully putting him out of commission. Arena. Neji walked towards the down body of Naruto and then said, "See that, the fates have decreed me the winner, you should have quit while you had the chance. Any last words?" "Yeah, boom," answered Naruto as he suddenly glow and then exploded, which caught Neji in it, sending him back to the ground. He groggily got up as he saw Naruto leaning against the wall with a smile on his face as he said, "Explosive clones. You've got to love their effect on people, don't you think, cross-dresser? Well, guess it's time to stop playing and end this. I've got better things to do than playing with you two jokers. You dare insult me, a Hyuga? The one's fates have decided to be the one superior than everyone. You are nothing more than the failed son of the Hokage, and you proved it by changing your surname into something more pathetic than that. I'll bet even that person is ashamed of his name, seeing as he is never seen with you. He probably thinks you are a failure like he is," said Neji, and those became his last words that he'll ever say today, when all of a sudden he was pushed down on his knees by an invisible force. He looked up to see Naruto staring him down with cold eyes that could freeze a river just by looking at it. Without even a word, Naruto appeared in front of Neji and he said something that made all the Hyuga paled when Naruto said, "You are within my range of divination, lightning style, nerves strike just to." As Naruto started to strike Neji with his fingers coated in lightning and ended it with an uppercut. Neji descended, by that was not the end as Naruto spun his body like Neji's rotation, but he called out wind style, wind dome just to, and he created a dome made of wind around him and hit Neji when he came down, sending him towards one part of the arena. Silence again ensued as the people there saw Naruto did his version of the Hyuga's just right in front of them, but was broken out of it when Hayashi opened his mouth and shouted of, "How dare you copy our just you?" was all he could say before 6 swords pinned him towards the wall, with one of it stabbing it dangerously close to where the sun doesn't shine. Everyone turned back to see Naruto with a cold expression on his face as he said this, "I suggest you shut up, Hyuga, before I'm gonna do to you what I'm gonna do to Neji," when all of a sudden he threw some papers into the air and channeled some chakra into them, and they all suddenly surrounded Neji, who is trying to get up but failing to do so, and the last thing he heard before blacking out was this, "Ceiling style, reign of the lightning dragons." I can't type Uzumaki ceiling or something like that, since Naruto did dropped both those names, some if anyone is asking, and the paper suddenly shot out dragon-shaped lightning and headed straight for Neji, which ended in a blood-curdling scream along with an explosion which stirred the arena a little. The smoke cleared out to see Neji beaten and bloodied on the ground. Naruto was about to check his handiwork before ducking down to avoid a punch as he spun on his heels to give a punch to the gut to Sasuke before saying, "Looks like I forgot about you, but don't worry, I am gonna make this quick but very painful for you, so get ready." Sasuke lightning style, lightning punch. Barrage. Before he started to turn Sasuke into a punching bag as he caved his head in with lightning-infused punches and continued on until he uppercut him to the air. Naruto followed him up by jumping and then grabbed his throat with his hand and then proceeded to chokeslam him from that height, which caused another loud thud as Sasuke was now on the ground on his back. Hate went down to check on both of them, and after that he declared Naruto the winner. After that Naruto jumped into the stands to remove the swords he lent to Hayashi before he took the sword at the nether region for all men and then push it up until it touched that certain area as he leaned in and said in a cold tone, "You try and pull some bullshit excuse about how I steal your clan's justu and I'll make sure to make Itaka's massacre look tame compared what it'll do to yours, got it?" Which he got a small nod from the Hyuga head before going back down to the arena as they started to draw lots for the finals. He took his number and when the proctor asked for it, all of them said their numbers. Naruto, 1. Shikamaru, 5. Zaku, 9. Tamari, 6. Gaara, 2. Kenzo, 3. Shino, 4. Kankuro, 7. Samui, 8. Raito, 10. After that Minato told them about to prepare for the finals next month and all of them went on to train, but when Minato saw Hayashi's look on his face, he knew that Naruto might be in trouble and went on to prepare for the headache that was about to come. And that's that. Sorry for the delay, but my exams got me wound up a little, so I had to take a break for a few days. The next one isn't a chapter but more like something that I have decided to do, and since it's Christmas, I thought it might be a good time to post it. Chapter 7. Thought I change it for the is not a chapter like I said earlier but something else, because the reason I am doing this is because I have too many ideas and almost no time to cater it, so I want some of your opinion on which story to write after this one, cause I got too much stories and too little time. So these are the stories I've chosen that I might write, so if there is any questions feel free to ask. 1. Naruto x Kamen Rider Wizard crossover. Banished and betrayed by the village he swore to protect, Naruto was on the edge of despair until he was transported to Earth in the middle of the Sabbath, but instead he broke out of it and became wizard. Time has passed for Naruto after he defeated Wiseman and was ready to retire until a portal opened up and sent him back to the Elemental Nation to help fight against the Akatsuki, but will Naruto let them fall into despair or will he bring hope to the Elemental Nation? 2. Kamen Rider Ryuki x Familiar of Zero crossover. During the summoning ritual, what if Louise isn't the only one who summon a special human? What if Kirchi summon a kid from our world to hers along with a deck of cards in a box? How would her life be when she summoned someone who has the power of the dragon? 3. Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Everyone knows how Zeus can be when he is angry, but what happens when he accidentally let his lightning bolt struck an ordinary guy giving the power of electricity like his children? How will he fare becoming a pseudo-demigod? 4. Devil May Cry x Justice League crossover. Nero's son has managed to do a lot as he followed his father's footsteps in killing demons, but what happens when one of them sends him to the JL universe, and how will he cope being a superhero? 5. Justice League. What happens when a world-class retired merc with a coat is somehow being dragged into a conflict between the Justice League and Cadmus due to an altercation with a Cadmus project that ran loose? Which side will he choose? 6. Fate Stay Night x Percy Jackson and the Olympians. The Holy Grail War has ended and Archer thought he could sleep blissfully until he was transported to the PJO-verse. He tried to make a peaceful life until he somehow manages to get a kid from a goddesses of all people. Now he has got deal with monsters coming after him and his kid, the gods bickering in Olympus, and the worst of them all changing diapers. What is a warrior gonna do? 7. Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple. What if Kenichi had another friend before he met Miu who knows martial arts, but he traveled a lot, and when he finally came back, he was shocked to see Kenichi learning martial arts from some crazy masters. Follow him and Kenichi in their adventures to become true martial artist. 8. Naruto x Infamous crossover. After the Wave mission, Naruto decided to try and copy Kakashi's lightning blade, which the end result was him somehow unlocking the power to control lightning at will. How will the ninja world react when they see Naruto becoming a living lightning? 9. Nigama. What if Negi wasn't the only one sent to Mahora but instead was joined by Riken's only student? Watch as how Negi and the student of the Thousand Blade Master start to shake things up in Mahora. 10. Call of Duty Ghost x Anime x over. The war was over as the Federation fell because of the sacrifices of the soldiers and the ghosts, but what happens if one of the ghosts was somehow frozen in time because of his sacrifice? Years go by and the world changed as a group of people managed to find him and thaw him out from his sleep, but what happens when he wakes up to a world where the female population has taken up 70% of the military after someone created a super soldier serum that works on girls only? 11. Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Don't know how to write the summary for this, but it's basically the gods choosing someone from the military or something like that to teach their kids, and Hestia knows someone that fits their criteria, which shock all of them, and decided to recruit him to teach their kids. 12. Percy Jackson and the Olympians x Call of Duty Ghost. The Fates have seen what happened during the second Titanmancy and so have decided to transport one person from another dimension to theirs to prevent it from happening or something like that. Not really sure how to write the summary out. 13. Ruby x Halo. Noble Six thought death was his final moment, but what if instead he was transported somehow to Remnant and now he has to fight the Grim while handling the students there? 14. Naruto. Naruto was banished for doing his job of bringing Sasuke back, and somehow the council managed to seal of his chakra for good. He decided to head west where he was found by a soldier and adopted by him, but when trouble starts in the elemental nations and they called the west for help, will he go back to help the place that shun him, or will he leave it to their fates? Have elements of Metal Gear, Call of Duty and Battlefield. And that's that, I guess, so I hope you guys would shed some light on it, cause I don't know what to choose to write after I finished this one. Chapter 8. Let's rock normal. Let's rock Naruto English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/summoning/Baijuyo talking. Sorry for the delay, had to send my laptop to get it fixed. Quick question first before I go and answer the review and start the story. Does anyone know any good reading stories? And by that I mean like the characters in the story are reading a story about someone else, like Engineer Forever's Son, Air Death's Guardian, that kind of thing. The ones I don't want are Naruto x Percy Jackson cover, because I've read all of the ones in it, so if anyone else knows stories like that, please point me in the right direction. Okay, now with the reviews. Emil Butanam Freak. Well, if you were like them in a sense, there isn't much stuff you can do to get the son they abandoned back in their grace, and note at the time only Naruto and Kushina, which was my bad for some of you guys, realizes it early on, and Narumi in some extent, so it is much more of a last-ditch effort for them, and the exams were meant for teams to work together, so I thought that made some sense a little. Animaman, half right in a sense, and that's all I'm gonna say because any more would be spoiling the fun, winky face. Now with the story. It had been a day since the end of the prelim, and right now Naruto was walking down the road heading towards the hot springs to relax as he mentally prepare for the finals this month. Looks like I've got some work cut out for me, since the one I'm fighting first has that goddamn raccoon stuck in his gut. I wonder if my seals are enough to handle it, and then I've got to worry about what that pedo is thinking about, but then again he or she isn't much to worry about. Sayo, woe is me, said Naruto dramatically. Naruto later arrived at the hot springs. He then signed it at the cashier and headed straight for the springs. He left his clothes in the changing room before opening the door to the springs. He went in with a towel wrapped around his waist as he carried a bucket along with his iPod inside of it, and he set both down as he entered the spring. As he relaxed into the spring and was about to listen to his iPod before a familiar perverted giggle alerted him, and he turned to see the man who caused his misery in the first place scribbling down something in a notebook as he peeked the female side of the springs. He started to leak some killing intent but quickly calmed down, which went unnoticed by Jiraiya, and all of a sudden Naruto got an idea, which he smirked and then went through some hand seals before he teleported behind Jiraiya and strike and called out his move. Jiraiya was happily writing down his notes for his latest book as he peeked to the woman's side of the bath when he felt a small key that disappeared quickly, which he shrugged as he continued to scribble on while peeking at the girl's side, which consist of almost all of the kunoichi and konoha and one from Kumo, who were also relaxing for the day, when all of a sudden he heard a voice calling out the move that only few use and most suffer. He tried to avoid it but was too late when he heard the words. Konoha's secret Taijutsu, 1000 years of pain lightning version, and then he felt pain as Naruto jabbed both his index fingers coated in lightning in his ass. Jiraiya's face turned sour before he was launched to the other side of the springs. He landed face first into the water, and as he got up while grumbling a little, he suddenly felt the full force known by all men, which was called feminine fury, as he saw all the kunoichi there giving him the death glare. He only had one thing in his mind before he got his daily dose of a mother of all beatings shit. Naruto returned back to his relaxation once he heard a girl scream with the lines of "No, stop, not there, mommy," before they saw a figure launching out from the female side of the spring to the Hokage office. He smirked at his handiwork before slipping on his earphones as he played his iPod, which made him unconsciously started humming to it, and then that was the day Naruto started to become famous towards the female population. Female side. Damn the Erosinin, always trying to use us as material for his books, said a pissed of Naruto as she made a mental note to tell her mom about it along with Narumi. I've heard that Jiraiya was a pervert, but this is so not cool, said Samui as Yujito told her to relax while she checked up on Kasuga. You said it, Gaki, I should feed him to my snakes next time, said an equally pissed Anko. That would be too kind, Anko. I think Kurene's Genjusta would be a fitting punishment, said Yojeo. Maybe I would use it next time, said a grinning Kurene. Yeah, you should. Maybe I could bring the triplets too. Hey, do you guys hear drumming? Said a confused Hana as most of them didn't hear it until someone started singing on the other side. Men's side. Naruto started thumping his hands to the beat of the song before he started singing, "Strangers Like Me, Phil Collins. Whatever you do, I'll do it too." Show me everything and tell me how. It all means something. And yet nothing to me. The wall with the hole was suddenly being used and a couple more somehow appeared. Hey, isn't that your brother? Said Ino, but all she got was a nod from both sisters. Wow, I never thought that your brother had a voice like that. Said Samui with a tint of pink on her cheeks as the rest of them kept listening to his singing. I can see there's so much to learn. It's all so close and yet so far. I see myself as people see me. Oh, I just know there's something bigger out there. I wanna know, can you show me? I wanna know about these strangers like me. Tell me more, please show me. Something's familiar about these strangers like me. And as Naruto sang, some of the workers in the spring also peek in to see who it was that was singing, which somehow Naruto wasn't aware of as he continued on. Every gesture, every move that she makes me feel like never before. Why do I have this growing need to be beside her? Oh, these emotions I never knew. Of some other world far beyond this place. Beyond the trees, above the clouds. I see before me a new horizon. I wanna know, can you show me? I wanna know about these strangers like me. Tell me more. Please show me. Something's familiar about these strangers like me. By this time the female population in the bathhouse was listening intently as they heard Naruto saying, which he still did not notice. Come with me now to see my world. Where there's beauty beyond your dreams. Can you feel the things I feel? Right now, with you. Take my hand. There's a world I need to know. I wanna know, can you show me? I wanna know about these strangers like me. Tell me more, please show me. Something's familiar about these strangers like me. I wanna know. End song. I did this to set the mood for Samui to crush on Naruto first. Naruto sighed sadly when he finished the song. He then grabbed his towel as he got up before he turned to grab the bucket as he showed his chiseled chest for the girls to see, which they all had a major blush as they saw his abs and pack before they see him turn his back facing them, and they saw that he had a tattoo there which was a sword pointing downwards, and there were two dragons, one white and one black, circling it before both heads meet at the top of the handle, which looked pretty cool in most of the girls' opinion, especially Samui. When Naruto got out, one of the few most favorite pastime for girls started in the girls' side and some of the staff that managed to hear his voice, and with that started a rumor that ran like a wildfire about Naruto's singing. Naruto got out of the building and walked aimlessly and thought about his current situation with the pedo. As he reached towards the training ground, he blurred through some hand signs before slamming it to the ground, calling out reverse summoning Justu, and with that Naruto disappear in a poof of smoke. He then reappear on a platform which is suspended in the middle of the sky. He looked around a little before a deafening roar shook him a little as a shadowed figure appeared from the clouds circling Naruto before stopping in front of them, and he said, "Well, whelp, are you ready for the next step of your training?" Said the figure, to which Naruto just smirked and said, "Bring it, cause this dragon is ready." Which the figure smirked at his proclamation and said, "Then let us begin, whelp," before he started charging at him. Naruto smirk turned into a feral grin as he took out his swords and charged at it. Namikaze household. Minato came back home with a teared look on his face as he finished another long and useless few hours of a council meeting which consisted of the civilian council trying to muscle into ninja affairs and also trying to set up his daughters with Sasuke, while Kenzo with another civilian girl, which was quickly shot down by Minato. And then there was Hayashi, who was screaming that Naruto should be ripped of his ninja license and sent to jail for stealing his clan Justu, but was shot down again by the Hiruzen, saying that the Wind Dome was a legit Justu and that there was no rule that a ninja could not create Justu which is similar to any other, and he told him that every Justu was copied one way or another, which shut him up. But Minato was worried that this would not be the last he heard of this. Why can't I ever have a break from all this bullshit? Said Minato as he sat down on the couch and sighed when suddenly Kushina came out from the kitchen and asked why when she heard him say that. Minato then told her about his meeting, and by the end of it she was livid at the civilian council and was ready to give them a piece of her mind until the doors opened and both of them saw Narumi and Naruto, while behind them was Kenzo along with Tsunade, Shizuan, and a bandaged Jiraiya. Once they saw Jiraiya, Kushina then asked all too sweetly what happened, and when Naruto told her what happened, let's just say Jiraiya had needed a couple more bandages and right now was lying in a small crater with smoke coming out from it as Kushina and Tsunade both dusted their hands before all of them, including a conscious Jiraiya, re-entered the house to discuss their training. Well, first off, congratulations to Kenzo for making it to the final, but don't let it get to your head. you still need to train, which is why I'm gonna teach you Sage Mode once we get started," said a smug Jiraiya, and with it Kenzo had stars in his eyes because right now he has a chance to learn to get stronger, and once he mastered this and the Raise-Non, which he and the girls only managed stage 2 of the training, he will be one step closer like his dad and a chance to kick his loser of a brother and show that he will never be like him. While he was thinking that, the girls were having their own talk. "Alright girls, you might not have made it to the finals, but I am still proud of you for giving it your all in the fight, but that doesn't mean you can slack off from your training. So with that in mind, Tsunade will help you with your chakra strength along with some medical ninjusta with Shizen when they have time, while I will help you with your Kenjustu and your chakra chains. Sound good to you?" said Ichiri Kushina. Minato was beaming with pride as he see his children happy with their training schedule, but he fell back to a frown when he still remember what Naruto told him, and right now his plan went down the drain when he saw that it did nothing to bring them closer, but he won't give up on it until an idea struck and he asked, "Hey Narumi, Naruto, do you know where your brother is?" Naruto answer, "No dad, last we saw he was heading towards a training ground." "Why?" "Because I think I will teach him the Raise-Non along with you guys, what do you think?" said Minato, but before the girls said anything Jiraiya clasped his shoulder and said, "Are you sure Minato? After all he said he might beat you up." But Minato assured him it will be okay, but because of what Jiraiya said the mood went down a little, but was broken out of it when Kenzo started dragging Jiraiya out so he could learn Sage Mode, and with it the girls also went ahead to train along with Minato, wondering if what he thought about earlier might work since he saw that Naruto was a little closer to Naruto, and then left pondering about it while they train. Night time. Hayate was not having a good night as he dodged another strike coming from Kabuto. How did he get into this mess? Well, it started out as a routine patrol around the village when suddenly he saw the Suna team's teacher talking to a hooded figure, and that's when he found out about the invasion coming this month, and he decided to tell the Hokage, but he was found out and because of it ensured a fight for his survival because Kabuto was beating him soundly, and when Kabuto was about to strike he suddenly had to dodge when a kunao came aiming at his head. While he dodged it he still got a cut on his cheek because the kunao had wind chakra infused in it before it was thrown. Kabuto looked towards the direction of where the kunao was thrown to see Naruto leaning on a tree smirking at him with his arm cross. "Well, what do you know, the pedo decided to send his sex slave to become my lab rat to test out some of my new moves with," said Naruto, and all of a sudden he disappear from his spot and then appear in front of Kabuto with his sword mid-drawn poised to slice Kabuto in half, but he managed to Kawamari and Naruto just sliced a log in half. Naruto then slowly scanned the area for him until, "You are quite good Naruto-kun, I guess Orochimaru-sama was right when he said you're powerful, but no matter, you won't live past this day," said Kabuto as his voice echoed throughout the place, and then he struck by throwing senbons at Naruto who effortlessly dodged them, but then Kabuto came out from the ground with his hands glowing green ready to hit Naruto, but he was shocked when Naruto grabbed his hands and then proceeded to crush them. Kabuto cried out in pain as Naruto continued the pressure on his hands as he slowly got to his knees. He managed to look up to see and was stunned to see Naruto's eyes weren't blue anymore, instead it was black with a white slit like a dragon's, and it was staring at him menacingly, and as Naruto tried to kick him, a volley of kunaos came out of nowhere and that caused Naruto to let go and jump back to dodge them. He recovered to see two cloaked figures carrying Kabuto up, and they quickly threw a smoke bomb onto the ground. Once the smoke cleared up all of them were gone, but that didn't deter Naruto no. He actually grinned at the prospect. He took a few whiff of air and once that was done he held out his hand like he was about to throw a spear. Naruto then charged his lightning chakra to his hand and it slowly formed a spear of lightning which cackled in the moonlight. Hayate, who was watching the small tussle earlier, stare in shock as Naruto formed a weapon made from pure lightning, and it looked like he was ready to throw it, to which he did with gusto as the spear flew into the sky heading to its intended target. Once that was done Naruto turned to Hayate and said, "Better tell what you heard from the Sand Raccoon's sensei to the blonde pencil dick you people call Hokage quickly before something else happen, and you better not tell anyone about my new skill or else." And then a loud boom came from the forest out on the outskirts of Konoha, which quickly alerted the border patrol to investigate, but Hayate knew who did it, and as Naruto waited for it to calm down he returned with his slitted eye and told Hayate in a deep voice, "You are gonna see that move up close and personal," which he then disappear in a swirl of leaves. Naruto's room. Naruto reappear in his room, but he was wobbling a little before he managed to flop onto the bed. "Damn, looks like using that mode for that long was too early for me. Oh well, still got a month left so I should be able to get it down by then," said Naruto, and as he was about to sleep, a knock was heard, which was his door. curious since none of his family ever bothered, and was surprised to see Naruto standing there with a smile on her face. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing here so late, and even better yet, how would you even know if I am in the room?" Naruto just kept smiling and said, "Not telling for the second one and for the first, Dad said he is gonna train you together with us for the rest of the month, isn't that great, Nii-chan?" Naruto had a small scowl on his face when he heard that, which was noticed by Naruto, which she frowned at and said sadly, "What's wrong, Nii-chan? You don't want to be with us, or do you still hate all of us for not noticing you?" Naruto sighed a little at what she said. He didn't really hate all of them, just the older members of the family, because of the perverted toad talking about some prophecy that might change the world. From what he heard about from his summons, this was akin to prophecy manipulation unless the summoner passed a certain test requirement, and it was punishable by summons law, but it looks like the toads got a little in over their heads and decided to tell him anyway, and because of it Narumi and Kenzo became arrogant, but Narumi managed to mellow out a little after the ass-kicking he gave her, but he didn't have to worry about those damn toads right now because they will get there soon, but for now, he had to stop Naruto from crying because she was the last person he wanted to see cry. "Look, Naruto, I don't hate you, in fact I like you out of everybody here because you take the time to notice me even though those people started training you. It's just that I hate them because they threw me aside because I didn't have any of the Kyuubi's power, and now they decided to train me after all this time, and even then I got stronger without them, so you should know how I feel about this, but since I know you won't let this go, so how about this? I'll come by whenever I can, but I won't guarantee I will get along with them, and I will try and teach you some off moves too, okay?" That managed to put a smile on Naruto's face when she heard it, even though it wasn't much, but she'll take it, and she said happily, "Okay Nii-chan, so are you gonna come tomorrow since it starts then?" "Maybe, okay Naruto," Naruto said with a sigh as he was about to close his door, but noticed Naruto still stood there, which made him raise an eyebrow as she looked down onto the ground a little before shyly asking, Nii-chan, can I sleep with you tonight like we used to when we were kids?" Naruto again was a little shocked at what she was saying, but relented because he could almost never say no to her, so with that in mind he ushered her in. Naruto looked around the room a little and was surprised that it stayed the same as she remembered when she was younger. A dark blue room with stars and comets on the ceiling, and the bed was a normal one which was able to fit two-person, in a small bathroom near the door. She went to the bed and she waited for Naruto to come out from the bathroom, which he did, and was now sporting a white t-shirt with blue boxers with pictures of lightning on it. After that both of them laid in the bed and slept for the night, all the while Naruto was thinking about how to handle meeting them for training tomorrow. Morning. The sun shone into the bedroom and caused Naruto to stir from his sleep as he mentally cursed the sun, but then he felt some weight on his right arm. Thinking that he slept on it, he slowly opened his eyes to see a shade of yellow in front of him. He widened his eyes a little before he realized that he and Naruto slept together last night. So with that in mind he nudged her a little to wake her up, which worked as she started to stir a little. She woke up to see that she was not in her room, but she remembered that she stayed the night in Naruto's, and with that she quickly got up and headed back to her room before anyone noticed, and Naruto did his morning ritual and got ready for the day. Breakfast was good itself as Naruto made his own food like he always did in the past and was about to head out for the door when Naruto came down from the stairs along with his family. Minato and Kushina looked sadly at their eldest as he went out the door, but not before being stopped by Naruto to tell him when the training will start, which he nodded to, and that brought some smiles on their face as they thought the plan might work, and with that Kushina just went to prepare breakfast as the family of five start the day. With Naruto. Naruto was walking down the street as he thought about what to do before going back to training with his family when he saw Haku walking towards him. She still wore the same clothes when they were in Wave, but on her forehead was a konoha protector. Haku also managed to see him and decided to call out to him, which he responded in kind. They talked a little about their lives, and Naruto was happy that Haku managed to enter the medical corps despite of him hating who runs it, so with that in mind they decided to hang out until it was time for Naruto to head for training, as Naruto would call it. They headed for the market to buy some stuff for Haku's new home, and most of them were greeted by jealousy stare from both the male and female population because of both their looks and closeness to each other. Once they brought the stuff they needed, they decided to relax at a nearby park. The park itself was quiet and nice since the only ones there were mothers with their children playing in the playground. They talked for a while, and when it looked like it was time for him to go, they left the park to go to Haku's house first so that he could drop off her stuff that they carried, and after that Naruto went off without noticing a small blush on Haku's face as he left. He returned to his home just in time for the siblings to start their training. He found them behind the house at their personal field and looks like they were about to start. Naruto and Narumi were there along with Kushina and Shizuan. Naruto noticed that Kenzo wasn't there, but figure those idiots focus on him more since he managed to enter the finals instead of Naruto and Narumi. He shook his head because of it but decided to suck it up and get it over with it since he only came because Naruto asked him to. Naruto saw him coming, so she happily called him over so they could train together. He reached there and that's when Kushina decided to talk. Alright, since your father and Tsunade is busy at work while Jiraiya is training Kenzo in MT. Myaboku, not sure if I got it right, so for today Shizen will teach Naruto and Narumi some medical ninjutsu while I go teach Naruto our Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. Okay, said a somewhat happy Kushina, but was put down when Naruto said, "Sorry Uzumaki-sama, I would prefer using the style my brother taught me instead of yours, but I wouldn't mind a spar with you to test my skills." The girls were shocked at what he said, more so for Kushina since she heard that her own son doesn't want to learn her clan's Kenjutsu but that of someone else, but when she heard he wanted to spar, that somehow managed to smile a little, thinking that he might need some experience fighting other sword users, so she complied sadly. The rest of the girls decided to skip the lessons to see this match because they were curious on how Naruto would fare against one of the few top Kenjutsu users. Both of them stood opposite of each other as they got ready for the match. Kushina drew her blade and got ready in her Uzumaki stance while Naruto just drew his sword and gave her a come here motion, which started the bout as both clashed in the middle of the arena. Sparks flew as both blades clashed, neither giving an inch for the other until both of them push each other, which caused both of them to skid a few feet back. Giving no breather, Naruto charged in and stabbed Kushina only for her to sidestep as she countered with a downward strike, but Naruto jumped to the right to dodge it. He recovered to see Kushina coming at him with an upward slash, which he flipped backwards to avoid it. Once he landed, he had to block a strike aimed at his head. He pushed her and countered with a horizontal slash at her midsection, but she leaned back enough for it to pass her. They engage in a clash once more, but Naruto grit his teeth a little before he quickly unsheathed the sword with his left hand and gave an upward slash. Kushina saw this and managed to dodge it by pushing Naruto back, which made the strike miss. She then dashed straight at him and gave a downward slash, which Naruto had to block by holding both swords up in an X formation. Thinking he left himself wide open, Kushina decided to give a Spartan kick at him only for Naruto's own leg to block it by kicking the leg to the side, and he followed it up by giving a kick to her instead, which connected. She flew a few feet before she regained her footing only for her to see Naruto coming at her with both blades in hand, and she thought that he was gonna try like what he did with Zabuza at Wave, but was shocked when Naruto threw one of his sword at her. Thinking quickly, she rolled to the side as the sword flew past her, but she had to block the stab aimed at her. She let the strike pass by her and was about to hit him with her fist, but he rolled to dodge it. Naruto regained his footing and both sword users stare each other down, waiting for the next move, all the while Kushina was thinking, "I never thought Naruto-kun was this good. It was a good idea that I decided not to hold back because I would have lost if I did." Until she noticed Naruto was smirking, which confused her until he struck by dashing straight at her. She prepared for the attack only for him to skid a few feet in front of her and he pulled back his left hand. Kushina was confused by his action until her senses told her to duck, which she did not. That became her downfall because Naruto capitalized by garbing the sword, which had ninja wire in it, and he did an upward X slash. Kushina blocked the strike, but the force was enough to disarm her and it was over when Naruto put both blades on her neck ready to cut it clan off if she tried anything. Kushina, knowing this, raised her hands in defeat. The girls were stunned that Naruto could beat Kushina in a straight-up sword fight and was brought out of it when Naruto started talking. "I guess this was an okay spar for me, but a piece of advice, you should really get back in shape because from I can tell you were a lot weaker than you were in your prime, but I guess family life managed to mellow you guys out." Kushina was stunned at how Naruto was talking to her like that. Part of her felt some pride that her son got stronger, but the other was her habanero side who wanted to teach him a lesson in respect. Naruto sheathed his swords and walked out of there, but not before turning back to say, "Just so you know, I really wanted to get a sweet victory against you, so like I said, get back in shape because next time I am not gonna hold back, and whether or not you are ready I will show you all who is the weak one around here." That statement shocked everyone there as they saw him disappear into the house and wondered if what he said is true or not, and with that in mind they continued training for the rest of the day, not knowing that Naruto himself was watching them in the background. Cut, and that's done. Sorry for the delay, but anyway, if anyone should ask about Naruto singing, This because I wanted the girls in the harem to crush on him first because I seen most of the harem stories sort of make the girls fall in love straight, so I wanted them to crush a little first before moving to friend and so forth. But note, I am not really a romantic kind of writer, so don't flame too much on me because I've got zero experience at this stuff like the somewhat date with Haku, so sorry about that for those who liked the romance stuff. One more thing is that I might be busy because of my collage stuff and I might not have time to update this story, so this is more of a notice for you guys, but don't worry, I will try and update as soon as possible, and with that I bid you all farewell until next time, and don't forget to rate and review. Chapter 9. Let's rock normal. Let's rock Naruto English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/baijuyu/summoning talking. Guest. Sorry, still a little confused on Japanese name calling, but I corrected it already. Here's the next chapter. Today was the day of the finals and everyone in Konoha were excited about it because of the matches, especially the fourth Hokage's son Kenzo, who most thought was the favorite to win, while the ninjas were on standby because of the invasion coming today and are on guard for anything that might come. Up high on the stadium were the cages of the region, which was the Raikage, who is a dark-skinned man named A, along with his two bodyguards, one of which was writing down something in a notepad while the other was his secretary, and next was the Kaze Cage and his bodyguards, and lastly was the Hokage, and alongside him was his Umbu bodyguards. And right now he was feeling nervous because of the invasion and the aftermath of it, but he hoped it might turn out alright as he looked down at the respective genin and smiled at them because of how far they come, until he saw his eldest and frowned and hoped that the training he did with Kushina was alright, since during that time he asked if he wanted to learn the raise non, and his answer was a two-finger salute, and said he didn't need his help but was put out of it when it was his turn to give a speech. Field. Everyone on the field was listening to the speech except for a few, and one of which was Naruto, who was thinking about the stuff that happened the past few weeks, which was training with his summons and his spars against his family, except for Jiraiya and Kenzo, who are Kami knows, whereas he gave some pointers to Naruto and surprisingly Narumi when both of them asked for it, and some small dates he had with Haku around the village. But the weirdest thing that happened during the week was the ever-growing looks he got from the female population, which freaked him out a little. Hell, he even caught Mikoto and some female jounin peeking on him in the springs. He shivered as he thought he might have attracted something that all men who know this feeling was cursed by. Fangirls, the bane of most men existence, only comparable to a cage towards paperwork, well except for Naruto, since he knew the secret to beat it but left it out, so for when he use it he get an IOU from a cage. Then the proctor told him about the changes in the match, which he raised an eyebrow at but shrugged and got ready when the proctor told all of them except for him and Gaara to head up to the competitor box. Cage box. Well, isn't this interesting? The son of the Hokage vs the son of the Kaze Cage. This is gonna be quite a match to watch. Said A. I couldn't agree more, Raikage Dano. Said the Kaze Cage, but inwardly he cursed, thinking his plan might be foiled, and was ready to call it off but didn't, since he doubted that anything could stop the One-Tail. Of course in the end it will be my ninja that win this whole thing. Said Akakali. Minato did nothing more than just stare worriedly at his son and hope he might not end up like Rock Lee, though he managed to heal thanks to Tsunade, and even then he still needed time to heal, so he did nothing more than pray silently that Naruto doesn't get hurt too much. Field. Well, Naruto date, I hope you can prove my existence. Said Gaara in a monotone voice. Is that you talking or the raccoon? But quite frankly I don't give a rat's ass about it, so come on, this dragon is ready for a fight. Answer Naruto as both of them waited for the proctor to start the match. The proctor looked at both of them before he started the match. Once he did that, Gaara quickly uncorked his gourd and let some sand fall onto the ground, which he quickly controlled and sent them straight at Naruto. Naruto waited for the sand to come closer, and when it did he jumped up and quickly did some hand signs and then called out water style. Water wave just as he put his hand in a C-shaped in front of his mouth before a stream of high-pressure water came out from it and was heading straight for Gaara, who just used his sand to block it, but Naruto didn't let up as he did a couple more hand signs before he landed and then called out water style, water drill bullet, which he then let loose some bullet like water at him, who continued to block it with just his hand. Is that all you got, date? I am not impressed. Said Gaara as he tried to use his sand until he realized that his sand was slower than usual, until he heard some chuckling. Don't you go to the beach, Gaara, cause if you did then you know that when water hits sand they become quite heavy, and do you know what that means? Said Naruto, and Gaara was about to answer until Naruto appeared in front of him and gave a Spartan-like kick to his chest, which sent him flying straight into a wall. Gaara came out of the wall unfazed and was about to retaliate until he heard a voice above him that said, "You know what else, sand have some electrical conductivity, so." He looked up to see Naruto standing on the wall grinning at him, but before he could retaliate, Naruto shot some lightning from his hand that hit him straight center, which gave him a shock of his life, which Naruto capitalized by giving a punch to Gaara's face from the momentum he did from running down the wall, and the punch sent him down to the ground, creating a small crater. Competitors box. Most of the people there had a shocked look on their faces as they were seeing Naruto beating Gaara, but none more so than Kankuro and Temari. What the hell, he's beating Gaara like he was nothing. We might have to cancel the invasion if he could do that, were the thoughts of Baki as he looked worried at what was happening. Cage box. Seems your son is getting the heck beat out of him, Kazekage Dano, but I am curious, isn't your son supposed to be Uzumaki Namikaze Minato, so why is he called Date? Asked a curious A. Minato couldn't answer A, and he knew it but decided to keep quiet about it, but he did make a mental note to find out later. The Kazekage on the other hand was cursing because he might have to call of the invasion at this rate, so he made a small hand signal to one of his men to call of the invasion, which was noted by a figure standing in the dark on the opposite side of the arena, who silently fumed at Naruto as he rubbed his chest area a little where the wound was located for him and hoped he might get a chance to kill him when they escaped. Field. Naruto dodged another wave of sand heading straight at him before he fired another water bullet at Gaara, who still blocked it with his sand, but he didn't count on the chakra-enhanced punch he got from Naruto as soon as the sand died down, which sent him flying once more into the wall. Naruto stood there a little unfazed as he waited for the right moment, because he only has one shot at doing what he needed to do. As the dust cleared, everyone saw Gaara standing up, but then he was laughing like a madman, which freaked out most of the people there. Yes, this is what I want. You Naruto Date will prove my existence, said Gaara in a deep voice as he slowly transformed, but he couldn't because Naruto intercepted him as he called out Sealing Style, Soul Seal Barrier, and he slammed his palm at Gaara's gut and he stumbled a little before he started to convulse, and then he dropped onto the ground. Everyone there was shocked beyond all means at how Naruto beat Gaara, but the Sunanins were more afraid because they were scared that Naruto released the one tail, but then something else shocked them even more when they heard a loud snoring, and when all of them found the source, it was Gaara who made the sound. Naruto and most of Konoha sweat dropped at this, and then Naruto said, "Damn, he can snore." Which the proctor nodded at before he announced me the winner, which earned a round of cheers from the people. Competitors box. What the hell, he managed to beat Gaara and stop him from transforming, said a shocked Kankuro, who was mirrored by Temari, who was a little glad that Gaara managed to get what he wanted all these years, and that was to sleep, which made her smile since she was happy that her brother could find some peace. Wow, I never thought Naruto could beat that monster, said Chuji, while Shikamaru just muttered troublesome blonde. Che, he just got a lucky shot in, but he won't beat me, said a smug Kenzo, while the rest just shake their heads and decided not to comment lest they want the Kenzo rant, as they called it. Cage box. Wow, I never thought that your son could do a sleeping funjutsu. Maybe I should ask him to make some so I could sleep properly without worrying about that god-awful paperwork, said A as he laughed a little. Minato was a little shocked at how his son managed to learn funjutsu and then frowned at how much he did not know about his son. The Kazekage was fuming at how Naruto managed to beat Gaara and seal of his Baijuyu, and he made the signal to cancel the invasion, which a figure in the shadows nodded to, but inwardly was angry as he glared at Naruto's back. Competitors box. Naruto went to the competitors box to sit down, but not before passing by both Shino and Kenzo, who smirked at him as if he were nothing, but Naruto just ignored him and went to his seat, which coincidentally was in between Samui and Raito, with the former blushing while the latter just gave him a thumbs up, which he returned with a smile. Who do you will win this match? Said a somewhat nervous Samui as she saw the match started. Truth to be told, Kenzo will win the match, and as much as I hate him, I do know when credit is due. No offense to Shino, he's good, but Kenzo is a little better, but let's not talk about the jackass, I like to know more about you a little, said a grinning Naruto. Me? Asked Samui, while Raito did a spit take at what he heard and then quickly got away, since he and every male in Kumo knows not to flirt with her lest you want to lose your mini-you, and if you make her sad then hell would rain over from the Raikage, who is like a father to her since he promised her real father to take care of her before he died in the war, so she was practically off limits to everyone. Why sure, after all I rather talk to you than watching my idiot brother trying to act cool. And then he heard everyone gasp when Kenzo said something, and then everyone saw him make a clone as he held out his hand in a familiar position that everyone knows, but Naruto did nothing more than just started counting. Field. This was not looking good for Shino as he struggled against the water whips that Kenzo's clones were using on him, and then right now he sees another clone doing something on Kenzo's hand, and then he widened his eyes behind his glasses as he realized what was going on and quickly tried calling his bugs to attack, but it was hard to do since his bugs were useless since Kenzo could overpower his bugs' chakra eating abilities by using the Kyuubi's chakra in him, so the most he could do was try to distract him. "Well, Shino, be glad that you will be my first to take this attack," said Kenzo as he prepared his father's signature move. "Competitor's box. No way, is he gonna do what I think he's doing?" said a shocked Ino along with a couple of bug-eyed ninjas except for Naruto and Raito, while the former just counted silently while the latter could care less. "Yes, Ino, he is. Looks like he also managed to finish learning the Rasengan just like Naruto and Narumi did," said Kushina as she just came from the clan side of the box along with Naruto and Narumi along with Anko and Kurane in tow. Most of the genin were shocked that not just Kenzo but also Naruto and Narumi managed to learn the fourth signature move along with Samui as she heard the tale of how powerful the Rasengan is and was trying to formulate a plan when she someone say pathetic. All of them turned to see Naruto looking at Kenzo once he finished his Rasengan and then shook his head as he said, 12 seconds real pathetic cause in that time a ninja could do almost anything to him. I'm surprised Shino didn't try anything despite seeing the move that made Blondie the pencil dick famous. All of them were shocked at what Naruto was saying except for the female Uzumaki Namikaze as they frown at how Naruto talked about his father since they thought he might forgive him when he tried to teach him the Rasengan but was shot down even though they were somewhat getting along with him during their time sparring this past month and they had Naruto to thank somewhat since she also wanted him to get along with them. They were then brought out of their muse when the proctor declared Kenzo the winner and then called for the next competitors down. Shikamaru was about to back out when he saw Tamari gliding down to the field using her fan when all of a sudden he heard a voice said, "Sorry Shikamaru, but your mom paid me to make sure you participate in the fight, so see ya." Shikamaru had no time to react as Naruto kicked him in the ass and sent him flying over the railings and onto the ground, which he landed hard on as he mumbled troublesome blonde and mother, which he was hit on the head by a flying frying pan which was thrown by his mother, and once again he came up muttering troublesome. "Are you just gonna stand there or are you gonna fight?" said Tamari, who was eager for an ass-kicking. Troublesome was all Shikamaru said before the proctor started the match. Same as canon. Competitor's box. What the hell was that all about? Shouted a somewhat angry Ino. I mean, he had her where he wanted her and he just quite like that. What do you accept? He's a Nara and they are the most laziest of people in the entire elemental nation, said Naruto with a raised eyebrow while Ino just fumed a little more. Cage box. Well, looks like this battle of minds is quite interesting despite the Nara quitting in the end, but still these two are definitely Chunin material, don't you think? Said A. Yes they do, but I think I might hold Tamari off from promotion till a later date, but they do prove themselves to be Chunin material. Answer the Kaze cage. Minato agreed with it, but he then narrowed his eyes at the Kaze cage a little before turning back to the match. Field. Right now on the field was Kankuro and Samui, who was called by the proctor since it was their turn to fight, but Kankuro was sweating a little since the invasion was called off and was thinking of quitting, but the thought went out the window when the proctor started the match and Samui closed the gap between them and used her tanto and did a horizontal slash at his chest. Kankuro saw it coming and he quickly Kawamari to dodge the attack. He then quickly took out his puppet he used in the prelims and sent it straight at her, who quickly jumped back to get some distance and then quickly made some hand signs and then called out lightning style, lightning panther charge, which she then made a panther made of lightning to attack Kankuro's puppet, which connected and it created a small explosion. As the smoke cleared out a little, suddenly 6 spears came out from the smoke aimed at Samui, who managed to dodge it. She saw that the spears were the arms of the puppet she destroyed and right now she has to play defense since he could control all the arms at his fingers. Cage box. I see that your genin are all well trained, said Minato to A, who just laughed a little before telling him. That's right Minato, and I'm sure my genin team will win since I train Samui personally while Raito is in a whole league of his own. I don't think you should count any of these genin out yet Raikage-sama, since right now your genin got poisoned by my son's puppet, said the Kaze cage. Which shocked A as he quickly turned to see Samui being a little sluggish in her movement in the fight, which made him worried a little. Field. Samui was panting hard as she dodged another strike since she got cut earlier by one of the spear arms, which she cursed a little since all puppet users have poison laced in them and right now she is feeling the effects of it coursing in her veins. With her vision slowly fading, she decided to a move that might tip the scale of the fight or she might pass out from it, so with that in mind she charged straight at Kankuro, who smirked, thinking. She decided to charge at him, use his puppet's arm as spears and then strike her once more, but all of a sudden she coated her body in lightning and then suddenly disappear. Kakuro was in shock at how she managed to disappear until he felt something on his cheek, and all of a sudden he was flying from a punch that Samui delivered, but she was not done yet as she disappeared once more, and then most of the spectators were treated by the sight of Kankuro being a ragdoll as he was being thrown everywhere by Samui, and then she ended it with a hammer punch which sent him down to the ground with a loud crash and it made a small crater on the ground. Everyone looked down to see that Kankuro was knocked out and was unable to continue, and then the proctor declared Samui the winner, which she then fainted after that. Cage box. Impressive that your genin is able to do that much damage and still win despite being poison. She deserves to be chinin, said the Kaze cage. I couldn't agree more, but I hope that she could continue, but with that last move and the poison it will be quite slim, but nevertheless I am still proud of my adoptive daughter, said A. True, but this next match might be more interesting to watch since both of your sons are fighting this round, said the Kaze cage, while Minato continued to stay silent since this match might be the most troublesome and hoped that both might not try to kill each other as he watched both of them head to the field and got ready. Competitors box. So who do you guys think will win this one? Said Chuji as he munched on some chips. Of course it's gonna be Kenzo, he is trained by the fourth and Jiraiya of the Sun, and it's gonna be him that win, not Naruto, said Ino, with Sakura agreeing. Troublesome, didn't you guys notice that Naruto beat both Niji and your precious Sasuke at the same time, as well as he humiliated them in the process, said aboard Shikamaru. Ha, there's no way that dead last could beat Sasuke-kun, he probably got a lucky shot in when he was busy fighting Niji, shouted the resident pink-haired harpy, when all of a sudden there was a loud thud and then Sakura saw that a spear was stabbed at her with her neck between the blades. Everyone turned to see Raito with one of his arm outstretched before looking Sakura dead in the eye and said, I suggest you shut up, or next time you might lose that annoying voice of yours, but then again it might actually save a lot of trouble since everybody hates it. And one more thing, get rid of that fangirl attitude of yours. The shinobi world isn't all hearts and rainbows, there are no knight in shining armor, and there is definitely no chance in hell that your precious Sasuke could give a shit looking at you, so take my advice, this world has no place for someone like you, so you better shape up or the next time it will be your head. Do you get me? Not trusting her voice, Sakura did nothing more than just nodded, while the rest were slightly scared at what he did, and the Konoha shinobi prayed that what he said could get into that thick skull of hers and maybe Ino too before they turned back to the match field. Well, looks like even a loser like you could make it, but it ends here, so how about you give up and get lost, since there is no chance in hell you could beat me, said a smug Kenzo to Naruto, who in turn just looked at him then to the proctor and said in a deadpan voice, just start the match would ya, before he starts ranting about how good he is like the Uchihas. That infuriated Kenzo even more, while the proctor looked at Naruto with a WTF look before dismissing it and then started the match. Kenzo started off with a dash towards Naruto and tried a straight at his face, but Naruto just tilted his head to the left, which made Kenzo missed, and then Naruto followed it up with a quick uppercut that connected, which made Kenzo flew up a little before Naruto grabbed his face and slammed it to the ground. He let go of his grip and then he stomped his foot on Kenzo, but Kenzo managed to recover by rolling out of the way. He quickly got up and jumped back to get some distance, while Naruto did nothing more than just standing there looking bored. Kenzo was glaring at him a little after that exchange, but it didn't deter him as he tried once more by taking out his Tonto and gave a downward slash, which Naruto lazily dodged again by sidestepping. That made Kenzo hit the ground with his Tonto, and Naruto capitalized by kneeing him in the gut, which made him double over before he kicked him in the side, which sent him flying to the wall. Kenzo hit the wall hard before he fell unceremoniously to the ground. The crowd was in shock as how the so-called dead last was beating the one of the savior of Konoha without breaking a sweat. Kenzo, however, after getting up, was angry at how Naruto was just toying with him like he was nothing, which prompted him to call out his chakra chains to attack. Naruto, who saw this a mile away, just did a jump back flip, which made the chains missed him by a hair and then impaled themselves into the opposite wall, while Naruto just landed gracefully on top of the chains, which shocked Kenzo a little, which Naruto capitalized by using a burst of speed on the chains and head straight for Kenzo. Kenzo only had a moment to react by pulling back his chains, which made Naruto stumble a little before he jumped up, which made him a target, which Kenzo capitalized by flipping through some hand signs and called out wind style, air drill bullets, before he shot bullets made of wind which hit Naruto in a small explosion. Thinking he won the match, Kenzo turned, not waiting for the proctor to call the match, but when he did he saw a fist connected to his face which sent him flying to the ground as his body skidded a little on the floor. Kenzo looked to see from his position was Naruto, who was standing in his spot a moment ago with a bored look on his face before talking to him, and said, "You know, you should always check your opponent before you turn, because the next time you do this it will be your life gone, not that so-called pretty face of yours broken." Kenzo got up again as he spat some blood on the ground as he scowled again at Naruto on how he was toying with him, but he grinned as he made a shadow clone and held out his hand, to which Naruto just raised an eyebrow at before shaking his head as he quickly flashed some hand sign and then called out wind style, wind slash, just before he did a quick draw with his sword, and out came a wind slash which hit the clone as it poof away, and the backlash was enough for Kenzo to be sent back down to the ground. "Seriously, you should really learn how to make the pencil dicks move faster, or at least learn how to distract me while you do it. I mean, if you take that long just to do the Rasengan, then you are better off dead, since even an academy student could do any elemental dragon just faster than you could do that move," said a very annoyed Naruto. "Shut up, at least I know a Justa from my family while you don't," said Kenzo, while Naruto just raised his eyebrow while shaking his head and said, "And what makes you think I didn't? I mean, I did paint the Hokage monument in broad fucking daylight and none of them even noticed before I finished, and even then it took at least 6 Umbu and a few Chunin to catch me, so what makes you think that I couldn't go into the library and learn it? But you know what, let me show you my progress in it, since after all action do speak louder than words." Everybody was curious at what Naruto said, but that was placed with shocked when Naruto did a one-handed Rasengan in less than a second, which shocked everybody there, but more so towards Konoha, as they were shocked at a genin being able to do the Rasengan as quickly as Minato did, but they were in more of a surprise when 2 shadow clones appear behind him, and all of them wondered how much control does he have to do a seal-less hand sign to make the shadow clones. But then Naruto did something no one thought was possible, as he raised the Rasengan up while the clones pumped some wind chakra up, which made a loud screeching sound, and all of the people had to cover their ears at it, but then their eyes went out of their sockets as they saw Naruto made a shuriken shape on the Rasengan, and that made a lot of noise everywhere in the arena. Cage box. "No way, it's impossible. How did he manage to finish the Rasengan?" shouted a bugged-eye Minato, while the rest were also in shock at how a genin managed to make the Rasengan even more deadly, aside from a Kumonin who was talking to someone else in him. "Hey B, who's the one pumping out that power?" said a voice to the nin now known as B. "Well, Ado, that be the son of the man who moves like bro, who moves like a bird but fight like a beast." "Why, you ask got something that's making you jello, Ado?" said B. "Don't ask about the rap, cause I don't do rap." "Shut it with the rap, B. But yeah, that power is familiar to me, so keep an eye out, B," said Ado, and with that B just look on while nobody noticed Naruto's eyes were slitted like a dragon. The Kaze Cage was also in shock at how Naruto managed to completed the 4th Justu and was planning on how to either turn him to his side or kill him because of his power. "Competitor's box. What the heck is that?" shouted Sakura as she covered her ears along with the rest of the nin there, but the most shocked were the Namikaze family as they saw their son/brother did something that Minato couldn't do, along with Kakashi, who arrived late with Sasuke because he was asked by Jin to teach him some. Justa was bugged-eyed at what was Naruto doing, while Sasuke just see that how the dope could have more power than him. Field. Kenzo did a deer in the headlights expression as he saw his brother did something his father couldn't, and that was completing the Rasengan, and right now he was gonna use it on him, so reacting quickly he did some hand signs and quickly called out wind style, wind dragon Justu, and with he spew out a dragon made of wind heading straight for Naruto, who raised an eyebrow at the Justu but shrugged before dispelling his clones and proceeded to throw the Rasen shuriken, which then made everyone shouted out. "Cage box. He can throw it, dot," shouted a very shocked Minato while the rest were bugged-eyed at it. "Competitor's box. He can throw it," shouted the nins there with a slack-jawed and bugged-eyed expression. Even Shikamaru was wide awake and Shuji dropped his bag of chips, and the most shocked was the Namikaze family and Kakashi. Field. The shuriken and the dragon match each other, but the Rasen shuriken overpowered the dragon and it continued on its path, where Kenzo managed to Kawamari with a log which the shuriken hit, and the impact was spectacular as the shuriken exploded into a dome of wind. The only thing that was there was the small crater the dome made, which everyone noted at the controlled destruction that move made, as almost all of them came down from the shocked earlier on, while Kenzo sighed in relief until he heard a voice behind him. Lesson 2, never take your eyes off your opponent. But before he could react, he was kicked from behind straight into Naruto, who punched him in the gut that made him double over before he judo throw him to the ground, where another Naruto followed it up with an axe kick before disappearing, and the one that throw him continued with a 180 spin throw into a running Naruto, who slid under him and kick him towards the sky, where four more appear and grab his limbs and then throw Kenzo to the floor before one more knee him in the gut before mouthing boom. A large explosion was made from where Kenzo was and it made a lot of dust covering that area. Naruto looked on a little, waiting for the proctor to call the match, when suddenly a torrent of water came out from the smoke and Naruto jumped to avoid the water and landed without a scratch as he looked on to see the dust clear, and there was a toad standing in front of Kenzo who looked a little worse for wear, but Naruto was more focused on the toad, who is magenta-colored toad with black markings on his face, arms, and legs with horn-like protrusions on his head. He wears a black kimono with a white sash and mesh armor underneath. He keeps a sukiyaki-like shield wrapped around his back and his Sajumata in his hand. "Kenzo-san, are you alright?" said the toad, while Kenzo just gave him a thumbs up before pointing at Naruto and told him to fight since he was on his last legs. The toad charged at Naruto and thrust his Sajumata at him, while Naruto who took out his sword to block the strike, but the toad managed to push him back bit by bit before Naruto managed to dig in deep and hold his ground before swinging his sword upwards along with the Sajumata, and then gave a lightning-enhanced punch at the toad that sent him flying back towards Kenzo's, whose eyes widened when he saw Naruto throw the big toad back at him. Naruto just gave a chuckle and said, "Not bad, but looks like you've only got enough juice to call a normal-size Battletoad, and I guess you managed to absorb some natural chakra to lessen the blow, but not completely, since I know for a fact you didn't complete your sage training from the pervert virgin rider." Which shocked Kenzo at how Naruto knew about it before he continued, "You know, I am slightly glad that the blondie and the white-haired limp dick didn't let me sign their summoning contract, because if they did I wouldn't get this badass summoning just to..." As Naruto slammed the ground after biting his thumb and did the hand signs, and then a large poof of smoke appear, and what came out shocked the crowd once more. Because what came out from that smoke was a large red armored dragon mixed with gold and silver on it. Ryuki Dragon Survive Mode. Sorry, couldn't find a site that could describe it properly, and the size is about the same as the series. To say the least, it was intimidating to anyone that gaze upon it, and once more the crowd shouted at what Naruto had summoned. "Cage box. What the hell, Minato? You had the legendary dragon summons all along," said the Raikage as he stared at the summons in shocked, because like every ninja in the world knows about one of the legendary summons along with 3 more that was said to be lost in time, and right now he and everyone else was looking at one. Minato was even more shocked at how his son got the legendary summons, but quickly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't know that my son had the dragon contract." The Raikage looked at him suspiciously before dismissing it, since he wasn't lying, but the Kazekage was seething at how the child got the dragon contract and decided that he would either turn him or kill him before it was too late. B, on the other hand, was busy talking to his tenant. "B, remember when I said to keep an eye out for him? Okay, this time stay away from him." B somewhat looked on in shock and was about to ask/rap before Ito continued, "If that kid has that summoning contract, then you better hope he don't got enough juice to summon out the big boss and fight me, cause if he can, then we are fucked beyond all reason, since the boss could kick all our Baijuya collective ass at the same time. So if you want to call me out and fight him, you better pray he doesn't use the big guns on us." To say the least, B was shocked at how his buddy was scared of the boy's boss summons, but after hearing some of the legends that the boy's summons had, he was a little weary about it. Competitor's box. What the heck? That Baka has a better summons than Kenzo-kun, he should give to him instead, shouted the harpy once more as everyone covered their ears before suddenly Yujito went behind her and knocked her out straight, which everyone was glad for before all of the return to the summons that Naruto summoned and now was praying for Kenzo a little despite him being an ass. Field. What, but how? Asked Kenzo while inside the Kyuubi, is shocked and somewhat a little afraid of what the kid summoned out, and if it remembered the boss of that summons, well, its host can kiss his arrogant ass goodbye. Easy, I'm just that awesome, let's rock Ryuki. I know, not very original, sue me, said Naruto, and the dragon nodded before charging at the toad, who managed to get out from his shocked state and blocked the charge but was sent flying back by the force. Before the toad could recover, the dragon flew up before arching his body back, and then he spewed a torrent of fire at the toad, whose shield managed to take to full force of it, but some of his skin was singed a little, and while the toad was fending off, Ryuki Kenzo again was hit by an uppercut from Naruto, who capitalized from the shock earlier on before flipping into an axe kick which sent him to the ground. Naruto went for a stomp but Kenzo rolled out of the way and he quickly got up and used his chains despite having low reserves right now, to which Naruto countered by doing a quick draw with one of his sword laced with wind chakra that made the chains missed him as the chains flew past him harmlessly, but the wind managed to hit Kenzo because he didn't have enough strength to dodge and was eating dirt once more when he landed. He got up once more but then he noticed a shadow that was getting bigger and bigger and he looked up to see the toad that was fighting earlier on was falling down and it landed on Kenzo hard. The situation right now was Kenzo and the toad was flat on their stomach eating dirt while Naruto and Ryuki were staring at their attempt at getting up but knew they won't last. Well whelp, ready to deal the final blow to these pathetic losers, said Ryuki while Naruto just smirked, which was matched by his own before they did their final attack. Naruto jumped onto Ryuki's back as he gave a loud roar before they picked up speed as it flew before Ryuki slowly transformed into a bike and both of them charged at them. Kenzo and the toad tried to get out of the way but then Naruto did a wheelie and the dragon's head came out and started spewing fireballs at them so they couldn't escape. Once it reached them, Naruto quickly slammed the front down and it caused a small crater and both Kenzo and the toad was sent flying on the opposite end of each other while Naruto slid the bike to a stop as he looked on to the damage he did, which was the toad poofing out of existence while Kenzo was not moving and the proctor decided to check on him. After a while he called the match and declared Naruto the winner while calling the medics to get Kenzo out of there. There was a small silence before the entire crowd went wild as they cheered for Naruto's victory while Naruto basked in it for a while as he went back to the seats. Cage box. Well, that was a surprising turn of events. I never thought that your son could do all that and summon a dragon and still had chakra to spare, said A. Minato didn't answer anything but settled for the nod as they turned back to the last of the semi-finals match. Competitors box. Naruto went to the box to wait and as he passed by Raito both just gave a smirk that showed that they will meet in the finals. Field. Both competitors look on at each other as they size up one another while calculating each other while trying to figure out how to win. In Tamari's case, while Raito just looked bored a little with his arms folded as they wait for the match to start and the proctor got ready and then he started the match. Tamari started quickly as she used her fan and did a sweep that sent a huge gust of wind at Raito, who just raised an eyebrow at before shaking his head a little as he took one of his spear and did an upward slash which made a fire slash came out of it and it clashed with the wind, but the fire overpowered the wind which made it even more powerful when it was sent back towards Tamari, who did a kawamari as she appeared to the side of Raito and did the wind scythe just to again which nailed him straight on. The proctor was about to call the match when all of a sudden a fist came out from underneath Tamari which nailed her in the chin and was sent flying before Raito delivered a punch to her gut which sent her to the ground. Tamari was about to get up but then Raito stabbed his spears in between Tamari's hands and he held a kunai at her throat as he looked into her eyes which told her what he wanted and she did by saying I forfeit. The crowd was shocked at how fast the match ended, but nevertheless they still gave some applause to both competitors even though Raito was a little upset he didn't get a chance to show off earlier on, but this time he managed to fight someone that could give him the fight he always wanted. Cage box. Though it was quick but it no doubt impressive, said the Kaze cage, which was agreed by Minato as a laugh before saying, that's right, Raito is in a whole other league so don't worry about all your genin being defeated by him, so no worries. And after that match was a short break where Minato just flashed to the competitors area. Competitors box. Once Minato appeared, the people there paid their respects before he acknowledged it and went to his family, who was happy to see him except for Kenzo, who was knocked out by Naruto, who he saw was staring at Raito, who was doing the same before both gave a small nod before turning back to whatever they were doing. Minato walked over towards Naruto as he tried to rekindle his oldest once more and probably try to get some answers from what he did earlier. Hey son, congratulations for making it to the finals, I hope you aren't scared or anything. Hello Hokage-sama, said Naruto in a cold tone which made him flinch a little before continuing. I will be fine as I have already prepared myself. Oh, how about you tell me how you managed to complete the raise non, I am curious at how you did it. Sorry Hokage-sama, but how about you learn it yourself since you are the so-called prodigy, and continuing that don't bother to ask where I got the summons because I'm not gonna tell, so how about you go back to your seat since the match is about to start. Minato frowned at what his son told him but complied, thinking that his son will probably never forgive Hayat what he did, even though in his mind he thought it was the right thing to do at the time, so he flashed back to the cage box watching the last match of the day and thinking later on he and Jiraiya along with the rest of the family should have a talk. Truthfully it was supposed to be longer but there were some glycies and had to be redone. Field. This was the last match of the day and everybody was excited at the action that happened during the match and was anticipating on what to come next as both of the finalists waited for the signal to start the match, which the proctor did, but most of the people's hopes were put out as they stood there unmoving and was about to start booing until Naruto spoke. "So how do you want to play this, slow and steady or quick to the finished?" asked Naruto. Raito just smirked and said, "Not too slow since you get to fight while I got just a warm-up, so how about we start off with this?" All of a sudden Raito exploded into flames, which shocked everyone thinking he was dead, but then something strange happened as the flame then died down and everyone was shocked to see Raito turn into a living ball of fire as his hair was flame red as it was swaying like a candle and his eyes had no pupils but was orange and his noticeable skin was like lava with rock hard skin and there were red trails that looked like cracks you see in a volcano before it starts to erupted. All in all the people were awed by his appearance. "Like it?" said Raito in a deep voice as he eyed his opponent, who in turn gave a smirk as he gave a thumbs up before saying, "Not bad, so if you want to go with that first, fine by me. After all you have got to fight fire with lightning." As Naruto put his hand on his face as he looked down and then black clouds started coming in as the winds blew strongly, which made a lot of people covered their eyes from the force, and then a bolt of lightning struck Naruto which earned a gasp and Kushina shouted Naruto in worry along with her daughters, but then something happened. Instead of the lightning destroying Naruto, it somehow was absorbed by Naruto, who was making small static around him, and he looked up while he made his hair slicked back and somehow stayed there, which turned as white as snow and blue cracks appear on his face while his eyes turned electric blue and sparks were coming out of it, and like Raito, Naruto turned into a human lightning pole, which freaked out a lot of people at the power both were generating. Not bad at all, so are you ready?" said Raito as he took out both his spears. Naruto took out all of his 6 blades and rolled his neck a little before saying in his own deep voice, "I was born ready. Motherfucker, so let's get this party started." And with that, in a blink of an eye, both met each other in the middle, and like before the first exam started, both weapons were placed in between each other and then boom. Cut. Sorry for the wait, but here goes the next chapter of the series, and here I will say this for those probably wondering. Yes, his summons is the dragons, if some of you guys haven't guessed it, and no, Ryuki is not the boss summon. He will appear sometime in the future of the series, and I will put dragons from shows that I know of like Kamen Rider, Yu-Gi-Oh, and some others. Naruto has learned the Raisin Shuriken, but no, he can't use it alone and he will still need clones until otherwise, and probably lastly the next entire chapter will be about this fight, so don't worry cause I'm gonna make it as epic as possible. So this is me signing out, see ya, and don't forget to rate and review. Chapter 10. Let's rock normal. Let's rock shouting / Naruto English. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock summons / Baijuyo / moves / just to. DS hero, sorry, got my own idea for the final chap. Thank you guys for the reviews, and now the one of many fights you've been waiting for. Power. Pure unrestrained power. That's what could be described in this instance, because when Naruto and Raito clashed in their current form created a shockwave that made everyone there covered their eyes from it, and when they opened back to see the aftermath, they were shocked at the sight, because in the middle of the ring was a crater the size of a city block, and in it was Naruto and Raito trying to overpower each other while both of them were emitting their elemental powers, which were both wild yet control as they fight for dominance. The people there shivered when they saw the image of a dragon and a tiger trying to tear each other apart. The deadlock ended when both of them pushed each other, which made them kick up dust as they skid in the arena. Both had to use their weapons to stop the momentum. Once they stopped, Naruto struck first by slamming his swords down as he called out Dragon's Drive, and 6 lightning dragons the size of a cart came out heading straight for Raito, who slammed his own weapon down to the ground, which created a dome made of earth which the dragons hit and a loud explosion occurred. The dust slowly cleared to see no one there. Naruto raised an eyebrow a little before disappearing in a flash of lightning as the spot he was once in was struck from below, which was a pillar of fire that erupted from the ground. Once the fire died down, in its place was Raito, ready to strike but was sent to defense as he blocked the lightning that was Naruto, which sent him flying back into the wall. Naruto stood for a moment as he looked onto the place he sent Raito crashing into, and then his 6th sense kicked in as he put his blades up to block the spears that were looking to pierce through his skull, which created another shockwave as the second deadlock started, but ended much quicker when Naruto twisted his swords outwards along with Raito's spears and then quickly twisted it inwards with godlike speed, which disarmed Raito, but Naruto wasn't prepared for a stone pillar that knocked him in the gut that sent him flying while also losing his swords. Without missing a beat, Raito encased his fist in flames and dashed straight at the flying Naruto, who managed to regain his footing in midair as he brought down his fist like a hammer as he called out, lightning breakdown hammer which made a crack in the ground with lightning on it that was sent straight for Raito, who saw it coming and countered with his own as he punched the ground and said volcanic eruption. That move created loud explosions as a small trail of volcanoes went to meet Naruto's just which clashed with the force of a shitload of explosive notes, and that wouldn't be able to compare to this, which made the crater a little more deeper than it was earlier. But this time both fighters didn't wait for the smoke to clear as they charged in recklessly into the smoke, and both their elemental encased fist connected, which resulted in a loud boom which parted the smoke, and both wasted little time as they used their superior speed and strength and started a fist fight, which oddly enough the only thing they hit were the fist, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous, as the shockwave that the slugfest they were doing kin attested to, as the shockwave kicked up wind and dust, and that's not counting their elements that were coming out from it, as it burned the grass on the ground and made cracks in the surrounding walls. As both the behemoth of a genin clashed, the spectators were silenced in awe as they see these two duke it out like madmen, but that ended when both of them jumped back while doing hand signs before landing, before calling out, "Fire style, fire wave destruction. Water style, giant torrent wave." For Raito was a wave of fire that came out of his mouth headed straight for Naruto, who in turn fired a wave of water which neutralized the fire, turning it into steam which engulfed the bottom half of the arena, which made everyone unable to see what was going on in there until they heard clashing in the steam, which made them wondered what was going on in there until they heard wind style, dance of the whirlwind. And what occurred was a mini tornado that appeared in the middle of the ring that made the steam present disappear, and the crowd look on back to see Naruto and Raito squaring off once more with both their weapons back on their hands. "Heh, not bad, guess that's what to expect from my rival," said Raito. "Don't sell yourself short, this has been one of best fights yet." "So how long you think you got left in that form?" said Naruto. "A minute give or take, you." "Same, so let's get wild, baby." Both grinned and continued once more with a loud clash, and in a blur of movement steel and steel clashed with one another as Naruto and Raito tried to outdo one another, and in the process the ground and surrounding walls started to riddle with slash marks, and the spectators along with the hidden Umbu had to duck as the slashes headed straight for them, even the cages, as their chairs were split one way or another. "Okay, I know Raito is on another league compared to the genin, and your son has proven more than enough that he's above genin, but this is just ridiculous. They should be jounin or even Umbu right now," shouted the Raikage as he dodged another slash, while the rest just silently agreed, and all of them wondered who the hell made them this strong. The clash continued on until both of them jumped back and sheathed their weapons, as Naruto quickly created a raise-non and raised it above his head as he pumped wind chakra into it, while Raito put both his palms together and pointed at Naruto until a giant ball of fire was created in it, and when both of them finished their attack in less than 3 seconds until both launched their attacks. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Fire style, Big Bang attack. While Naruto threw his shuriken, Raito fired a giant ball of fire that burned the grass as it traveled to meet with Naruto's shuriken. Once they met, it's like the elements themselves are facing off each other in a fight for bragging rights, as the explosion did no justice because that was something that no genin could possibly do, and even a cage had some difficulty doing this kind of damage, as they saw the entire ground was nothing more than a crater, and most were thanking every god in existence that the stadium didn't give out, and that's just the people inside the stadium, while on the outside the enemy nins were wondering who was it that could put out such power, and prayed that didn't have to face him or her. Back at the field was covered in smoke from the attack earlier on, and everyone was on the edge of their seats as they witnessed what could be one of the best matches of the year. The smoke slowly cleared to see both Naruto and Raito both panting in exhaustion, as both their clothes were ripped along with some cuts and bruises on it, but they still held their grins before Naruto spoke. "What's the matter, tired already? Not on your life?" panted Raito as he took back out his spears, while Naruto just took out 2 of his swords, one in each hand, before meeting Raito's charge as he blocked one of the spears with his sword, while another tried a sneak attack with an upward slash which missed as Raito managed to lean back to avoid it, but Naruto pressed on as he pushed the spear that he blocked early on. That made Raito stumbled a little, and he capitalized as he dashed forward with a stab which Raito avoided by kicking the side of the sword, as he did a downward slash at Naruto. Naruto countered as he put one of his sword up to block it while turning his body in a 180 spin along with his sword as he did a horizontal slash which managed to nick Raito in the stomach, but Raito managed to get a shot in with a stab, but it only cut Naruto's cheek a little as he managed to lean a little to dodge it. Naruto continued on with a downward X slash on Raito, who in turn blocked it, and he gave a Spartan kick to Naruto which sent him back a little before Naruto decided to take out all of his swords to clash with Raito's spears, but the force both of them used caused their weapons to fly off and impaled themselves onto the ground in walls. And as if both of them could read each other's mind, they discarded the top half of their clothing, which made most of the female population faint from blood loss at looking at their body, which looked like it was carved from stone, and then both of them punched each other in the face at the same time. Both stumbled a little before getting it back on, with Naruto punching his gut while Raito returned it with an uppercut to Naruto's jaw, who managed to boot his face in retaliation. As Naruto backflipped and landed on the ground, he was met with a fist to his face courtesy of Raito, who in turn was sucker punch when Naruto recovered, and they continued the slugfest to see who would fall first, while some of the spectators were having some discussion about this odd moment in the fight. Spectator stands. What the hell are they doing fighting like that and not bothering to dodge or block it? Said an exasperated Ino. That's because they are fighting to see who will give out. Said Guy as he appeared with Rock Lee, who's in a wheelchair because of his fight with Gaara, and even though Tsunade managed to heal him, it still needed some time before he could fight again. Everyone look at him as he continued on. This fight isn't to see whose body's stronger, this fight is to see whose will give out first, since I can tell these two are destined to be rivals to the very end. Everyone there looked a little shocked at what Guy had said, and before Lee could ask something, a sudden spike in power occurred and everyone turned back to see what was going on and was shocked to see that both Naruto and Raito could still give out such power. Field. Both fighters stood opposite of each other when both of them punched each other a little early on, which sent them flying into the wall, which they come out of both battered and bruised but still held on to the smirk they had. But now they realized that the fight is coming to an end, and like some unspoken signal they plan to end it with a bang as they called back their weapons as they got ready for their final attack. All of a sudden both managed to pump out their chakra, which was somehow visible to all, which was scary to most of the spectators there, since they saw Genin no older than 13 doing that much damage and can still go on to do some more. On an unknown signal, Raito started to twirl both his spears until fire started coming out of it as his red aura burned fiercely that would scare a lesser man shitless as a visage of a tiger appear looking ready to pounce on its prey. For Naruto, he started to do some upward slashes with his 6 swords in a crisscross fashion as small wisps of blades surrounded his blue aura that looked menacingly to those who gaze upon it, as a dragon appeared ready to slaughter those who stand before him. They kept doing it until the build-up was so strong it made the heavens howl and the earth shake in fear of these two, and once the build its peak, both their aura animals roared, which scared everyone there was what started the charge. Both of them were charging at each other and the gap slowly lessened until they were enraged. Once there they attack as they shouted their skills. Fire-style supernova explosion. Wind-style eye of the storm. Both moves clashed, but this took the cake as the explosion created from these two monsters were so powerful that the ground cracked into different directions and it even reached the walls, which made the stadium rumbled and shake, which made everyone prayed that the stadium would hold and not crush them. The explosion was massive as it managed to be seen from the outer walls of Konoha, and the ninjas who were guarding it were in awe at the ferocity of it. Back to the field, the entire stadium was covered in smoke in light of what happened during the Clash of the Titans, as it was dubbed later on. As it slowly cleared, the people there were able to make out the two shapes that were Naruto and Raito, and once the entire smoke was gone they were shocked to see that both competitors were still standing with their weapons in between each other, but they weren't moving or even twitching, which caused some concern, and the proctor went down there to check it out and silently prayed that don't continued on while he was in their range. Once he reached them, he was shocked at the sight. This is because he saw both competitors passed out while still standing in their position. He checked for a pulse to find some on both of them, seeing they weren't dead, and was about to call the match until a voice came out. "Don't call it just yet," said a tired voice who belonged to Naruto, whose eyes looked like they could close any minute. Looks like this match goes to you, dragon," said an equally tired Raito before he rolled his eyes and fall back to the field while Naruto still held his position. The proctor looked between both of them until he called out, "Winner, Naruto date." Once he finished that, Naruto dropped to his knees and proceeded to faint. The entire stadium was silent at watching these titans battle it out, and watched at how Naruto managed to stay awake long enough for the proctor to call the match. Slowly some clapping occurred until it got louder and louder until it erupted into a full-on cheering, and even the ninjas there had to give credit to both these ninjas as they gave what they had on the field. Spectators stand. "Wow, that was one hell of a match. Makes me glad somehow that the guy didn't use those moves on me. remind me not to piss both of them," said a somewhat nervous Kiba, to which everyone there nodded in agreement, while Sasuke just see that how those two were stronger than him. Cage stand. I must admit that was probably the most intense matches I've ever seen, though I must ask, how did you two manage to train these genin anyway? Asked the Kaze Cage. Your guess is as good as mine, said a confused Raikage, while Minato looked on in sadness at his son, who managed to go so far without his or his family's help, was being carted away in a stretcher. Well, since that the Chunin exams have officially ended, let's rest for a day or two before announcing those who could become Chunin, since some of them were quite wounded, said Minato, which all three agreed for different reasons. The two were being rushed by medics to the hospital because they weren't responding much until Tsunade checked on both of them and found out that they were having chakra exhaustion with some cuts and bruises and should be ready to go in a few days, but now they needed rest, and with that everyone headed back home so they could visit tomorrow to check up on them. Next day, the sun shone down through the window as it managed to wake Naruto up, who was grumbling at how he would put out the sun or stuff like that. Once he opened his eyes fully to see that was in a hospital, and was a little confused until it hit him that he and Raito duke it out and he became the winner of the bout. Yo, looks like you're up, said a voice, which Naruto turned to his side to see Raito in bandages on his body while he was chewing on a sucker stick, and he looked a little worse for wear. Huh, why would they put both of us in the same room? Asked a confused Naruto as he looked down to see that he was in the same situation as Raito, who just shrugged until the doors opened to see a nurse, who was shocked to see both of them awake. How in the world, you two shouldn't be able to wake up for another day or so, said the nurse, while both the wounded just looked at each other before looking back to the nurse and just shrugged, which made the nurse sweat drop a little when an explosion occurred which shook the hospital a little. All of a sudden an Umbu came out of nowhere and told the three there, the sound ninjas are attacking, and the Kaze Cage turned out to be Orochimaru in disguise. We have to evacuate the people here. Oh hell no, the snake owes me his skin, so I ain't going nowhere until I skin that sob for running from me. Come on Raito, let's show these bastards who they're messing with, said Naruto as he bit his thumb along with Raito and did some hand signs as both slammed their hands down and called out, summoning just to streets. Kasuga was in predicament as she threw another shuriken that killed another sound nin, but another came out of nowhere ready to strike, but she managed to block it with her kunao, and then she had to dodge Ajustu by jumping onto the roof, but that was a mistake as a giant snake summon charged into the building, which managed to flip Kasuga into the air. She closed her eyes as she prepared for the inevitable, but it never came. Slowly she opened her eyes and then she suddenly blushed because she was being held in a bridal carry by a half-naked Naruto who was showing off his impressive body, and she looked down to see she was on top of a red dragon with two mouths. Well, cute girls falling from the sky, it must be my lucky day, said Naruto, who showed off his fox-like grin which made Kasuga turn scarlet red. Naruto then turned to the snake that is terrorizing the streets, so he turned to his dragon and said, come on Slifer, there's a snakeskin wallet with our name on it. Which the dragon just nodded as it charged at the two-headed snake. The two-headed snake was shocked at seeing the legendary summons heading for it and decided to hightail out of there, but was a second too late as Slifer fired a blast of fire at it, which was enhanced by Naruto's wind chakra, which turned the snake into a barbecue. Once that was done, Naruto with Kasuga still in his arms jumped off Slifer as it took the smoky snake and disappear in a poof of smoke, who was joined by Raito as he landed next to them. Well, how was your side? Asked Naruto. It was good. Biwako liked that he could bring some snake meat back for the cubs to try out, said Raito before continuing on with a tick mark on his eyebrow. Do you mind putting my teammate down, cause I think we are safe right now? Hey, you can't blame me if the sky started to rain cute girls like her into my arms, isn't that right Kazu-chan? Said Naruto while Kasuga was impersonating a tomato very quickly and couldn't say anything before she was gently put down by Naruto, who looked at a direction with Raito with a grin and said, ah, the pedophile decided to bail before I could give him my farewell gift. Oh well, want to help me with the send-off? Which Raito just grinned when he suddenly made a bow and arrow of fire which was twice his size, while Naruto created the lightning spear. Kasuga was shocked at how these two could still do so much despite their titanic bout yesterday, and if she is sensing it right, these two moves could probably take out at least half a block. She shuddered a little, thinking what could happen if both of them worked together, and slightly pity to whoever was gonna be on the end of their moves, but she was brought out off it when Raito fired his arrow while Naruto threw his spear, which traveled in supersonic speed. With Orochimaru. Looks like this plan failed since the one-tailed was sealed by that boy, and because of it the sand decided to quit on us. said a furious Orochimaru while Kabuto looked back only to see an arrow made of fire and a lightning spear he knew too well and was about to warn his master but was a tad bit slow as both moves connected. Konoha. In Konoha, people around the village that was cleaning up from the failed invasion look on to see an explosion in the horizon and most wondered what could do something like that, and quickly some Umbu headed for the explosion to investigate. Rooftop. Think you guys overdid it, said a slightly nervous Kasuga. Naruto and Raito just look at each other before turning back to her and said nope, which earned a sweat drop from her, but she decided to let it go since they were probably needed for the cleanup. A few days later, Naruto was enjoying walking down the streets as he looked into the distance to see a still rebuilding wall since the snake summon broke it during the invasion. It had been a few days since he along with Raito, Samui, Temari, and Shikamaru were promoted to Chunin, and he was exited since he was one step closer to becoming more well known. The Hokage was still in a meeting with the council to discuss about Suna, even though they did not participate in the invasion at the last minute, but the implications were enough to start a war, so right now both sides are discussing on how to end it peacefully. But he didn't care about that right now as he walked along the road without a care in the world as he relaxed for a bit until two people passed by him who were wearing straw hats that covered their faces with black cloaks with red clouds on it. Naruto turned into a feral grin as he recognized a familiar chakra signature and went to follow the signature. With the cloaked duo. "Hey Atake, what's got you so spooked?" said the taller of the duo who had blue skin and eyes and teeth like a shark. "We just passed someone that I knew before, and if I'm right he is gonna find us, so we should hurry before he does," said smaller of the duo who is now known as Atake, who has onyx eyes and hair tied into a small ponytail, who was looking slightly nervous under the stoic face which confused the taller one for a moment until a voice rang out. Well, look who the cat drag in. "How've you been, Weasel?" said Naruto, who was standing on a tree branch before dropping down on them. "You know the kid?" said the blue-skinned man. "Yes, he used to come over to my house just to hang out with me and my mother, and I treated him like a brother. By the way, how is Sasuke anyway, Naruto?" said Atake. Naruto gained a tick mark when Atake asked about his brother honestly. "You should have killed the little prick. That sob kept on ranting about his clan is the best and how he would kill you someday and he should get whatever he wants on a silver platter. The only saving grace you did was not to kill everybody there, including Mikoto, and I thank you for that, because if you did, I would have hunted you down out of spite. So what brings you back to the place? Who set out a bounty on you after the Uchiha fiasco?" "None of your business, Naruto, so would you kindly step aside before I am forced to kill the person who was left a legacy for by him," said Atake, to which Naruto unconsciously touched his left eye where his eye patch was before turning back to him and said, "Nah, there's no way I am sitting this one out since I like to try myself against 2S ranked missing nin. Isn't that right, Kisame of the Hidden Mist?" The one now known as Kisame eyes widen a bit before he grinned his shark-like teeth and said, "Oh, so the kid does know me?" Which Naruto just replied with a shrug before he did a quick draw with his sword, which made the missing nins jump aside as the slash laced with wind chakra tore through the small road they were on. Naruto looked on before jumping to the left as he avoided a large bandaged sword that was meant to kill him and landed on a small river which he had to block some shuriken thrown at him. Suddenly a giant ball of fire came at him and quickly he made one-handed sign before calling out water style, water wave. Wall and a giant wall made of water met the fireball, which made some steam, which made Naruto hard to see a little before he had to put up his sword to block the incoming strike, which made the smoke part away to see Kisame with a downward strike on Naruto, who blocked it before he pushed the monster of the mist back before he quickly made the hand signs and called out water style, water dragon just to. A dragon made of water quickly came out and headed straight for Kisame and was about to hit him before another water dragon that came out of nowhere and clashed with Naruto's own, which made a loud splash, and using this Kisame made his own hand sign and called out water style, water shark bomb, which a shark made of water came out from the river and headed straight for Naruto, who smirked, which confused the two a little before seeing the shark being split in half and passed Naruto harmlessly. "Heh, looks like the kid got some moves at Atake," said Kisame while Atake was thinking on how to end the fight quickly. But that notion ended quickly when all of a sudden Jiraiya and some Jounin appeared in front of them and was ready to apprehend them, but Atake didn't look fazed before he turned to Kisame, who nodded sadly at not being able to continue the fight against Naruto before he turned to Naruto and said, "Even though this isn't what we came here for, I must admit you have grown strong, Naruto. I hope we could meet under a different circumstances, but for now we are gonna retreat, and I do hope you taken good care of his Amaterasu." A large torrent of black flames appeared and headed straight for the nins, who jumped out of the way except for Naruto, who sheathed his sword and looked onto the flames and stood with his arms crossed his chest ready to challenge it. Some of the nins called out to him to get away, but all of a sudden the flames were somehow absorbed into a void and then it disappeared along with the flames, which shocked the people there, while Naruto just looked on in the space where both Itachi and Kisame stood, and he knew that they were both long gone. He wiped the underside of his eye patch with a handkerchief and noticed that it was blood coming out from his eye patch, and he sighed a little before turning back to see Jiraiya with some of the Jounin who didn't go and find the two missing nins. He sighed knowing what's going to happen, so he said, "Come on, let's go tell Blondie what happened so we can get this over with." And all of them headed to the Hokage Tower. Cut. That's it. Hope you guys liked the fight, cause it seriously took me 4 days to write just the fight only between Naruto and Raito, and I know I am happy with it. Yes, Naruto has something under his eye patch, and for those who guess what it is, yes, it is that eye, and no, I won't tell you guys whose is it until later on when I reveal it, so sorry about that. So rate and review. The next one isn't a chapter but more like I need help with something and need some of your opinion on it, so until next time. Jane. Chapter 11. Okay, this is the second time I am doing this because I really need some help here, since I don't know which of the idea to choose from to write my next story after I finished with the One-Eye Dragon of Konoha, because there are only 3 arcs left before I am done with it, so I need some opinion on which of these ideas to choose from. I'm not gonna do a vote cause I might change my mind at the last minute, which might make some people feel down about it, and if anyone want to add something to it, feel free to say so. PS bottom of the summary is some stuff that will be in the story while not giving out too much of a spoiler. 1. Naruto x Kamen Rider Wizard crossover. Banished and betrayed by the village he swore to protect, Naruto was on the edge of despair until he was transported to Earth in the middle of the Sabbath, but instead he broke out of it and became wizard. Time has passed for Naruto after he defeated Wiseman and was ready to retire until a portal opened up and sent him back to the Elemental Nation to help fight against the Akatsuki, but will Naruto let them fall into despair, or will he bring hope to the Elemental Nation? 1.1. This is a Naruto is Naruto FIC, so basically he will have all of Wizard's power with some OC rings. 1.2. Naruto will be a little spiteful of Konoha aside from a few. 1.3. The Kyuubi will somewhat turn into the dragon since both of them are the same in that aspect. 1.4. There will be some phantoms in there to fight against. 2. Kamen Rider Skull x Ruby crossover. What if the boss decided to have someone carry out his legacy and then he sent his driver along with his Gaia memory and gave it to an orphan who would become a hunter later on as he enrolled to Beacon? 2.1. The OC will act like the boss a little. 2.2. He will have his own weapon besides the gun Skull uses. 3. Percy Jackson and the Olympians x Call of Duty Ghost. What if Hera of all people cheated on Zeus for once in another dimension, which she then had to leave behind because of the rules? Now years later, when the grown man was at death's door, he was then wished away from his world. He gave his life to the Percy Jackson world. How is he gonna survive this? 3.1. I might need help with this one since I only read 2 books off the series, which was The Lightning Thief and The Curse of the Titan, and the rest is a blank to me. 3.2. The guy will be older than every demigod in camp, and here's the kicker. He will have a daughter transported here with him, but she is born by different means. 3.3. This ghost will be slightly different because he was augmented like Captain America a little with some extra stuff. 4. Naruto x Kamen Rider crossover. Okay, this just came to me some time ago and I know nobody has done this kind before, so it goes like this. What if Naruto fell into a hole inside of a tree after running from the mob, and inside he discovered not 1 not 2 but all 15 belts from the Heisei Kamen Rider era? 4.1. Yes, Naruto will have all the belts. 4.2. No, he won't be able to use all of them at first, that's too somewhat, so he will go a little slow to unlock them in any order that suits my fancy. 5. Justice League. What happens when a world-class retired merc with a coat is somehow being dragged into a conflict between the Justice League and Cadmus due to an altercation with a Cadmus because he turned them down a job they wanted him to do? 5.1. The merc is friends with Deathstroke when they were young. 5.2. He will be young-looking due to certain serum he took when people were experimenting on him. 5.3. Will be kinda neutral to everybody except for those who mess with him or anyone close to him. 6. Naruto. This is no FIC. Naruto is the only person in the world who can't use ki in a world dominated by martial artists, but he is able to fight on par with those who does as he enter a school made for martial artists. Haven't really worked on the summary yet. 6.1. Naruto will know at least 5 different martial arts and be proficient in 4 weapons which have already been decided. 6.2, he will be at most a low master class level, that's how it goes for me. 6.3, will mixed with others that related to the fighting genre, example, Kenshi, DOA, King of Fighters, etc. 6.4, this is somewhat of a kidnapping route for Naruto, meaning he was kidnapped as a baby but rescued a little later by a master and then enrolled to find his family kind of thing. 7. Ruby. This is the whole hero frozen in time story, so not gonna write too much of a summary and I was a little lazy to do it. 7.1, he will have a power like Archer from Fate, but the catch is that he can only call out weapons he's made personally or has held the weapon for a certain amount of time. 7.2, he is slightly broody due to survivor's guilt but only when he is thinking about his former life. 7.3, first 2 chapters or so will be before the canon. 8. Call of Duty Ghost X Anime X over. The war was over as the Federation fell because of the sacrifices of the soldiers and the ghosts, but what happens if one of the ghosts was somehow frozen in time because of his sacrifice? Years go by and the world changed as a group of people managed to find him and thaw him out from his sleep, but what happens when he wakes up to a world where the female population has taken up 80% of the military after someone created a super soldier serum that works on girls only? 8.1, this is kinda like the guy that could take superpowered individuals with skills alone like Batman with an attitude. 8.2, the guys besides the main character is used in menial tasks like hacking, communications and translators mostly. 8.3, the girls will have some sort of power over certain stuff, but that's for a captain rank or higher. The lower ranks will have strength, speed and intelligence higher than everyone else. 8.4, will be in a military company kind of setting and not ASCII 1. 8.5, main character will be a master of a lot trade in his rep like sniping, counterintelligence, spying, weapons and explosion etc. 9. Naruto X Army of 2 crossover. During the sealing process, which both Kushina and Minato somehow managed to survive from, suddenly caused a vortex to appear out of nowhere and took Naruto to another world in front of someone's doorstep. Years later, after joining T.W.O with his buddy, was a mission that caused him and his partner to sacrifice themselves, but in the process caused both of them to be transported back to the elemental nations. 9.1, will have a little mix of Call of Duty. 9.2, they will have a certain power but not telling until I start the story. 9.3, Naruto will not be a marine since there's already 2 stories like this one, so he will either be Delta Force or SEALs. 9.4, only his partner will be only one from his own world to come to the elemental nations until otherwise. 9.5, Naruto will be older than the genin, that's a given. 9.6, not really sure about giving him younger siblings. 10. Naruto. Naruto was banished for doing his job of bringing Sasuke back, and somehow the council managed to seal off his chakra. He decided to head west, where he was found by a soldier and adopted by him, but when trouble starts in the elemental nations and they called the west for help, will he go back to help the place that shun him, or will he leave it to their fates? Have elements of Metal Gear, Call of Duty and Battlefield etc. 10.1, Naruto technically can't use hand signs but still able to pump chakra to his body to give the extra boost, or use moves that don't need hand signs like the Raise Non. 10.2, he will not be the leader of the country cause it's too cliché for Naruto be the leader or king in this kind of FIC, but the soldier that adopted him will be a second in command to the leader of the nation. 11. Mass Effect. What happens when a gamer from New York and a soldier in a certain organizations that is well known is transported to the future, which oddly looks like the Mass Effect game a year before Eden Prime on Omega of all places? What are both of them gonna do when they get messages by a certain someone claiming to have transported them there to help Shepard to fight the Reapers on their Omni tools? 11.1, both of them will have no relation to each other. 11.2, the soldiers' organization will be famous, so when he wears his uniform with the insignia a lot of people will know it at a dime. 11.3, the gamer will be trained by the soldier but will still be green to his eyes until Seren dies maybe. 12. Kamen Rider Wizard X Percy Jackson crossover. What if one day a kid who was being attacked by a Cyclops accidentally use his demigod power to turn his belt and rings into the real deal? How is he gonna handle the pressure of being a wizard taking down Cronus's army, his accidental marriage to a certain goddess, and his mother who is Hecate of all people? 12.1, the character will be 20 years old when the canon starts, which is where the marriage will make sense. 12.2, he will be a bit carefree like Naruto. 12.3 No, I won't reveal who the fiancé is and how it happened until a later date. 12.4 Same problem in number 3.1. 12.5 We'll have some OC rings, we'll tell you how he made it if we write this one. And that's that, I guess, so I hope you guys would help shed some light on it, cause I don't know what to chose to write after I finished the One-Eye Dragon of Konoha so later. Chapter 12. Let's rock normal. Let's rock shouting / Naruto English. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock summons / Baijuyu / moves / just to. Animaman, believe me, I was really tempted to do it, but I thought I save it for some other time. Council room. Minato right now was having the headache of the decade. Why? Well, that's because at first the meeting between the council was to renegotiate the treaty between them and Suna because of the invasion of the Sound Village a few days ago, but that went downhill quickly as the greedy sob of the civilian council wanted to increase the prices for their products to Suna, while the crippled Warhawk said to go to war against them, which was denied quickly because they may be left vulnerable to others who might take advantage of it like IWA, despite not showing any outward hostility, which shut them up for the moment, but right now is even worse since Jiraiya along with his eldest and some Jounin have appeared and told them that Itaki Uchiha and Kisame, 2's ranked missing nin, have entered their village without alerting anyone, but they escape, which landed him in this predicament as the council started shouting on what to do until he got tired of it and slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Okay, that is enough. Right now we need to figure out what happened when they entered, so would everybody just sit down and talk like grown-ups, or do I have to call Ibiki and Anko here to make sure you stay in line?" said Minato as he leaked out some ki which scared the civilians' side while the shinobi side just stayed quiet. Once everyone was quiet, he motioned Naruto and Jiraiya to continue on, and by the end of it Minato was not happy as he had an idea why 2's ranked missing nin were here, so he decided to finish it up by ordering the Umbu to increase the patrols around the village and told the council that they will finish this tomorrow, but not before telling Jiraiya and Naruto to go the house since they need to talk about something, which made Naruto slightly curious that Minato wanted to talk to him with the Toad Sage but decided to go for the heck of it. Uzumaki Namikaze home. The three headed inside the house after the meeting to see the triplets along with Kakashi were in the living room with Shizun, while Kushina and Tsunade just came out from the kitchen with some snacks and drinks since Minato wanted to talk to everyone about what happened, so that's why everyone was there. Once everyone got settled, Minato decided to drop the bomb and told everyone what happened in the meeting, and everyone aside from Naruto and Jiraiya who knew what happened was shocked to hear 2's ranked missing nins entered the village to kidnap the triplets, which worried Kushina as she heard what could have happened to her children and was worried that Naruto stood up against both of them, but she was glad that he didn't end up in the hospital or worse. She shook those thoughts aside to hear what Minato planned to do in this situation. Since it has come down to this, we have decided to up your training, which means that we will train you to use the Kyuubi's power properly since the threat decided to hit close to home, and we want you all to be able to fend them off long enough for backup to arrive since you can't face them head on as you are now, but don't worry, once done you could take on anybody like me," said a grinning Minato, which put a smile on everybody when they heard that they could be like their father. Naruto just looked on impassively as he knew that it was gonna be like it was before, the triplets getting the affection while he was extra baggage, so with that he decided to walk out of there until Naruto spoke up. "Then what about Uni Ichanto-yu-san?" Now that put a wrinklier in the mood as the people there almost forgotten about the oldest of the siblings and turned to where Naruto, who was in mid-step and heading out the house, turned back with a raised eyebrow to see what the response is gonna be. "Who cares about him? He probably ran away like he did when he met those S-ranked nins earlier," said a smug Kenzo. Naruto looked at him with a deadpan expression while thinking, did he just forgot I kicked his ass and nearly destroyed the stadium? Granted, I and Raito limit ourselves so we don't turn the village into a crater, but still. As he shook his head in annoyance before saying, "Don't worry too much about me, I'll be fine, and if you need me just tell Naruto and she relay the message." And with that he walked out the door, leaving the people inside to think about what he said before getting back to the conversation they had early on. Night time. Naruto right now was lying down on the soft grass of one of the training grounds as he stared up into the star night sky and wondered what he should do right now, since he knew that training the triplets and using the Kyuubi's chakra was important and would take a lot of time. He wondered what the dynamics was gonna be right now, since he did gain back some of the family love he never had aside from Naruto, despite being minuscule as it were to him, but for the moment he didn't care and was about to rest his eyes a little until a presence alerted him. He knew who this person was, so he didn't bother to get up, and all he did was open his eye back slowly and said, "What do you want, you crippled old bastard?" And next to Naruto was a bandage-up old man who was holding a cane for support, and beside him were 4 ninjas who dressed like the Umbu, but instead their mask were blank with the word Eni on it, and Naruto knew who these people were. After all, he did send back a couple of their comrades' heads back to the Warhawk in a parcel with a bow on top of it, since these people don't get the word no. Danzo did nothing more than just stare at the blonde in front of him. At first he wanted to get the Kuwabai brats so that he could use them as weapons for himself, but that was shot down as soon as it left his mouth, so he tried a different route in using the oldest of the siblings for his own gain, but it backfired on him horribly, so he decided to approach him now to see if he could get him on his side. I am here to offer you what you denied a while back. Since your parents are now training your siblings in using the fox's chakra, you could learn what they could not teach you," said Danzo. Naruto got up and stared at Danzo dead in his eye and said, "This, and what makes you think I will join you? Better yet, what makes you think I would follow a pathetic man's footsteps? Because for all intents purposes you are even weaker than a standard Chunin, so my answer is still the same. Or the next time I won't just take your arm off along with those extra organs you had, which by the way thanks so I could have an excuse for those who died that night to take their legacy and put it into my own." As he rubbed his eye patch a little to spite Danzo, which worked as he gripped his cane harder, "Because I don't think they would appreciate a coward like you holding their power, so I took the liberty to relieve you of their possessions that you took from them." Naruto then turned to walk away until Danzo could take it that this brat, in his opinion, looked down on him like that, and decided to say, "I would suggest you reconsider before something bad befalls you or your family, so take my advice, brat, you will join me." Which was the last thing he said before all of them heard a click sound. When that sound was heard, 8 thumps was heard by Danzo as he turned to see his bodyguards dead, even the hidden ones from slash marks, as he turned back to see Naruto's head turn so that he could only see the right side of his face before he heard him say, "That's quite a bold claim, crippled, but you and I both know you can't back it up, since I have all of your documents that you keep around, since you like to play the cloak and dagger shit but still need some leverage on people on paper. So right now you are as powerful as a little puppy, since I have everything you own, so think properly before you say your next words, Danzo Shimura. The only reason you are not dead yet is cause I need someone that I can control, and you, my mummified friend, are one of the few that worked under me, so take my advice. Get the fuck out of my way, and you might not be living on the street like a beggar, since after all, I have the deeds to your house and your bank account number, and if you think your safe houses can help, don't bother, since I know everything you do, so in a sense I fucking own you, bitch, along with a few others. Why did you think that the cocksuckers of the civilian council didn't bother to get on your side when you proposed to have me in your pathetic club? That's because I have them by the proverbial balls, you dipshit, so again you won't nor ever will own me because I own you, so get that through your thick skull, and if you even think about having me killed, then well, the aftermath won't be pleasant." As soon as Naruto finished that, he disappeared from sight, which made Danzo glared at the spot he was in as he gripped his cane harder until creaking sound was heard as he held one of his arms, as he felt the phantom pains that he was given by Naruto before he turned and walked back to his home while planning on how to get rid of the brat. Next day, Naruto right now was standing in the Hokage office along with his former team along with their teachers as they wait for the Hokage to enter, which he did, and sat down on his chair as he turned to the team in front of him. "Okay, right now I am giving you this mission since this team might need the experience, and also a farewell mission of sorts for Naruto, as he already reached Chunin. A film crew hired us to guard them so that they could film a movie as they head for the land of snow, so your job is to make sure that they reached there safely while finishing the show. Any questions? No, then Kakashi, Kushina, you will meet the client at the gate while the rest of you get your stuff ready for a long trip. Dismissed." Meeting area. Naruto and his siblings reached the meeting area to see Kakashi and Kushina there along with a nervous-looking old man, as he started looking everywhere for something until a sound came out of nowhere, and the siblings were shocked to see a horse coming straight at them with a person on top of it. All of them jumped out of the way except for Naruto, who jumped and did a somersault that made him land behind the rider, and he knocked her out with a chop before he quickly calmed the horse down. Once he did, he noticed the person who he knocked out was in his opinion a beautiful woman with long black hair with bangs that swept on each side of her face and light blue colored eyes. She was wearing makeup, pink eyeshadow and red lipstick. She wore a green blouse over a pink jacket with brown gloves. After admiring her for a while, Naruto turned the horse back towards the crew. Later. Right now Naruto was staring out into the sea as the ship he was on traveled towards snow. After the fiasco early on, he and his siblings then later on was told who they were guarding. She was none other than Yuki Fujikaze, a world-renowned actress who starred in a lot of movies and had many fans, which also included Naruto and Narumi, who had stars in their eyes and asked for her signature when she woke up, which was another pain in the ass when the team realized that she was a total bitch and was more or less on par with the konoha emo during his brief conversation he had with her along with his teammates, but he really didn't care. Sure, he thought the movie she stars in was nice, but he preferred when the actors that actually liked acting instead of putting up a fake front when filming just for the sake of it. Now he was having his break after the film crew finished up a scene from the movie, so he was relaxing on the deck as he waited for the boat to reach snow. He was slightly annoyed when he had to do this mission with his family even though he was chunin already, but he didn't care too much about it since he will do his own mission soon, so this was his bon voyage mission before going his somewhat own way, so he enjoyed the feeling of it along with the cool sea breeze that's been blowing in his face. Until something in the distance caught his eye. He squinted to see what it was, and as it got closer, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw a giant glacier floating in front of the ship, which made Naruto be on guard since he thought something this big was coincidentally in the way of the ship they were on, and he was about to tell the crew to go around the glacier until he heard the eccentric director shouting the crew to dock there so he could film the movie, which made Naruto facepalm at his behavior and sweat drop at how the director dismissed what Kakashi and Kushina said and going on about how movies were made in his opinion like two spandex-wearing idiots from Konoha. So with that in mind, he had no choice but to make sure he and his team can protect his sorry ass if he got them into trouble. On the glacier. Right now Naruto and his team are on lookout as they try to make sure none of their clients die because of their stupidity, while in the back of his mind he felt like wave all over again, which made him held back a sigh as he thought he just jinxed himself, and once that thought ended, a loud explosion was heard and Naruto saw smoke coming out from an area, but he didn't care much since the person there was weaker than Kakashi in terms of skill if he was feeling chakra right, along with two more who appeared after some grudge match talk he heard from the first guy that Kakashi attack, along with the fact that the actress is some kind of princess if the purple-haired weakling was talking straight. He looked onto the field to see Naruto and Narumi try to tag team a girl who's using some kind of flying device, while Kenzo and Kushina handle a fat guy who couldn't even ride a snowboard if his life depended on it, while Kakashi was fighting the purple-haired jackass who liked his voice a little too much. He was going to help them until his gut told him to duck, and he quickly did as a bullet fly by where his head would have been. He turned to the direction of the shot to see a woman there with a revolver in her hand, which the barrel had some smoke coming out from. She is a very youthful woman with purple-silver hair which is tied up, blue-purple eyes, and a lollipop in her mouth. She was wearing a white kimono with a purple obi sash, and tabi socks with black Zora sandals. All in all, Naruto was looking at another babe in his book. So, mind telling me the name of the person who tried to blow my head off and why she did it? Asked Naruto. The woman giggled a little before saying, "My name is Tsurera Shirayuki, and apparently you, my handsome friend, are in my way of my job since the human that summoned me and the other jackass who is really getting on my nerves wanted the girl for something who knows what and said he'll give us whatever we want if he rule the country, but I could care less, but the other demon he summoned put me in a curse of sorts so only he or the other one could control me, so sorry about this, hope you survive though. Get 'em boys." Once she finished saying that, a dozen or so things appeared out of nowhere charge at Naruto along with Tsurera. The things were wearing like a traditional reaper costume complete with the scythe, but their faces were close to a mummified corpse, but that didn't deter Naruto as he prepared for the fight. One swung wildly but missed as Naruto ducked underneath, and he unsheathed his sword which bisected it horizontally. Following the momentum, he did a 180 spin to block a downward strike before giving it a Spartan kick which knocked it into two more of his kind as Naruto swung his sword downwards to deflect another strike. Using his free hand, he unsheathed his other sword which sliced its head clean off before tuning into sand, which weirded him out a little before getting back into focus as he used both his swords to block 3 downward strikes. 2 more tried a pincer attack when Naruto was still holding off the 3, which he noticed and reacted by releasing a dome of lightning, and when he did the 5 along with 2 more were caught in it which electrocuted them into sand once more. Once he finished that move, he had to jump to the side as he dodged a couple more bullets aimed at him before suddenly spikes made of ice rain down on him which missed as he did a Kawamari with one of the reapers which was turned into a pincushion before turning into sand. Tsurera was impressed at how Naruto managed to see her sneak attack, but she didn't let it get to her since she had a job to do as she summoned more ice spears and sent them straight at Naruto, who rolled out of the way while using some of the reapers as shields before he finished up his hand sign before calling out wind style. Vortex Dragon. What came out was a giant wind dragon heading straight for Tsurera and the Reapers, but surrounding the dragon was wind that turned into a mini tornado which pulled the rest of the Reapers inside of it, while Tsurera slammed her hand down and created a couple walls of ice which connected with the dragon in a loud explosion. A large plume of smoke was created from it, but Naruto didn't let his guard down, which was good as he jumped back to avoid being skewered by some ice. The smoke cleared just enough for Naruto to see Tsurera with her hands looking like claws made from ice. Whistle, not bad. The other ice user I know couldn't make ice like that, complimented Naruto. Well, seeing that I am a Yuki-onna, this is mostly child's play, said Tsurera, but before they could continue, Kakashi suddenly shouted to everyone to get on the ship before he and the jackass he was fighting did their just, which was a giant snow whale with a horn coming out of it, and both of them clashed into each other before one of them slammed the other into the glacier, which was also the place where Naruto and Tsurera was fighting on, but both managed to escape it. Naruto landed in front of Kakashi with a tick mark on his forehead and a face that promised pain towards Kakashi, who gulped loudly. Both of them then jumped onto the fleeing ship as it headed towards its destination. Snow sometime later. So let me get this straight. You thought it would be a good idea for a traumatized woman to come back to the place where her father died because his brother was getting greedy and wanted something he built which nobody even knows about, and you thought it was a good idea to bring her back here before she was even cured said trauma while not even giving us a hint about who she was. Are you out of your freaking mind, you stupid jackass? Said an exasperated Naruto after he got a lowdown of why the snow nins were after them from the manager, who is the aide of Yuki Fujikaze, or better now known as Princess Koyuki Kazehana, who is now in a Caesar position as he got berated by a younger man as if he were a child being scolded by his parents. If the situation wasn't so serious, the people around them in the trailer right now would probably be laughing their asses off right now. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose before continuing on, and what's worse is that you practically painted a bullseye on her pretty little face by putting her in front of the camera in a goddamn movie, which I might add is well known all throughout the elemental nations. How is she not dead yet before we came astounds me. I am sorry, but she needs to be back here so she could take back the throne and rule Snow, so please help us. Doto is a tyrant and I fear what could happen if he got his hands on her, said the aide known as Sandayu. Mama, don't be so hard on him, Naruto. I mean, he is doing what he was supposed to do despite not telling us, said Kakashi, but then he had to flinch when Naruto glared at him before saying, I suggest you don't talk to me like that. Hey, take, you and I aren't on friendly terms, so don't address me as such. Sandayu continued on as he bowed to them. Please, I'm begging you, please help get our princess back to the throne where she belongs before Doto decides to do something bad to her if she was captured. Everyone there couldn't help but to look on in pity at the man bowing at them, except for Naruto, who scoffed before saying, yeah, well, good luck with that since she's not in her trailer anymore. Everyone's eyes were wide open when he said that, and before they could protest, Naruto just put his hand up before continuing on. Don't worry, boss been looking out for her since he figured she might do something like this, so he said go on, he'll catch up soon, see ya. And then Naruto poof out of there, showing everyone that he was a shadow clone, which shocked all of them since they didn't notice it. With the real Naruto, Naruto just got the clone's memory as he was trailing behind Koyuki in the trees as he saw her running from the area in panic, which he couldn't blame her for, so he just hung back until she got whatever she had bottled in to let it all out, which she somewhat did when he saw her trip and fell and stayed there for a bit, and that was his K as he jumped down and walked towards her. She managed to get upright and glared at him before saying, what do you want, gonna take me back there? Naruto just nodded before saying, you know they aren't gonna let you go that easily. I'm not gonna give that whole guilt trip talk cause that ain't my style, but I will tell you this though, life is a bitch, but what we choose helps us make it more bearable for both ourselves and those around us, so just suck it up cause no one likes a winner. Now are you gonna be a winner, or are you gonna grab the opportunity to be whatever you want in this life of yours, cause I ain't gonna hold your hand till you get there, so what's it gonna be, princess? Koyuki just stared at the blonde for a moment and thought about what he just said before sighing and nodded, which he smirked before carrying her in a princess carry, which is ironic in this situation, but both didn't care as they started walking back to the crew while making a unique small talk along the way. You know you can't beat Doto, right? Yep. You know he's gonna kill you, right? Yep. He's gonna kill everyone you know. Yep. You're not listening to me, are you? Yep. With that ended the conversation as Koyuki pouted a little for not getting Naruto riled up, while Naruto on the other hand was thinking, guess Aniki was right, just agree to anything people like her says and she keep quiet. They were now walking in the cavern, which was the shortcut the crew used to get to the other side, with Koyuki still in Naruto's arms, when all of a sudden Naruto noticed a small pulse of chakra traveling through the ground, so he turned to see what it was while Koyuki looked at him and wondered what was going on when she noticed that the ground was melting away until rail tracks were now showing, which made Naruto raised an eyebrow until he heard a sound and turned to see what it was. And when he did, his eyes bulged wide open as he saw a freaking train heading straight for him, so he did what anyone would do in this situation. He tossed Koyuki into the air and caught her piggyback style and proceeded to run like a bat out of hell. "You're not gonna make it." "Yes we are, so shut up." Naruto was contemplating on using his lightning step to get away from the train, but decided against it since he still haven't control it enough to carry a person without frying them into a crisp, and if anyone don't believe him, well, a couple of fried swallows could attest to this. Well, the bones of a fried swallow, since he ate the meat. But back to it. "Hey, I see light up ahead, we're gonna make it," shouted Naruto as they head towards the light at the end of the cavern, and once they were out of there, Naruto quickly jumped to one side as the train passed by them. Both Naruto and Koyuki landed a little hard on the snow, but they were alright as both managed to get up properly until Doto came out of there along with the sidekick and tried to rile up Koyuki, when suddenly the train he was on was hit by logs, which shook them a little as all of them saw Sandayu along with other samurais all ready for war, which Sandayu gave a rousing speech before charging along with the others. Naruto, who was looking on, just sighed at the display as he thought that it was a good moment but a bad sacrifice, as he said softly, "Fools." Koyuki managed to hear and wondered why he said it until suddenly she saw the train opening up to showcase the konoha launchers that were inside of it were launching them by the hundreds if not thousands, which obliterated the attacking force. There wasn't a fight to begin with as she saw the massacre of her people along with her caretaker. Koyuki was horrified at what just happened as she was going to a small breakdown before suddenly she heard Naruto say, "Get to safety, I'm not gonna let their battle go in vain, so go now, I handle this." Before he unsheathed one of his sword and walked calmly towards the train, while Koyuki was staring at him in shock as he was about to fight the train alone, but before she could say anything Doto beat her to it. "What's this, a little brat like you think you can challenge me, huh? I suggest you go home to your mommy, little boy, before things get real nasty." Naruto couldn't care less about what he said as he continued walking slowly towards the train with his sword on his shoulder before saying back to Doto, "You people are all the same, thinking the power equals strength, but is not. After all, power and strength are two different concepts, so allow me to show you my strength." Once he finished, he charged at them in a flash of lightning and punched right through the last train carriage, which exploded upon contact. The snow ninjas reacted quickly as the one in front of the exploded train car tried to fire the konoha launcher but was a second too late as Naruto descended and sliced him along with the konoha launcher in half vertically, but Naruto didn't stop there as the strike he made also managed to cut off a piece of the train carriage he was on. Following that, Naruto jumped over the split body before it could even drop and quickly threw a konoha at the other ninja's throat, which caused him to choke on his own blood before dying. Naruto landed in a roll before quickly jumping down near the carriage in a blind spot so the ninjas couldn't shoot at him, and he quickly did a 180 turn with his left hand laced with wind chakra and punched the carriage near him, which was sent flying off the cliff. After that, Naruto charged into another carriage, and what followed after that were the screams of the snow ninjas, which infuriated Doto when suddenly his train was assaulted by explosion, which was then followed by a small avalanche that managed to bury some of the carriages. Naruto burst forth from the carriage he was in and landed on one of the rocks as he flashed his own hand signs while saying, "Well, since this is the land of snow, how about I show you some ice moves, ice style, Ice Dragon Avalanche." And with that, an avalanche came down from the mountains, but this suddenly took the form of dragons charging towards the train. Doto managed to run away by disengaging the carriages despite the onslaught given by the konoha ninjas. After a while, the crew managed to relax and gathered the dead bodies so they could cover them, and right now Naruto is leaning against the side of the mountain as he look on to see his team and Koyuki near the soon-to-be dead Sandayu, who in Naruto's mind just sacrificed his men for almost nothing, and now giving a sob story to Koyuki, who probably might go into a small meltdown at seeing him dead, but that didn't matter as he got off and was about to walk towards them when suddenly a couple of explosive konohas were shot above Naruto, which exploded, causing him to be buried in a pile of snow. Before anyone could react, the snow ninjas managed to kidnap Koyuki and then sent hails of special konohas that exploded into ice spikes intending to impale them while the snow ninjas got away, which they did. Once everything managed to calm down, everybody tried to head towards Naruto to dig him out, but there was no need when the snow suddenly exploded outwards, and what came out was an irritated Naruto who was gritting his teeth as he berated himself for letting down his guard and said this in a cold tone. "Where did they go? Everyone just stare at him a little before pointing the general direction of the airship went to, which was also the castle of the Land of Snow. Naruto looked at the direction before turning back to tell them, "I'm gonna go on ahead and provide a distraction while you guys try and find a way to save the princess. If you still hear screaming or shouting, that's your K." And then he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Everyone there was a little confused at what just happened before Kakashi broke the ice by saying, "Well then, we should be going then, huh?" Which everyone just nodded dumbly while Kenzo grumbled on how Naruto was stealing his thunder. Sometime later at the Snow Palace with the team. The team managed to reach the palace silently, but that wasn't needed as they heard the people screaming coming from there, and when they went to see, they were treated for a sight as they saw the palace gate being broken down along with some parts of the walls surrounding it, and fires were everywhere as the team saw people running out from there screaming stuff like monster or demon and the like, and was confused why they said that, but all of a sudden a lightning dragon erupted from inside the palace as it tried to grab onto something, which everyone saw was Doto and some of his private nins and Koyuki, who was on his shoulder trying to head to somewhere, which everyone followed except for Kushina as she wanted to check up on Naruto, which Kakashi nodded before ordering the siblings to follow him while Kushina headed towards Naruto. With Naruto. Right now Naruto is staring at the hole he made during his fight with the snow nins, but they managed to escape, which he cursed a little at before turning back to his opponent, who was Tsurera, and she looked worse for wear as her kimono was now in tatters and she was breathing hard after the light beat down Naruto gave her, which was enough to send her down to one knee. "You know you could just give up right now and tell me where they're heading, right? Cause I doubt that jackass is worth the effort and I could just kill the other demon that put that spell on you," said Naruto as he raised an eyebrow, hoping what he said might stop her from fighting him so he could kick Doto's punk ass. Tsurera contemplated before telling him, "There's a large patch of ground nearby with large pillars of reflective mirrors encircling it, and that's where you'll also find the bastard that put me in this spell, but be careful handsome, don't want to lose you too quick before I could have some fun." Naruto just grinned like a madman before he turned to see his mother standing there looking a little worried at him, but he just sighed before telling her, "I'm going after Doto. Can you help her out first before you meet with us?" Kushina just looked between both of them confusingly before nodding a little, and that was Naruto's K to get out of there. Kushina then headed towards Tsurera and applied some medicine on her wounds. Both were in a comfortable silence before Tsurera decided to break the ice. "So, you're his mother, aren't ya?" Which Kushina stiffened it before looking at her with slightly wide eyes. "I've seen the way he looked at you just now, so I know. Let me guess, neglection." Which Kushina nodded slowly with small tears escaping from her eyes. "I'm not gonna say that it wasn't your fault or something like that, but let me tell you this, don't force him to come back to you too quickly, take your time and he will come back to you, just be patient." After hearing that, Kushina just nodded before going back to mending her wounds. With Naruto. Naruto managed to head towards the area Tsurera told him, and he saw Doto walking towards a machine and putting the crystal and activating it, while on the sidelines was Koyuki, who was on the ground but still alive as she propped up with her elbows. Naruto jumped towards the area Doto was on, surprising him, and before he could react Naruto gave a solid right punch to his face. The satisfying crunch of Doto's nose being broken was sweet music to Naruto's ears as he sent Doto flying across the ground, who managed to recover as he did his justu and called out ice style, Twin Dragon Blizzard. With that, two black dragons came out and went for a pincer movement on Naruto, who grinned as he did his own hand signs and finished it as he called out, Lightning style, Storm Dragons Rising. From out of nowhere a huge lightning dragon twice the size of a large battle summons came down from the sky and clashed with the black dragons, which were destroyed quickly, but that didn't end as the lightning dragon headed for Doto. He tried to get out of the way when suddenly he felt like he could move and he looked down to see why. Only to have his eyes bulge out as he saw hands grabbing his ankles to prevent him from moving, and before he could do anything the dragon came and attacked him, which resulted in a huge explosion that shook the entire area a bit before calming down. Naruto, satisfied at what he did to Doto, was calmly walking towards Koyuki when a thick fog started coming in, which confused Naruto for a bit, but he still walked for a bit until something caught his eye. Well, more like two something, as what he saw weirded him out for a bit, because what he saw was two somewhat naked female whose skin was red in color and was about 1/3 of his height was giggling and waving him over. Seeing as he was a gentleman in his own mind, he decided to entertain them for a bit as he played with them a little, when all of a sudden a giant gray frog came out of nowhere and swallowed up the place Naruto was on. It started chewing a little before it realized something, but before it could do anything a bolt of lightning came and struck him right in the face, which sent the frog flying back a little. It managed to get back up as it saw Naruto standing there tapping his sword on his shoulder. But how easy, you can hide that fat-ass body of yours but you can't hide that godforsaken smell. Phewie, what did you do? Roll over a pigsty to get that kind of smell. Insulted Naruto, who now managed to get a good look at the frog who had two anglers, which was probably what he saw early on. You dare insult me, I will gladly eat you for dinner. The frog then lunged at Naruto, who rolled out of its way, and when he turned to face him the frog was gone in the mist and the anglers came out to play. Naruto just grinned a little before saying, well, since you're not gonna come to me, looks like I'm gonna have to drag you out. With that said, Naruto charged at one of the anglers and grabbed a hold on it before using chakra to enhance his strength and gave a 180 spin throw to one corner. Once Naruto heard a loud thud at that end, he quickly took out 3 of his swords and shouted out, Magnum Step Piercer, as he stabbed 3 swords with lightning chakra, but he only managed to nick one of the frog's foot as it jumped out of the way to dodge. The frog returned the favor by blowing out cold air heading straight for Naruto, who jumped into the air to dodge it as he flipped through some hand signs before calling out wind style, Maelstrom Destruction. All of a sudden hundreds and hundreds of wind blades descended onto the frog, who had no time to escape that onslaught as it connected, but Naruto was not done as he took out all 6 of his swords and slammed it to the ground and called out Dragon's Drive, and from it 6 dragons made from lightning came out and headed for the frog, who couldn't escape because of the wounds he got early on and now was hit by the dragons in a spectacular fashion. Naruto slowly walked towards the smoke as it cleared out, showing the frog still alive but barely, and Naruto had to give it credit for surviving something like that, but it didn't matter because right now he was gonna give the final blow. You are not human, are you? Said the bloodied frog. Who knows, maybe I am, maybe I'm not, but I like to call myself a natural-born badass, don't you agree? Answered Naruto before he spun with the balls of his heel as he swung his sword horizontally and walked out of there like a boss as he flicked his blade before sheathing it slowly, and once it was fully sheathed with an audible click, the frog behind him slowly turned into ice before it exploded into pieces creating snowflakes. The people there, which included Naruto's team along with Kushina, who arrived with a slightly bandaged Tsurera, came to see this sight as the snowflakes gently fall down to the ground, which made them awe with its beauty. Naruto was about to reach Koyuki when he heard an audible groan and he turned to see that Doto was still standing, which made Naruto slightly wondered if all villains have 9 lives or something as he think back on most of the villains he faced and how they managed to survive some of his more deadly attacks, but shook out off it as he saw Doto planning to use a justice, so he just sighed and created a normal Raise-Non and then charged at him. As he charged at him, the sun shone down on the reflective mirrors, which managed to make the outlines of the Raise-Non to look multicolored, and everyone there was looking in awe at the color. Before Doto could finish his jutsu, Naruto was already in front of him as he hit him with the Raise-Non, which sent him flying into the mirror, which slowly break into pieces before he fell down, and once that happened the snow suddenly turned into grass as it spreads into the 4 corners of the land of snow. Before anyone could say anything, a hologram appeared showing a younger Koyuki as she talked to her father, which was probably the best moment if it was shot on camera, but Naruto didn't bother hearing it because it wasn't meant for him, but he kept a smile up as he walked towards the laughing Koyuki as she wiped the tears of joy on her face. Naruto stopped and stand next to Koyuki as both stare out in silence into the beautiful grassland with a rainbow over it. You know, you look more like a knight saving the princess with the clothes you're wearing, said Koyuki. You think so, huh? Said Naruto as he looked at his clothes. Koyuki just nodded before continuing, and do you know what knights need during this moment? Naruto just looked confused before saying what? And before he realized it, Koyuki grabbed his cheeks and kissed him deeply in front of everyone, who had their jaw dropped at that. She leaned back and said with a grin, why a kiss from the princess? He save silly, don't you watch the movies? Naruto looked at her dumbly before he started chuckling slowly until it grew into a full-blown laughter. Now this is a happy ending, was what Naruto said as they continued to stare into the grassy plains. Sometime later, Naruto was now walking in the palace front as he searched for his teammates in the now dubbed Land of Spring for the moment. He finished his talk with Tsurera, who wanted to stay here since this place is the place she can stay safely since her kind doesn't do well in much warmer climates, but that was alright with him, but he did wondered what she meant when she said about a surprise she and Koyuki had for him, but was put out of it when he saw his team talking to the newly crowned queen and was heading towards them as he picked up the end of the conversation. Oh, who said I was retiring? I mean ruling the land of snow and acting. I think I can handle both. I mean I have to be out of my mind to give it up now, said Koyuki as she held up a script that Kakashi recognized. She managed to spot Naruto, who was walking towards them. She went up to him and hugged him, which surprised Naruto for a bit but welcomed it. I like to say thanks for your help I guess, and I remember what you said during our time together and sorry for some of the trouble I've caused," said Koyuki, but Naruto just waved it off. Don't worry about it. Oh, and here's a gift from me and Tsurera, so make sure you come alright." Koyuki finished as she handed him an envelope before winking at him, which confused Naruto a little. "Well then, I'm gonna look for Tsurera, see you later." And Koyuki went to where Tsurera was. Curious, Naruto opened the envelope and inside was a picture. Once he saw the picture, his face suddenly had a big shit-eating grin that could make the sun jealous, and he started chuckling like an idiot, which confused the rest, but he just waved them off, signaling he was fine. "Hey Nii-chan, what's in the picture?" asked a curious Naruto. Naruto did nothing more than just ruffle her hair, which made her pout before he put the picture in his coat, saying, "Sorry Naruto, but that's a secret between me, Koyuki, and Tsurera. Maybe when you grow up a little." Naruto then walked away as he waved at his team, saying, "Don't bother looking for me, I'm gonna be gone for a while, I'll see you guys later." Which made the team even more confused at what he just said. What was in the picture, you might ask? Well, the picture was of Koyuki and Tsurera posing for a camera in lingerie that would make men have a massive nosebleed, with a pair of kisses on the corner, and behind it were the words, "Come on big boy, don't keep us waiting." Naruto kept walking as he looked onto the sky as he thought, yep, this was the best day ever. And that's a wrap. Hope you guys like the few little twists I've added, so rate and review so JANE. Chapter 13. Let's rock normal. Let's rock shouting / Naruto English. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock summons / Baijuyo / moves / just to. Anima man, who knows, my Super Sentai is a little rusty, so I would mostly stick to normal summoning or have him have certain power for certain dragons, example like giving him the power over metal if he summons a metal dragon like that. There Zero, it just popped out when I was writing, smiley face, Vakama, right in this chapter. "So you want us to guard this gem as it makes its journey to the land of Moon, right?" asked Naruto as he stood with Team 9 and 10 as they received their next mission from Hiruzen, who nodded to confirm it. "Yes Naruto, I want you along with Team 9 and 10, to do this mission since most of our forces are quite stretched thin due to them having patrol duty, since the relationship between us and Suna are on a thin line unless both sides could come to a conclusion, so for now you all will have to do this," said Hiruzen as Naruto sighed, knowing it was true since the dumbass council wanted more power and money. Even though he managed to rein them in line a little, it still wasn't helping the situation. Naruto just sighed as he and the rest went back to grab their stuff before heading out. It was a few days after the Land of Snow incident, which Naruto smiled at during the time he met up with Koyuki and Tsurera in the after party, and let's just say that Naruto was glad he managed to learn sealing, because the screams would have woken everybody up, and that he managed to learn the flexibility of those two women. But back to it. When he and the team returned, they gave the report and then parted as he went to meet up with Haku, who became a favorite in the hospital she worked in, and her skills were getting better as she learned some healing just from Tsunade. She was happy with the small dates they had, and Naruto wasn't too sure that he wanted to go beyond that since he got his eyes on two others and he didn't want to break their hearts because of it, so he decided to let it flow for now before it comes back to bite him in the ass. A while later, Naruto along with Team 9 and 10 were now on a ship heading towards the Land of Moon along with the gem, which turns out to be a diamond cut out from the original Moon and Sun stone to be a pair of wedding rings for the heirs of the Land of Moon and the Land of Sun, who are getting married soon. He got along quickly with both of them since their personality was more of a carefree person rather than a prince or princess of a country, and he found out that both of them were childhood friends that turned lovers after some time together, which was nice in Naruto's opinion, but he decided to leave it for now as he enjoyed the nice cool sea breeze. Okay. Well, that was until Crazy Eyebrow Freak Sr. and Jr. decided to vomit due to their seasickness, which made Naruto's mood turn sour, so he left them to their devices until he came upon a black-haired Yamato Netsuko wearing a purple kimono talking with a man with brown hair that was untamed wearing some gold clothing. These two were the prince and princess of the Land of Sun and Moon respectively. "Hey Ren, Tsuki, what's up?" asked Naruto. Both of them stopped their conversation and look at him before Ren answer. "Nothing much. Just talking about the wedding." Naruto nodded and asked again, "So what's your take on this, Ren?" "Well, I really wish they didn't make a big deal out of this, but hey, I'm just a prince for now along with my beautiful soon-to-be wife," said Ren before he got playfully hit on the shoulder by Tsuki, who started talking. "I know what you mean, dear, but you know how much our parents want this to work since both sides have been at each other's throats since a long time ago, and they want to make sure that the people see we are united." Naruto nodded, knowing that sometimes the leader of a village liked to make a spectacle out of this to show the people what was going on instead of rumors that might not be true from the people themselves. Before they could continue, a voice shouted out, "Pirates!" Before anyone could react, an explosion occurred near the ship, and with that everyone sprang into action. Asuma told Ino and Rock Lee, who still look a little green, along with Guy, to guard the two while the captain was ordering his men to prepare the cannons as they prepare to fight off two pirate ships. Naruto sprang into action as he did hand signs and then called out, "Water style, dance of the Hydra," and out came 7 Hydras made of water headed straight for both the ships. 4 of them hit one of the ship, but then the other 3 suddenly exploded before making contact, which made Naruto narrowed his eye at the ship when all of a sudden he had to flip back to avoid being shot at. Once he landed, Naruto had to use Judgment Cut to destroy the other bullets that were heading for him, which gave the pirates enough time to get close enough for them to board but couldn't, as Tenten launched kunous and shurikens at them while Chuji used his partial expansion just to smack them aside and Asuma was slicing and dicing them. Naruto cut down another 2 pirates and was about to help with getting the pirates off the ship, so he jumped onto one of the pirates' ship. As he landed, he managed to kill one of the pirate below him. Naruto turned to see that they managed to surround him, but what was weird to him was that the pirates weren't using their cannons anymore. He didn't care for the moment because he had to block an overhead strike. After that he backflipped to dodge another strike. Once he landed he did a 360 turn which killed another 2 pirates before jumping while bisecting one more. Naruto then had to duck again to avoid the bullets aimed at him. He rolled to the side before throwing his shuriken laced with wind chakra into the direction where the shots came from, but instead it connected with the bullets from the shooter. Naruto then managed to see the shooter, which made him earn a sweat drop as he saw another beautiful blonde girl standing on the helm of the ship, which made Naruto to think how he managed to meet beautiful girls every time he went out on a mission. He was brought out off it when a pirate was about to blindsight him, but he managed to stab him before he could do it. After that he did a one-handed sign before calling out wind style, wind pillar, just which created a pillar made of wind which helped Naruto to take out most of the pirates surrounding him before it died down real quick because Naruto had to clutch his shoulder which was bleeding. He turned to see the blonde-haired girl who was smirking at him as she held her smoking gun up in the air before she blew out the smoke. Naruto glared at her a little before stating out, "That bullet was pure chakra, wasn't it?" The girl just smirked and said, "Not bad cutie, but I would advise staying down since we need the 2 lovebirds." "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not going down that easy," said Naruto as the wound finished healing before charging at her using his lightning step, which shocked her before she was launched by an uppercut. The blonde managed to realign in midair as she fired a barrage of chakra bullets at Naruto, who was nothing more than a bolt of lightning, as he weaved through the barrage and managed to appear behind her and hammer her down to the ground. The blonde-hair girl managed to get up and was about to retaliate when she saw Naruto coming at her with his sword, so she rolled out of the way but failed to see the follow-up, which was a swift kick to her midsection which sent her flying once more. Naruto was about to go after her when all of a sudden a ship literally came out from the sea and rammed into the ship Naruto was on, causing it to move away as it took its place. The ship from Naruto's point of view was rotten to say the least. Creepy green was its color, and what made it creepy was that it actually was green wood that looked like it was rotten and left somewhere, while the sails had some holes in it which eluded Naruto on how it managed to move, but had that thought set aside as he saw what looked like various types of fish people charging at the rest of his team. Without a moment notice he flashed there and appeared in the middle of the fish people, which shocked them, but not before Naruto managed to call out wind style, wind dome, just which created a dome of wind shredding some of the fish people as it sent them flying in different directions. Naruto knew that they were outnumbered, and even though he could take them he didn't want to risk his charges and teammates, so he flashed back to the ship and he did something that everyone was shocked to see. He bent the sea to his very will. The winds howl. The sea waves crashes as Naruto uses as much of his chakra as he can to move the ship away while making sure that the pirates couldn't follow them, which worked as he and the crew heard the shouts of the pirates trying to get their ship under control, and with that they managed to get away. With the pirates. "You stupid fool, you let them get away," said a fat man who was wearing too much jewelry which looked more tacky than most and was about to continue if not for the fact that the person grabbed him by the throat with his crab-like arm and pulled him towards his face, which was an octopus head, and said, "Don't push your luck just cause you have my chest, you blundering idiot," said the octopus crab human hybrid before throwing him down, and then shouted, "Release the kraken." With Naruto and the ship. Damn, that took a lot out of me, should have done it in elemental form. thought Naruto as he leaned back at the sails while looking on at the crew of the ship trying to go faster towards its destination while he looked on to see the prince and princess was alright despite the altercation earlier, but as he was about to close his eye to get some rest he suddenly felt the ship shake and he knew that it wasn't the sea. Before anyone could say anything a giant tentacle came spewing out from the sea and tackled Naruto which set him flying back and with that started a riot as the people on the ship tried to destroy the tentacle only for more to come out and surround the ship and with that the shinobi had to save the prince and princess first before worrying about the rest which seemed cruel but that was what their jobs implied and before anyone knew it, Naruto exploded out of the water with his sword drawn in both hands laced with electricity cut off one of the tentacles. But as soon as he did that, more took its place and was ready to drag the ship down to sea. Knowing he couldn't finish it off here, Naruto decided to bail but before he could the thing came out and with a mighty heave the kraken took a bite of the place Naruto was on. The team plus two look on in horror as they saw the ship capsized along with the crew that made it out and was about to turn and run when suddenly a cannonball exploded near them. They then turned to see the pirate ships that ambushed them earlier was already near them and they knew that they were screwed. Naruto. God fucking damn it, that's the last time I tried fighting with calamari, said Naruto as he tried to get up from his current position and look around only to realize that he was on a ship. The ship itself was normal save for the fact that the sails were pitch black and as far as he could tell he was alone on this ship as he looked down to see his clothes he wore as in taters. Well what have we here? Said a voice from behind as Naruto turned to see a middle-aged man walking down towards him. Another visitor that has been claimed by the Dutchman I see, said the man. The Dutchman? Asked a confused Naruto. I, the Dutchman, the man whose job is to ferry the dead to the other side like yours truly. Great. Don't worry lad, you aren't truly dead so have a chance to get out of this dump. And this dump would be Davy Jones' locker. And who are you supposed to be? Captain Barbossa of the Black Pearl at your service. And with that begins Naruto's journey out off Davy Jones' locker. With the team some time later. Move it! Shouted the fish pirate as he pushed the survivors which included the team and the prince and princess into a cell on a deserted island. It was there that they knew that one of the councilmen from the land of the sun struck a deal with a third party to use the man known as Davy Jones to capture the heirs of the countries and then kill them while putting the blame on each other so that a war could start and when it was time he and the third party would come down and wipe them out while afterwards he was to be the daimyo of the country. The pirates were used because they were expendable and the fact that they caught their captain leaving the girl who fought Naruto to take his place was not doing too good as she knew that they were going to kill all of them regardless which is why they were also in the same cell as the shinobi right now since they already fulfilled their purpose. Arg goddammit, what are we supposed to do now? Screamed one of the captured pirates as he banged at the steel cell they were in trying to figure a way out off there. Stop it will you, we are getting nowhere like this, said the blonde-haired girl. Easy for you to say Magoichi, they are going to kill us if we don't do something right now. Enough lads, we got enough on our mind as it is, said a chubby man known as Gibbs as he continued on. Right now we need to get our heads together because they are on their way to start a war and blame it on us. Yeah well what can we do? If you haven't noticed we are in a jail cell and even if we do get out of here we don't have a ship that could take on the Flying Dutchman. But before anyone could say anything more an explosion occurred and the guards started shouting while screams could be heard in the distance which caused the people guarding them to go out and see the commotion. After a while it quieted down which made the prisoners wondered what was going on until the door was blown back. Everyone managed to see a person coming from the entrance who was wearing pirate-like clothing which made them thought that it was one of their comrades and the blonde's eyes widened a bit until they noticed the 6 swords strapped to his waist and they shinobi along with the prince and princess knew only one person that has that and they were proven right when the person looked up from his hat which made everyone sigh in relief that they were rescued by Naruto. Think of my version of Naruto wearing Barbossa's clothing. Well then what are you guys looking at? Come on people, we've got a war to stop, said Naruto as he freed the prisoners. With what? One of them asked. With my ship of course, said Naruto grinning as he led them to the Black Pearl. Daybreak. Ha ha ha, today will be the day I rule over the land of moon and sun and after that I will take over control of the seas and the entire elemental nations. Nothing can stop me now, said the councilman as he prepared his fleet with the Dutchman as the leading vessel to lead the charge. The armada sets off with the Flying Dutchman leading them as they were going to lay waste to those that would stand before them not knowing the opposition that stands before them. On the Black Pearl. We aren't gonna win against that kind of armada, we are doomed. "This isn't our fight," shouted one of the pirate, with most of them agreeing at what was coming their way. "Yeah, and what isn't our fight? The moment those assholes decided to use us for their gain and kill us afterwards, it became our fight, and I intend to give them one whether you guys are with me or not. But know this, we are the ones carrying the legacy of the Brethren Court and making sure the seas belong to no one, and right now I intend to let those bastards see the flash of our cannons and hear the rain of our swords, and by the sweat of our brows, the strength of our backs and the courage of our hearts we will send all of them to the depths of the sea, where it will become their tomb. So gentlemen, are you with me?" said Magoichi as she rallied the men on board the ship. Everyone looked on as they thought about it, and slowly some of them got their courage as they started rallying. "Aye, the winds are on our sides, boys, that's all we need," shouted Gibbs as everyone shouted in agreement as Magoichi followed it up with a battle cry. "Hoist the colors!" And with that everyone prepared for the fight that will determine the fate of the sea. Naruto looked on with a smirk on his face as he evaluated Magoichi to lead her men to battle before he bit his thumb and then call out, summoning just to the Flying Dutchman. All was well for the councilman as his armada was sailing through the waters with ease. He had to thank his father for giving him the location of the chest of the sea's most dangerous person, quite fitting if he should say so himself. That was then he saw the black pearl in the distance, and he had to smirk at the feeble attempt and was about to comment on it when all of a sudden a couple of explosions occurred behind him, which he turned to see what was it, only to be shocked to see dragons appearing from the water and started destroying his armada. "What is going on here?" shouted the councilman, who was ignored as Davy Jones narrowed his eyes at the ship before him, and without any disregard he called his ship to charge in, which was mimicked by the Black Pearl as the skies darkened and rain started pouring down, unknown to all except Naruto that a certain goddess was hoping this would happen, so with a wave of her hand she created a maelstrom for the upcoming battle. "Black Pearl! Maelstrom!" shouted Gibbs as everyone on board panicked and got ready to steer the ship. Naruto on the other hand was looking at the necklace, which was a silver compass that Barbossa gave him, and was thinking about what he said before a voice came out from behind him. Naruto. He turned to see Tsuki along with Ren and Magoichi looking at him before Tsuki continued, "We need you at the helm." Naruto looked at them a little before a smile etched his face as he said, "Aye, that be true." He walked towards the wheel and threw the person aside and then shouted, "Brace yourselves, you miserable dicks, day's the day worth living for," before turning the ship just outside of the maelstrom. "F.D. Veer out," shouted the councilman's soldier, but was pushed aside as Davy Jones took over while the councilman went down to hide. "She'll not harm us, full forth into the abyss," said Davy Jones. "Are you mad? Ha, you afraid to get wet?" Overall point of view. Play He's a Pirate by Hans Zimmer. The Flying Dutchman cut across the maelstrom and started gaining on the Black Pearl, which was noticed by Ren as he told Naruto, "She's on our stern and gaining," which was acknowledged by Naruto as he barked the orders out to the crew, "More speed, haul your winds and hold your waters." When it was in range, the Dutchman started firing on it, causing damage, and one unlucky pirate was thrown into the sea. "Take us out or they'll overbear us," said Ren, but he noticed the gleam in Naruto's eyes as he said, "Nay, further in, we cut across to faster water," he said in a crazy manner, and noticing this Tsuki shouted out, "Prepare to broadside," as the Black Pearl head deeper into the maelstrom. The crew itself got ready as they prepare the cannons, while the team also helped up well except for Bushy Brow Sr. and Jr., who were left behind because of their seasickness. One of the crew at the midship guns was about to fire when Gibbs stopped them, saying, "Hold it, wait till we're board and board." Both ships were circling each other as they wait for that one order that would start the battle, and as soon as both ships were parallel to each other, that's when it started. Fire! 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 Fire all! And with that hell rain loose as the cannons were unleashed upon their enemies. Cannons spew, woods destroyed, people dying from the explosion of the cannonballs. This is what the scene was as both ships sought out to destroy each other, and Naruto, seeing this, had to say the last quip, "It be too late to alter course now, mateys, ha ha ha," as lightning flashed behind him. Both ships kept on firing as they sought to destroy each other as they got closer and closer, and when it was time, both sides started swing to bring the fight to their enemies. As the soldiers and the fish people boarded the Black Pearl was where the close combat began. 4 of them managed to board the helm where Naruto was holding them off as he began dual-wielding his swords, while at the bottom was Ren and Tsuki, who are cutting them down left and right, while Magoichi was on the crow's nest shooting them down while providing cover fire for the attacking crew. Naruto ducked under a swing before deflecting another before he gave a Spartan kick to him before spinning and bisecting one of them, and as this was going on, Ren decided to do something because he did not want to waste this opportunity. Tsuki. Which caught her attention before he ran up to her and continued, "Will you marry me right here and now?" A soldier managed to cut in before his blade was stuck between the prince and princess's sword while Tsuki replied, "I don't think now's the best time." Deflecting the sword and cut the one behind her while Ren stabbed another before he said, "Now may be the only time." Both stare at each other a little before Ren continued, "I love you. I've made my choice, what's yours?" Seeing the determination in his eyes, Tsuki said one thing, "Naruto, marry us." "I'm a little busy at the moment," said Naruto as he stabbed a soldier before blocking an overhead strike with his free hand. That put a smile on their faces as they ducked down before continuing the fight until it was clear a little and Ren shouted, "Naruto. Now." Naruto forced one of them to stab his comrades before saying, "Fine then." Before he Spartan kick a guy and block a downward strike before pushing him off and gave a X slash on him and then getting up onto the podium and started the wedding of sorts. "Dearly beloved, we be gather here today." Deflecting a strike before put kicking an enemy. "Today that's give to the mast you patsy cur." Ren and Tsuki dodge, block, strike, slice and dice as they did their wedding before meeting each other as Ren started, "Tsuki Tsugomori, do you take me to be your husband?" "I do," replied a happy Tsuki. "Great," said Ren as he ducked an overhead slash and had to separate as they fight the enemy as Ren deflect a strike before grabbing him and stab him in the gut while Tsuki slash at the enemy's throat before returning to the fiancé once more as they continued their dance of death. "Ren Teo, do you take me to be your wife?" Separate just a bit as she deflect the sword upwards and then stab him as she fell back and being caught by Ren before he used his sword to block a downward strike before she followed it up with a stab. In sickness and in health. Kicking the corpse away. And health being little less likely. Naruto still on the podium pushed back another enemy before bending down and stabbed one of them from between his legs as he wait for them to finish their vows. Once more Ren and Tsuki separate as they dance in amidst blades, water, and cannonball fire before joining together as Ren gave his answer, which was all Tsuki needed to hear. "I do. As captain I now pronounce you." Twirl 360 as he took down three more. "You may kiss." Takes out a pistol and fired at an unlucky person while Ren and Tsuki was about to kiss but was also interrupted as they kill two more. Naruto jumped down and kick a guy overboard. "You may kiss." Sixth sense came in just in time as Naruto blocked another strike and was slightly irritated while the same thing happened to the two lovebirds before Naruto had slightly enough and said, "Just kiss." And with that they did, and for that moment time slowed down as they enjoy the moment along with Naruto as he smiled at them before turning back into a cold hard stare at the Flying Dutchman. So with a seal-less hand sign he made a shadow clone to take his place before jumping towards the ship to engage in close quarters combat. None of them stood a chance as Naruto hack and slash anything that stood in his way, and as he took down another he had to lean his head back to avoid the strike to his head. Once he recovered, he saw the person that did it, who was none other than Davy Jones. "So the fool managed to told you on how to escape the locker." "Yep, and he told me to give you a message, see you in hell." Naruto ended as he went for a downward slash which was deflected and Davy Jones countered with a wide slash which Naruto jumped over as he gave an overhead slash which Davy Jones rolled under before coming back up and charge at Naruto, not noticing a small dragon sneaking into the ship. The fight on both ships was intense as both sides tried to kill each other, and among them were the two captains as they somehow took the battle on top of one of the sails, but what was different was that Naruto was holding a chest that the small dragon early on managed to sneak out before disappearing back to the summoning realm. Both of them pushed each other back before steadying on the sails as they ready themselves for another bout. "I can set you free, mate," said Naruto. "My freedom was forfeit long ago," was Davy Jones' answer as he charged in once more, which was mimicked by Naruto. B.P. Clone Naruto was handling the wheel of the ship as he tried to steer it away but look up to see both sails were closing in on each other until both of them collided with each other, which caused both of the ships to shake and stumble. F.D. The tremor caused the two captains to wobble a little but didn't fall because Naruto was using chakra to prevent him from falling, while Davy Jones managed to steady himself using the ropes on the sails, though because of it Naruto dropped the chest from his hand, which made Davy Jones wide-eyed as he quickly grabbed it in time using the extra tentacle on his hand, and Naruto was about to capitalize but Davy Jones managed to use the chest as a weapon and knocked him down. Magoichi saw what Davy Jones had done and was about to scream until she saw Naruto grabbing the rope and started swinging around the sails but was being chased by Davy Jones' crew. Seeing this, Magoichi took aim at Davy Jones and slowly inhale and exhale until the right moment, which wasn't long, as she pulled the trigger. Bang! Her shot was aim and true as it struck the chest Davy Jones was holding, which caused him to let it go as he let the chest fell to the ship and onto a poor fellow and knocked him out. Seeing this, Naruto had to get out of his predicament, so he did what most thought would be crazy. He let go of the rope he was swinging on. That caused him to free fall, but not for long, as he willed the winds to his whim to let him glide towards the chest while Davy Jones just jumped down and went straight for it. Both of them reached the place at the same time, and like an unknown signal, they do battle once more as Naruto was dual wielding while Davy Jones used his sword skills and experience along with the crab-like hand he has to block the strikes. Davy Jones then went for a stab, which was deflected by Naruto, who spin around him and elbow him in the gut, causing Davy Jones to stumble. Naruto capitalized with a downward slash, but Davy Jones sidestepped to avoid it and tried to stab Naruto, but he used his other sword to deflect it, and then both went in for a deadlock. "You can do nothing without the key," said Davy Jones as he showed the key to Naruto. "Well then, I'll just have to go and get it then, won't I?" replied Naruto as he ended the deadlock with a knee to the gut before giving a wide slash that cut off the key-holding tentacle, which made Davy Jones wailed in pain, which Naruto used as a distraction as he bulldozed him into the cabins as they continue their bout. Magoichi saw this, so she decided to do what none had done before, kill Davy Jones. With that in mind, she jumped onto a rope and swung to the Flying Dutchman, only to be greeted by some of its crew, but she mowed them down with gunfire. None stood a chance as she shoot down anyone that wasn't friendly while she headed for the chest. She managed to get to it but noticed that it was still closed, and she frantically looked around until she saw a tentacle inching to somewhere dragging a key with it. She was about to go grab it until a blur came out from the cabins and the tentacle flew with it. She saw that it was Naruto as he got up while creaking his neck a little. From the hole she saw Davy Jones coming out of it with some cuts on him, but it didn't look like it slowed him down at all. He managed to see her holding the chest. Noticing this, Magoichi quickly fired a shot straight at his heart, but it didn't work as he smiled creepily and said, "Have you forgotten, I'm a man without a heart?" But before he could reach her, he was bulldozed into the cabins once more by Naruto, but with a little more force this time. That managed to snap Magoichi off her stunned look as she tried to find the key once more in the seas of battle, but unknown to all, a certain coward of a councilman scrambled out from the cabins because of the bout inside there. Magoichi was searching for the key frantically again as the enemy tried to kill her, but they were busy fighting of the men from the Black Pearl, and those that were onto her were shot down by her guns. Once more she managed to grab the key under the hail of winds, water, and cannonball fire, and quickly she opened the chest. Once she had a look inside, she nearly dropped the chest because of what was inside of it, and lo and behold, the heart of Davy Jones still beating as it waits for someone to end its suffering. Magoichi hesitated because of the legend surrounding it, saying that the Dutchman must always have a captain and the captain would be the one who killed the previous captain, and as much as she wanted immortality, she didn't want to wait 10 years just to walk on land for one day, and on the other hand she wanted Davy Jones to pay for what he did to her father. During her conflicting emotions, a nearby floor exploded outwards before a body landed with a big thump sound. Startled, Magoichi saw Davy Jones slowly getting up from whatever sent him flying, which was answer as Naruto came out with a sword in each hand ready to fight once more. Magoichi saw his eyes that looked like he was on a mission to destroy Davy Jones, who she then saw was laughing like a madman as she wondered what was so funny. "So what are you going to do now? Whoever stabs the heart will become the next captain of the Flying Dutchman, and you especially know that the Dutchman must always have a captain," said Davy Jones. "Of course I do, but what makes you think there are only 2 of us gunning for you?" said Naruto. Davy Jones raised his lack of eyebrow as he wondered what he meant before he looked behind him to see a figure coming out from the cabins, and then Davy Jones' eyes widened as he saw Barbossa stepping out of there in the flesh before it settled into a glare. How did you escape there?" "I personally killed you," shouted Davy Jones. Barbossa just grinned before saying, "Well, that's easy, you see. Because of your lack of work that you have neglected doing have caused quite a stir, and the dead can't be carried to the other side, so I've struck a deal with a certain goddess to see your reign end and mine began." Before pulling out a knife. "Calypso?" said Davy Jones as he narrowed his eyes at Barbossa, who just grinned. She has graced me with life once more so I could take yours," said Barbossa. Davy Jones was angry at that proclamation, and then he turned his eyes to Magoichi, who held his chest and started to charge at her. Magoichi, who was shocked at seeing Barbossa remain stuck in her place and didn't register anything else until she heard Davy Jones shouting and turned to see him charging at her, so she did the only thing she could, and that was throwing the box to Naruto. Seeing this, Davy Jones did a 180 and head straight for Naruto, who headbutt the chest towards Barbossa before facing back at Davy Jones, who went for a wild swing at his head, but he ducked under it and stabbed both swords in his chest and hold him there. Davy Jones looked down and was about to stab him when suddenly he tensed up. Knowing what this was, he looked up to see Barbossa with a knife stabbing right on his heart. His tentacles started flinching and shifting erratically, and just before he met his end he heard Naruto say this: "So long, jackass," before Naruto kicked him overboard and into the maelstrom. That signified the end, as the crew of the Black Pearl managed to free themselves from the entanglement and the Flying Dutchman started to fall into the maelstrom. Seeing this, Naruto quickly grabbed onto Magoichi, who protested, and he quickly created a makeshift parachute. He spared a last glance at Barbossa, who just nodded, which he returned in kind before he cut the rope which let go of the parachute and made them flying, with Magoichi still shouting at Barbossa to come with them, but it was too late as the ship capsized. Both of them were flying in the air as Naruto maneuvered the parachute towards the Black Pearl, while Magoichi just started crying, and Naruto couldn't blame her, but then he looked down to see something he would not expect, so he nudged Magoichi, who looked at him as he pointed downwards, which she did, and she herself was wide-eyed. Why? Because hanging onto the excess rope of their parachute was the councilman who started the whole mess, and he was pleading with them to spare him, but that fell on deaf ears as Magoichi quickly took out her pistol and shot him in the head, which killed him instantly and sent him down to the sea, which became his grave. After a while they landed on the deck of the Black Pearl, with Magoichi still red-eyed from the crying she did, while Naruto went to the helm to steer the ship after he dispelled his clone, while the crew roared in excitement as they managed to beat the Flying Dutchman and was about to get out off there, until suddenly the Flying Dutchman came out from the seas once more and the crew started to tense as they ready to fight once more, but Naruto didn't even flinch as he saw the rotten woods breaking off. And it slowly turned into a respectable ship while the crew was becoming human once more. Both ships passed by each other harmlessly, and on the helm was what made Magoichi go wide-eyed as she saw Barbossa steering it, but the most noticeable thing was the scar on his chest as he then threw the chest onto Naruto's feet, who nodded as he understood what he wanted to do as the ships part from each other, and everyone saw the Flying Dutchman sailing into the sunset until a green flash appeared and then the ship disappear. The crew was slightly shocked at what happened, especially Magoichi. Noticing this, Naruto then barked out, "Come on, you limp dicks nitwits, full covers. We've got a wedding party to go to." With that the crew cheered as they quickly set the sails towards their destination. Sometime later, night time. Naruto, who was still in his pirate clothing, was staring at the sea which shone majestically in the moonlight as he wanted to be alone for a while, but he looked at a direction to see light coming from there, showing that the party was still in full swing, which made him smile as he knew those two would be perfect together. A sound made him turn around to see Magoichi walking towards him, and he knew what she wanted. "So you knew, didn't you?" stated Magoichi, which Naruto just nodded as she tried to figure out what he said to Naruto. "If you want to know, he wanted me to get close enough so he could kill Davy Jones and take over his job after a deal was made with Calypso." "But how?" asked Magoichi, which Naruto answered by throwing her the necklace which she recognized and was about to ask when Naruto beat her to it. "Calypso blessed the necklace so that Barbossa could enter it, and all I need to do was get near his body and then the necklace did the rest." Hearing that made Magoichi smile slightly at what he did, but she was about to get an even bigger shock at what Naruto said next. "He also gave me another job to do, and that was to give you something if I should declare you worthy of it, which I did." Magoichi wondered what it was until he dropped the bomb on her. "He said to give you the Black Pearl and I declare you worthy of it." Magoichi was in shock as what she heard was right, was that Barbossa gave him to see if she was worthy of the Black Pearl, and right now he was saying that she was worthy of it. "What? But, why? What, you didn't think he wouldn't give you his legacy? What kind of father would he be if he didn't do that?" said Naruto, and that was it took as Magoichi cried once more as she fell to her knees. Seeing this, Naruto went and hugged her as she cried until it slowly died down. He pulled back to see Magoichi wiping some tears off her face as she gave a kind smile while looking at the necklace before she turned and did something that shocked even Naruto. She gave him a kiss, a quick kiss, before she pulled back and said thank you, which Naruto just smiled at before both of them got up. "Well then maybe we should get back to the party, huh?" said Naruto. Magoichi just shook her head and said, "Nah, too crowded. How about the dear captain finish his final moments before passing on the mantle by entertaining this fair maiden in a dance on board the ship? Naruto looked at her weirdly for a bit before he shrugged and held out his hand, which Magoichi grabbed on, and they started to dance the night away. You know you make a fine pirate if I do say so myself, so how about it, want to sail the seas with me and the crew? Said Magoichi as they continue to dance. Tempted but no sorry, I've got some unfinished business and I don't want hunter nins on me, but go try though. Said Naruto. You know I won't give up, right, since a pirate will always get his or her treasure. Said Magoichi. You won't be a pirate otherwise then. Said Naruto. Magoichi just grinned as she gave her answer, well, what can I say, it's a pirate's life for me. And with that the two danced the whole night away with the moon shining above them. And cut, who that took a while. Sorry for the delay, but I hope you like how I introduce Magoichi, because at first I was going for a Robin Hood kind of deal until one day I was watching Pirates of the Caribbean and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. So yeah, that's about it, so rate and review JANE. Chapter 14. Let's rock normal. Let's rock Naruto English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/Baijuyu/summoning talking. Animaman, I'm alternating between the two Hokage, like say mission from F. Mid-A rank would be sent by Hiruzen, and anything above that, or should the client be more stingy about who to choose as their team, would be sent by Minato. And as for the pirates, said to say as much as I like Jack Sparrow, I wouldn't trust him with a ship and hope he returned it in one piece, or making sure the crew wouldn't cause a mutiny, twice, and thanks for the idea. It was a few days since the wedding, and right now Naruto was in the backyard of the Uzumaki Namikaze mansion for his weekly spar against Naruto, who is still trying to hit him in a pure Conjustice spar and failing to do so. Blades clash as Naruto tried to overpower him but was proven futile when he tricked her by letting her sword slide to the side, which gave him an opening when he kneed her in the gut before pushing her back. Naruto recovered quickly, but then suddenly she was faced with a sword right at her neck, and it was there she knew that she lost, so she sighed as she yelled in defeat, which ended the match. Mao Nii-chan, why can't I hit you once? Pouted Naruto, which Naruto responded with a chuckle as he ruffled her hair, which made her pout even more. Well, because my cute little Emoto, I've been practicing with a sword more than you do. Once that was done, both of them went in the house to clean up while Naruto was telling him about the mission she had with Team Duck Butt in the land of tea, where they had to help make sure the race was all fair and square, which wasn't, and they had to fight a man who had the Raijin, but in the end he was beaten, though Duck Butt didn't help much and was right now in the hospital with wounds after he cost them the Raijin sword. A while later the two were heading to the hospital for their monthly checkup from Tsunade, as per the requirement for each ninja to undergo medical checkup. Before they could reach her office, a nearby door slid open with some force, and from there came Sasuke with his usual brooding look, as he looked better from what Naruto could tell, but his mood got worse if that was possible. Sasuke managed to see them along with his lovesick puppy and was seething at how the so-called dead last could do more than he could, including managing to fight him, which his pride as the so-called best couldn't allow, so he said, "What are you doing here?" "We're here for our checkup, what's it to you?" said Naruto, while Sakura shouted, "Don't talk to Sasuke like that, you loser, he could take you down anytime." Naruto just raised his eyebrow a little before shaking his head as he walked away, only to be grabbed on the arm by Sasuke, who was still glaring at him, who said, "I'm not through with you yet, dope." Naruto in return just shrugged his arm off and said coldly, "Yes, we are Duck Butt, so let go or they will find a new arm for you and try to pry my boot out from your ass." That didn't deter Sasuke as he sneered, "What's the matter, dope, scared to fight me?" "Nope, just no in the mood to go against someone I've beaten soundly before," said Naruto as he tried to walk away once more, only to be stopped when Sasuke said, "That was a fluke and everyone knows it, because you are nothing more than a shadow trying to get some attention from your family. Face it, you are nothing more than an attention seeker." That made Naruto wide-eyed at what he said, while the pink cheerleader just kept agreeing with him. Naruto on the other hand just looked back a little before saying, "On the roof now." That made Sasuke smirked as he managed to goad Naruto into fighting him and was about to prove who was superior, while Naruto was silently praying that it won't go too far, as she noticed the cold distant look on Naruto's face as they head for the roof. Naruto and Sakura were now on the sidelines of the roof as they watched both fighter get ready with Sasuke and his clan's Justice style, while Naruto stood there with his arms folded as he stared coldly at Sasuke. Sasuke on the other hand just sneered and taunted, "What's the matter, dope, scared?" Naruto did nothing more than just put his arms down slowly, and just when Sasuke thought he won, He was suddenly launched in the air by an uppercut from Naruto, who still looked impassive before he reappeared on top of the flying Sasuke and proceeded to axe kick him to the floor with a loud thud. Sasuke tried to get up but only to feel a sudden pain on his back as Naruto landed on him with both his feet standing on top of him. Sasuke grunted while Naruto looked down on him with an impassive face before he flipped back just so Sasuke could get up, which he did, and recklessly charge in once more, only to eat dirt as Naruto punched him in the gut before giving an elbow to the back of his head. Sasuke tried to get up but he was forced down as Naruto put his foot on his head and kept it there, preventing him from getting up. Sakura, seeing this, tried to intervene but one look from Naruto prevented that, which was all Sasuke needed as he slipped out from the hold and quickly flashed through some hand signs and called out fire style, fireball, just which created a giant fireball aimed at Naruto, who looked like he could care less. His sister tried to shout out to get out of the way but he did listen, and before anyone knew what happened, Naruto somehow manages to split the fireball in half as it passed him harmlessly. Not much could be said as Sasuke looked on in shock at what Naruto did, but before he could react, he suddenly doubled over, which shocked him once more as he saw a fist embedded into his gut. He weakly looked up to see Naruto right in front of him still holding his impassive look, which infuriated Sasuke as he was being looked down by what he deemed a weakling before he was launched backwards by the force Naruto was using. By sheer luck Sasuke managed to realign himself in midair, but he looked on to see Naruto disappear, and before he could do anything he was sent to the ground again courtesy of Naruto, who landed without a scratch. Sasuke was now seething at how he was beaten soundly by the class dope, so when he got up, he glared at Naruto with his Sharingan blazing, and he did a familiar hand sign to both Naruto and Naruto before setting into a stance. Slowly his hand was engulfed in lightning, which made a loud chirping sound which shocked Naruto at seeing her pseudo-big brother's prized jutsu used by Sasuke, while Naruto merely raised his eyebrow and without warning Sasuke just charged in recklessly as the lightning surged with each stride he took, and as he was about to stab him he was shocked to say the least. Why? That's because Naruto grabbed onto his hand mid-stab, which was still coated in electricity, and what was even more shocking was that Naruto was somehow absorbing the lightning from his hand. Due to the shock look on his face, Sasuke failed to realize that Naruto capitalized on him as he had a Rasengan ready, so with that Naruto used it point blank on Sasuke, who went flying because of it but not very far as he hit a water tower nearby, but the Rasengan had enough force to drill him inside of it, which ended the match then and there. The two spectators were shocked to see how Naruto manhandled Sasuke again like it was nothing, which caused them to gape like fish at him, but they managed to snap out of it when Naruto walked towards them and said to Sakura in a cold tone, "Tell the duck butt that next time he tries that stunt will be his very last, count on it." Sakura, not wanting to feel his wrath, quickly went to help Sasuke, who was still stuck in the water tower, while he and Naruto went back in so they could get their checkup and get out of there. In that midst Naruto can't help but wonder if Sasuke got the point, and if he didn't then there is gonna be one less Uchiha in the world, or if he would do something stupid, but he pushed that thought aside since that was impossible. A few days later. Okay, I stand corrected, he is now the most stupidest person that has ever lived, thought Naruto as he now stood in front of the Hokage as he told them that Sasuke had defected, and right now he along with Chuji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji were supposed to bring him back. His former team weren't here because they had a mission somewhere else, and no other Jounin were available because they had missions also, so it was up to them to get the dumbass back, which Naruto couldn't help but wonder if Mikoto wouldn't mind if her youngest lost all of his limbs in an accident when getting his sorry ass back. Once the mission was given out, Naruto had to sigh at how have the mighty Uchiha has fallen to go and become a pedo's sex sleeve just to get power, and so starts the mission to get back Sasuke. Skipping everyone except for Naruto. Sasuke, who finished his stay in the wooden basket, was now heading towards the Valley of the End as he wanted power, and in his mind only Orochimaru could give him to kill him, so with that he quickly tried to get away from the village, but it was all for naught as a fist connected to his face which sent him flying to the ground and created a large crater. Sasuke had to thank his newfound powers had managed to lessen the damage, cause he thought he would have died if it didn't. Quickly he got up to see Naruto standing on Hashirama's head with a smirk on his face, which caused Sasuke to seethe in rage as the curse mark acted up and the visible parts of his body was covered in tribal tattoos. Naruto was smirking at the look on Sasuke's face and said, "Oh, how far the mighty Uchiha have fallen to need a faggot to ass fuck them so they can get power. I mean seriously, if you had the patience to train hard and work hard you could at least put up a decent fight, but then again all the male are closet gay anyway. I guess that's why there were so many unsatisfied female Uchiha." That did it for Sasuke as he soared with his Sharingan blazing and charged straight in at Naruto, who tilted his head to the side as the punch passed by before he punched him point blank with a electric charged fist right into Sasuke's gut, and that was enough to send him packing as he plummeted down to the unforgiving ground. Surprisingly, he got up quickly than he should have, which made Naruto raised his eyebrow a little at his durability, but nonetheless he didn't give Sasuke a breather as he flashed in front of him and axe kick him once more to the ground, which created a small crater. Well, that was how it was supposed to be until Sasuke regained enough of his bearings to Kawamari from the attack. That gave Sasuke enough time to finish his hand sign and the called out fire style, fireball, just to which he fired from a nearby bush and it struck Naruto, who was engulfed in its flames. Thinking that was the end, Sasuke had to smirk as he came out from his hiding spot when suddenly the flames parted like the Red Sea and there was Naruto unharmed by it, which shocked Sasuke before it turned into a full-blown glare at how the dope could be better than him, so in a fit of rage he unknowingly transformed. Naruto, who was waiting for him, simply yawned at what he transformed into and it didn't faze him one bit, though he felt a little disgusted at what he looked like now since he was spouting hand-like wings along with emo-like colors, which for the most part suit him well with the horizontal scar on the bridge of his nose. Sighing, he blocked a kick aimed for his chin before blocking a spin kick by Sasuke, who tries to hit him while Naruto keep on blocking his attacks without even moving an inch, which infuriated Sasuke to the point that he kept on throwing sloppy moves which a genin could see a mile away. After a while Naruto decided he had enough, so he grabbed one of Sasuke's punches and pulled him towards the fist right into his face that sent him flying, but Naruto did not end it there as he flashed under him and kick him upwards, where he flashed once more and axe kick him down to the ground, where he flashed once more sending an uppercut to his jaw. Should anyone else saw this, they would have seen Sasuke beaten around like a ragdoll while Naruto was nothing more than a flash as he decided to play pinball with Sasuke being the ball. Naruto then decided to end this as he sent Sasuke to the ground once more before charging up his fist with lightning chakra before he flashing in a streak of lightning right onto Sasuke where his fist connected to as he shouted out lightning style, lightning fist destruction. What came out from it was a catastrophic destruction as Naruto's just created a giant explosion made of lightning that made a very bright light show that could be seen for miles. Once the light show ended, Naruto was now standing in a crater with Sasuke knocked out and back to his human form, whose body is emitting smoke from Naruto's just to earlier. Naruto, looking down on him, couldn't help but sigh at Sasuke for his stupidity, but he can't blame him if all of the Uchiha male were as dumb as him aside from a few, so he shook his head a little before grabbing onto his leg and started dragging him back. He didn't take more than a few steps when suddenly he had to jump to dodge a black slash aimed at him, but that wasn't the end as he started jumping back to avoid the hail of arrows coming straight at him before unsheathing his sword to block a lightning-charged arrow, but the force was enough to send Naruto skidding back until he hit the cliff side. Even then it wasn't the end as a hail of bullets was shot into where Naruto was as it kicked up more dust into the cliff side as it ended with a giant fireball which impacted it, causing an explosion. The smoke lingered for a while as three figures stood on a nearby tree as they inspect the damage. So that's all it took to take him down. Come on, what a letdown," said a young boy who wore nothing more than a purple sleeveless shirt and shorts with a bow that is probably twice his size. "Maybe Ranmaru, maybe not," said a woman whose hair was tied into a bun along with a black kimono with orange butterflies decorating it in a large slit showing her right leg which has a butterfly tattoo on it. "Indeed, but then again he was trained by him, so I supposed we could give him the benefit of the doubt," said an effeminate-like man whose white hair reached his back. He wore a sleeveless shirt with shoulder pads with spikes coming out of them along with hakama pants. He was also carrying two scythes in his hands. "But then again he's not even there," said the woman, which confused Ranmaru before the white-haired man blocked a strike, but the shockwave was enough to send the kid flying down to the ground. Not wasting any time, the woman started firing at Naruto, who leaned back in midair and avoided the bullets before blocking an overhead strike from the white-haired man. But what the white-haired man didn't figure out was the power of Naruto as he was sent skidding from the brute strength Naruto gave out before jumping back to dodge a lightning strike from Naruto, who jumped to the side to dodge the hail of fire bullets aiming for him. Once there, he quickly used his sword to deflect some arrows coming at him, where it became nothing more than sparks. After a while the momentum of the fight slowed down and all four warriors stood on the opposite end of each other, and that was then Naruto realized who they were and was confused for a moment. "How the heck are you people even still alive?" asked Naruto as he remembered what his Anaki told him since it was way before his time. "That my young dragon is a secret, but let's just say the world will be once again be plunged into chaos, but for now we will be on our way if you could hand us the boy who has serious brother issues." said the woman. Naruto just scoffed and said, as much as I like to hand over the pain in the ass, I don't think a failed mission would look good on my resume, don't ya think? Tell you what though, let me have his eyes and you can have the rest of him. The three just raised their eyebrows at how Naruto could be that cruel, while Naruto just shrugged before taking out another sword in his hand as he got into his stance, and they got the message. The time for talk is over, now we fight. There wasn't even a pause as Naruto flashed into a strike which was blocked by the scythe wielder, but the white-haired man wasn't prepared for the kick Naruto gave as he was sent flying from it. The other two reacted by jumping back and fired their respective weapons, but it wasn't enough as Naruto weaved through all of it with ease before jumping back and weaved through hand signs before calling out, "Lightning style, Storm Dragon Barrage." From there came out a barrage of lightning dragons ready to kill, which is what they planned to do if the trio didn't manage to dispatch them with their own moves, which included a dark wave, fire bullets, and lighting arrows, which resulted in a barrage of explosions that kicked up a lot of dirt. Thinking that a chance had arrived, Ranmaru fired an arrow with a string behind it at Sasuke, who was still unconscious, but that was intercepted by a shuriken from Naruto, who appeared in front of him poised to stab. He would have died if the woman didn't intervene by firing her weapons, which made Naruto back off from his attack. Ranmaru shook his head from the mild daze his was in and then helped the woman as he fired his arrows at Naruto, who weaved through them, but the two of them didn't let up the assault, while the white-haired man managed to get to Sasuke and was about to get out of there if it weren't for Naruto as he planted his foot right in his face, which made him drop Sasuke as he skid back towards his teammates. "I'm actually curious, why do you need duck butt for anyway?" asked Naruto as both sides prepare themselves for another bout. "That's actually none of your business, boy, but to be one step closer to achieve our goal we need him for our employer for the moment, but since we know we might not be able to fight you as we are right now, so we asked another group for help since we persuaded them it would work in their favor at the moment," said the woman critically, which Naruto raised an eyebrow at before suddenly he was blown back by an unknown force into the tree line. Without missing a beat, Naruto managed to get up, only to see a giant bull with spikes on its body coming straight at him. Naruto somehow manages to pull a Kawamari to get out of the bull's path, and he reappear nearby to see who was it that attacked him. He look up to see that it wasn't one person that attacked him, but only to see 6 people standing on a cliff. Naruto immediately recognized the red cloud black coat style they were wearing, but what put him off was that all of them had the same hair color and purple rippled eyes, despite knowing that could not be related by blood. He turned back to see that the three managed to grab Sasuke during that moment, and because of it he cursed a little before turning back to the 6. "And who the hell are you? Because I want to know the name of the jackasses that made me lose duck butt over there," said an irritated Naruto. "We are Pain because that is what the world will see us at," said one of them. "Pain, huh? Nice name, suits what I'm gonna do to all 6 of you," said Naruto before he flashed in front of one of them poised to decapitate him, before suddenly the same unknown force managed to push him back once more. Gritting his teeth, Naruto managed to realign himself in midair before sending out a lightning dragon at them. But he was in for a shock as one of them raised his arms and absorbed his lightning dragon. "Whistle, not bad, but then again that's what I should have expected from a Rain non-wielder," said Naruto as he was impressed when he remembered what those eyes they had were. If the 6 were shocked they didn't show it, but Naruto continued on, "Then again I wouldn't expect puppets to feel anything anyway, which begs the question, how far is your real body? You are quite perceptive for such a young person, Naruto. I would have liked you to join our cause, but from what we have gathered you will not join due to certain reasons pending, but I would like to ask anyway, as you should know that this world is in chaos and we will bring true peace to this warlike world and we want your help, so do you accept?" said Pain. Naruto adopted a mock thinking pose before replying, "No thanks, I like where I am right now, but in your case you should be ready for the ass whooping I'm gonna give you, orange hair punk," before he flashed in front of them mid-swing ready to decapitate if it weren't for the leader of the 6 putting out his arms, and with it the same unknown force pushed Naruto back. But what the leader noticed before the move took full effect was Naruto grinning before mouthing off. Boom. The 6 were in for a surprise as the Naruto turned out to be a clone, as it exploded quite spectacularly, sending some of them back from the force of it. All of them landed without a scratch, but that wasn't the end when suddenly the ground underneath them exploded outwards as a giant blue claw-like hand came out from it as it managed to grab one of them and proceeded to throw it away from its team, while another hand came out and swept 2 of the 6 flying in different direction. The remaining 3 managed to see what was it, as what came out from the ground was a blue armored dragon which only showed the upper part of its body, while at the bottom was Naruto, who was grinning at them before he put both his hands together, which was mimic Y the dragon, and then slammed it down on them. Due to that, all of them had to jump away from it as the thing slammed it onto the ground, creating a lot of dirt, making it nearly impossible to see, and that was the case as the then realized that the two were dragged away from him by some of the chakra chains that Naruto used, so when the dust settled he was the only one there along with Naruto. I assume you did this thinking you can level the field to advantage, said Pain, and all he got was a grin as Naruto retort. Well duh, you didn't think I wouldn't know about the abilities of the Rinnegan? Please, I am not some average nin like most fools nowadays. Besides, what makes you think you are the one with clones? With Azura Path. The puppet managed to get up after it was thrown by Naruto, only to see a fist connecting with its face, which sent him flying back once more. Though it managed to recover in midair quickly, it had to use its jetpack to get away from the twister that Naruto summoned, but failed to notice that Naruto flashed behind him and kicked it into the twister, which in turn took it for a ride as it sent the body twisting and turning like a ragged doll. But eventually the twister stopped and Naruto landed to see the damage. He was in for a shock as the puppet managed to get back up, and then it started firing its missiles at Naruto, who quickly used Judgment Cut to destroy the missiles before it reached him, as all of them was blown up in midair. After a while the smoke disappeared and Naruto managed to see what the puppet really looked like, and truthfully it creeped him out slightly at how the arms were surrounding his neck, but that didn't deter him as he took out another sword for his bout. Preta Path. Take this, shouted Naruto as he headbutt the puppet, as he and it fought using pure Taijutsu and Kenjutsu in Naruto's case, and he was effectively pushing it back. Naruto pushed on the attack as he remembered that this guy can only absorb chakra-based stuff, so he was forcing it on the defensive so that it couldn't mount an attack. The Preta Path tried to grab Naruto in an effort to absorb his chakra, but Naruto saw through that, and so he led him in, which the puppet took as a sign and went in for it, which proved to be its last mistake as Naruto in one swing managed to lob of its arm. He pressured it once more, but the puppet managed to jump back to avoid the killing strike. It stood there impassively as it saw Naruto grinning as he pointed his sword at him, gave a come on sign. Animal Path. Summoning Jutsu, shouted Naruto as a large plume of smoke came out from it, but that didn't deter the bull as it kept on charging, only to face the end as a giant spear came out from the smoke and pierced the bull as it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What came out of there was a menacing black dragon with blue highlights as it brandished its double-pointed spear. Phantom Blaster Dragon from Card Fight Vanguard. What have you summoned me for, child? Said the dragon as Naruto hopped onto its shoulder before he gave a cheeky grin and said, well, you always wanted a fight, Shinen, so I found one for ya. Don't worry, I'm sure this guy still have some summons for you to fight. And that was proven right as Shinen raised its weapon to let the dog summons bite onto it before he opened his wings and took him along with it to the skies. Once reaching the altitude, he heaved the dog up before letting out a dark energy from its mouth point blank at it, causing it to let go because of the burn it gave, and Shinen followed it up with a decapitating strike as he cut the dog in half. They managed to land and Shinen gave a scoff of disappointment. You said that you found a worthy fight for me, and yet that dog was barely worth my time. You better be prepared, boy, because now you will have to take its place once this is over. I wouldn't judge so soon, Shinen, said Naruto cryptically, which made the dragon raised its eye at him before suddenly he put up his weapon to block a strike, but turns out it was some kind of tongue that wrapped itself onto the weapon, and Shinen was now starting a tug of war with its weapon when suddenly he saw that the dog he sliced earlier came at him, so he lifted up his hand as the dog bite onto his arm and was now fending both sides until another one of the same dog summons came from behind him and latched itself onto his shoulder. Instead of lashing out in pain, Shinen somehow gave a dragon's equivalent of a grin as he turned his head towards Naruto and said, I take back what I have said, child, looks like you did find someone to amuse me. Very well, they will now see the true power of the Abyss Dragon. With that his eyes glow menacingly and his blue highlights quickly turn red as Naruto grin as he now see business picking up. Pain didn't want to do human and Naraka cause they aren't much of frontliners, so I can't do much with their skills. This part of the battlefield was to say the least modest in Naruto's mind as he realized quickly that they were only stalling him, but he couldn't do much as he had to use enhanced shadow clones to fight the five, and because of it his reserves dropped quite a bit, and even then he knew the clones couldn't take this guy on as his gravity skills are real good, and it took a while before he could find the right amount of air pressure to take him on. To say the least, both opponents were riddled with cuts and bruises, but Pain didn't show much emotion as his robe was somewhat in tatters while Naruto had some bruises to show for on his body. I must say, Naruto, that you are quite the opponent, as almost no one has ever managed to fight of my paths like that, said Pain. Of course, what did you expect? My Aniki always said to be prepared, if not it will bite you in the ass. Besides, what makes you think Jiraiya was the only one with a spy network? Said Naruto as he managed to notice a raised eyebrow from Pain. I see, so that's how you managed to know about my paths and their abilities. Said Pain as Naruto gave a cheeky grin as his answer. Taking that as a sign, he raised his arms out and said Shinra Tensei, but then the gravitational force was met with Naruto's mastery of his wind element as he used the air pressure to counter it, and now it was a battle between will and power, and the surrounding area wasn't let of as the force of their powers shake the earth and destroyed the nearby trees. Both of them tried to overpower one another, but then Naruto had a gleam in his eye that Pain didn't notice when suddenly Naruto shifted it to the point where he was launched into the air by the combined power of the two forces. Thinking that he was trying to do something, Pain quickly prepared his just when he noticed Naruto holding an eye patch in his hand, when all of a sudden a vortex appeared in his arms, and when he realized what it was too late as the vortex took his arms as it disappeared along with it, leaving him armless. Looking disinterested, he saw Naruto landed in front of him with the eye patch in hand, but the eye that it was supposed to cover was blocked by his hair, basically leaving him with his normal eye. The two stood for a moment until Pain broke the silence as a flare appeared in the sky, making a firework at the end of it, knowing his job was complete. I guess the mission was a success for our side, so what will you do now, Naruto? Naruto just stared at him for a moment before he shrugged his shoulders and said nothing much. I'm gonna let you go since you have been the most interesting person to fight with, and we both know that we were holding back due to certain reasons. Why do you think my clones were sent to incapacitate instead of kill? So for now, enjoy your brief freedom because I want to fight you at your fullest, and don't worry about sending your hit squad cause I think they make fine appetizers before the main course. Don't you think? Pain said nothing more as his paths managed to return to him, but not without damage, as all of them have signs of battles and some of them have arms missing or burnt clothing on them, but they did nothing more as one of them summoned a hell gate and all of them walked into it, and then it sank into the ground and disappeared completely. Naruto stared at the place where they disappear for a few minutes before putting back on his eye patch before he started noticing the winds blowing as he smirked knowingly before talking to himself. Looks like the winds are changing, but for better or worse. Oh well, what shit hits the fan, I know where to look, but for now I guess I should set my plan in motion. Said Naruto as his figure slowly disappeared on the forest road heading back into the village. End cut. Okay, for those who want to ask about some of the fights and all, I would like to say these are what I call warm-up fight, because if I did them go all out I would have destroyed half of the land of fire and then some, and that's it for now. The next chapter is the epilogue for this story, but I will have more of these just now so soon as I got some other stories to try out, so for now rate and review JANE. Chapter 15. Let's rock normal. Let's rock Naruto English/shouting. Let's rock thoughts. Let's rock moves/justice/Baijuyu/summoning talking. Guest, just because I left him alive does not mean I like him, and this is not a revenge type of FIC, so none of that. Alright, the epilogue of the story. I would to thank everybody that has supported this story up until now, and don't worry about it cause there will be a continuation of this story, just not for now since I've got others I want to try out for now. So further ado, the epilogue. Tobirama, wherever you are in the afterlife, I hope you suffer for all eternity forever putting stupid civilians on the council. Thought Naruto as he and Shikamaru were now in the middle of a shouting match among the council after they have given their version of the after-action report since they weren't too injured during the mission. Sharing his opinion somewhat, Minato stopped massaging his headache and then flared his ki, and instantly everyone there kept quiet so to not incur his wrath. Seeing that no one was gonna talk, he then started. Seeing how this is problematic, I have no choice but to place Sasuke Uchiha in the bingo book as a B-ranked missing nin with a capture on sight, but if unable then kill. Are there any objection? Seeing that there was none, he continued on. Another, which would be an increase in security along with an investigation squad chosen personally by me, since I would like to know how 4 enemy nin have managed to sneak into our village and somehow got out without anyone noticing. So if there is nothing else to bring up, I am gonna end this meeting. Before he could end it, Danzo decided to use this as his chance. Actually, I would like to know what we should do to your son as punishment, Hokage-sama. What nonsense are you spouting out this time, Danzo? Asked an irritated Minato. I would like to know what you intend to do, since your son, instead of pursuing the enemy, he instead let them go, so tell me if that is not something to bring up. Like what, chasing an unknown enemy into what probably could be an ambush? Even you know better than that, Danzo. Said Mikoto as her frown deepened as she knew what the cripple old man wanted, and she was not losing her pseudo-son to a warmonger. But he should have at the very least tried to get back the Uchiha, and because he didn't, we have no loss to Sherry, non-user to Orochimaru of all people, and it makes me wonder if his loyalty lies here in Konoha. Enough Danzo, unless you want a one-way trip to hell I suggest you shut up. Or what if you had allowed me to train your child, then this situation would have been avoided, and even then how could you act like a father since you don't even know who trained your son, so right now I would propose that your son should be put to jail until otherwise. Murmurs started among the civilian council side, while the shinobi side couldn't help but feel disgusted at what Danzo was implying, while Koharu and Homura were slightly happy on the inside since they, like him, was gunning for power for Konoha, and they realized that with Naruto in their control would benefit them. Minato on the other hand was pissed at what Danzo was implying and was about to lash out when suddenly he and everyone there heard chuckling until it slowly grew into a full-blown laughter, and everyone there turned towards the sound to see Naruto laughing his ass off at the audacity of what Danzo was saying, but mainly because he knew this was going to happen, so he looked at them and said, "Oh, now this is rich coming from you Danzo, but if this is what you're planning I must it is quite good, but against me you just played your last hand." Wondering what he meant, Danzo had no time to react as two nins came out from nowhere and stabbed their sword right into his shoulders, pinning him to the table, and following up was two kunaus stabbing his wrist, preventing him from using any hand signs. Everyone there was shocked at what happened, that the Umbu there didn't even react because the two nins were wearing a blank mask signifying Danzo's root nins and was supposedly loyal to the man himself who was being pinned right now. "Fu, Torin, what are you doing?" shouted Danzo as he was generally confused why his own personal nin were attacking him of all people. The sound of chuckling started once more as everyone there saw Naruto looking at Danzo's predicament with eyes full of mirth and said, "Oh Danzo, you poor pathetic fool, what made you think that you could kill of a person's emotions, or in this case their identity as a person that made them who they are? I mean, what made you think that I only stole those documents you have? Because like I said to you before I took that arm of yours, that I will take everything that you have built up and make it mine." Everyone there, especially Danzo, were shocked once again at what Naruto was implying, which is saying right now that Danzo is Naruto's bitch and right now his usefulness has run out and now it was time to put down the weak horse, as it were. "You thinking killing me in front of the council will do anything? You will put in jail or worse be executed for this," said Danzo as the blades dug deeper into him, but the smirk on Naruto's face never left as he countered, "Oh, that may be true, but then again mine is what most consider justice for what you did." He then took out a storage scroll and threw it to the Hokage before looking at Danzo still holding that smirk. "Storage seals, don't you just love them? Able to store as many things as possible, including everything that you have done without permission from the Hokage." Now Danzo started to grow pale when he realized that the brat had always been holding the documents he stole from him and was now using this as an excuse to get rid of him, which made him wide-eyed as he again realized that he was pushing him until he revealed his hand only to realize that it wasn't worthless right now. Curious, Minato opened the storage scroll and in a poof of smoke revealed a few documents that had Danzo's signature on it, which made him raise an eyebrow as he opened it. Slowly he started unconsciously leaking out ki as time passes, and some of the civilian council was on the verge of fainting, and once the Hokage was done reading the folder he put it down slowly as everyone saw that his face was devoid of emotion, but they could feel the angst rolled of in waves. "Well Danzo, it seems that this document here provided by Naruto has some interesting things that you have approve of. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" said Minato in a cold tone that made the people there shivered by it. Danzo, not to be deterred, said, "It is obviously a trick made by the Chunin there. You are letting your emotions control you, Minato." "That is Hokage-sama to you Danzo, and if you say this was a trick then please enlighten me on how a Chunin managed to forge your signature including your mark of approval, which I assume you didn't just leave it out in the open willy-nilly, and even then how would a Chunin know about stuff that was even before his or my time Danzo, so please do tell me because I am at lost here on what I am holding here." Danzo was now pale as snow as he realized that he had no way out of this, so as a last-ditch effort he shouted out "Ruut." Then suddenly 4 root nin descended from the rafters and landed on both sides of Naruto, and just when Danzo thought that the brat was gonna die, the 4 then bowed towards Naruto and one of them asked, "What are your orders, Naruto-sama?" Once again shock was emitted on the faces of the people there, including Shikamaru, as he now noticed just how influential Naruto was as he held an advisor to the Hokage right in the balls before he muttered "troublesome," which was also mimicked by his father. Danzo on the other hand had a priceless expression on his face as he saw his own nin bowing down to the blonde-haired nin who looked at Danzo's expression, and he couldn't help the satisfying feeling he had right now as he managed to take everything that has worth to him from right under his nose, and he couldn't help himself as he said, "Well, it seems that your former boss has a mental breakdown right now, so as head of this organization I would like you all to send him to where he belongs, retirement." As soon as he said that, Fu and Torin retracted their blades and in one swift motion decapitated Danzo, his head dropping down to the ground was the only sound that was heard, and everyone there, mostly the civilian council, was shocked at how Danzo was killed by his own men, and then the screaming started from the civilian side. Koharu and Homura had the most amusing faces as they saw Danzo's lifeless body slumped to the ground, and a few feet away was his head with a shocked expression on it before they managed to snap out of it. "You brat, did you know what you just did? You murdered an advisor to the council, Umbu," was all Koharu said before the root surrounded her and Homura, blades drawn ready at a moment's notice before Naruto spoke up. "I would advise you to do what everyone here wants, and that is shut the fuck up. The only reason you're alive is because of your grandchildren, but don't take me for granted because I will destroy you if need be. After all, I also found something interesting during my stay at Root HQ, and you too have a lot of skeletons in your closet, and that's a no-no in certain laws, so be thankful you and your family aren't going to be shunned because the Files I posses have dirt on every one of you lots, and if you think I'm lying, then try me, because as of this moment you two are my bitches along with the civilian council." That made the shinobi side wide-eyed as they saw this young maid basically making half of the council his bitch, and right now he is demanding the same to the advisors. "You think this is a joke, blackmailing us like this?" shouted Homura, which in turn was not a good thing to say as the blades near his throat were pressed against him, drawing a small trail of blood. Naruto merely raised his eyebrow and said in a mock tone, "Blackmail? How can you even say such a thing? I am not blackmailing you. No, because quite frankly you won't even have a chance to disagree with me if it was. This is not a negotiation because I do not like you enough to do so. No, this is me making a point." He then snapped his fingers and with it the root placed a chair behind him, which he sat on with his elbow on the armrest and placing his cheek on his hand as he stared at the advisors with a look that said that you are beneath me, before continuing. "You see, my dear pathetic fools of an advisors, I basically own you now, but I am a relatively simple person. You do as I say when and where no questions asked, then I leave you alone to do what you want unless it relates with anything close to me, but if you fail to comply with this, well." Naruto then leaked out miasma which was directed at them as he said in a cold whisper but still heard by all. "Then not only will I break you physically, I will make you life a living hell. I won't kill you yet because I will make you watch as I take all what you hold dear. I will drag your name down so much that your family name is synonymous with shit. I will make you castrate your male members of the family with a rusty spoon. I will watch as you sell your female members to the highest bidder as a prostitute. I will watch as you see your loved ones commit suicide, and I will not stop until I watch your whole life burn before your very eyes, and then and only then will I allow you to die." The advisors and the civilian council are now sweating like pigs as they realize that right now he has full control of what they do and they couldn't do anything in fear of retaliation, while the shinobi side were more or less shocked at how a person so young could have obtained that much influence and were slightly afraid of what he could do, but they held their tongue. After a while Naruto snapped his fingers and the root all disappear into the shadows, and Naruto stood up and looked at the Hokage and said, "If that is all, Hokage-sama, then I and Shikamaru will take our leave." With that he and Shikamaru went out the door, and a small silence ensued in the council chambers until Shikaku broke it by saying, "You sure got one troublesome son there, Hokage-sama." Which everyone on the shinobi council nodded to, while the civilian side are still trying to come into terms on what just happened. Some time later, Minato flashed back to his house after yet another exhausting day. After Naruto left, the civilian side along with the advisory side regained their animal brain function and demanded that Naruto be brought up to charges for what he did, but he could care less as he said if they willing to do so they could try, but what happens afterwards would not be his fault, and most of them backed down, and he further elaborated that what Danzo did was already punishable by death, so if he would have died either way. So after that was normal stuff and finalization on what he was gonna do, so right now he sat back and relaxed on his couch until a presence alerted him and he knew who it was, so he walked towards the door and opened to see Jiraiya on his doorstep. Raising an eyebrow he ushered the super pervert in, and both of them sat down for a moment before Minato asked, "What are you doing here, sensei?" "Well, Minato, I'm here to provide both good and bad news, so I'll give to you straight. The Akatsuki are moving, but I don't know when exactly, but my estimate is around 5 years. Minato frowned at the news which Jiraiya saw as he continued on, "But don't worry, I have a plan, so hear me out first." Seeing the look on his sensei's face show that he was serious, so for the time both of them started planning for what to come. A while later, "We're back," said a voice belonging to none other than Kushina along with the triplets as they returned from their mission, which wasn't much as they did a courier mission to another village. As they went in they noticed Jiraiya and Minato sitting in the living room with a serious look on their faces that said something was going to happen, and then they were motioned to the seat, which they did, and after a tense silence Jiraiya started. Okay, like I told Minato earlier about a certain group that might be interested with what is being held inside of you, so I and him have come to a conclusion, and that would be to take all three of you on a training trip with me. The four were in shock at what Jiraiya was saying, but mostly Kushina, as what she heard meant that she wouldn't see her children until they returned, but she kept it hidden, knowing that it was for the best at the moment. The three siblings were ecstatic at what they were hearing. To be trained by one of the legendary Sunin is what they really hoped for, until Naruto realized something and she asked, What about Naruto and I-chan? Both Jiraiya and Minato had shared a look at each other, but before they could answer, a voice answered for them. Don't worry about me, Naruto, I have my own plans. Everyone there turned to the voice to see Naruto leaning on the railings as he saw his family leaving him out once again and not noticing him. What do you mean by that, Nii-san? Asked Narumi in a small quiet tone. Naruto smirked before answering, why that's simple, of course I am going on my own training trip. That was a real shocker as the family members heard what he was saying as Naruto continued on. Why don't you come with us, Nii-chan? I mean, since you are planning a trip too, so why not go together? Naruto smiled sadly as he really liked Naruto, but he shook his head no before saying, I would love Naruto really, but truth to be told, what could I possibly learn from a pervert who would probably ditch you in a second just to peek at naked women because he couldn't get any, and even then there is nothing I could learn from someone like him anyway. Jiraiya, who was confused on what to say about Naruto not joining them, soon gained a tick mark at the comment made about him, so he retorted. What do you mean nothing I could teach you? For your information, I am one of the legendary Sunin and have a wealth of knowledge that I doubt a brat like you would know, and even more so, I am not just a pervert, I am a super pervert. That last part made everyone there sweat drop, while Naruto looked amused before stating, like I said, nothing to learn from a 40-year-old virgin. That really stung his pride as a man, as Jiraiya said back, what do you mean a virgin? I'll have you know that I am not a virgin, and I don't think you should be the one saying that since I know you are a virgin. Naruto looking amused at what he was pointing out, so he then retorted, well then I guess you should update your little spy journey, since I already popped my cherry, old man, and you know what's the best part? They aren't third-rate hookers like yours, but instead I had a threesome as my first time, and both of them are pure virgins, fresh as the snow itself, and just for kicks I'll even tell you who too. If Jiraiya wasn't in shock along with the Namikaze family right now at hearing Naruto had sex, then this would, as Naruto dropped the bomb on them. It was Koyoki Kaze Hana, the queen of the land of snow/spring, and her advisor to say the least. Thud. Everyone turned towards the sound to see Kushina fainting on the spot at what she heard from her son, and Minato and the siblings quickly went to her aid as they heard her mumble stuff like Sachi not a virgin, had sex, and the like, while Jiraiya had his jaw dropped at hearing Naruto banging a queen of all people and the sputter incoherently until Naruto continued on. Anyway, if you're saying about knowledge on perverts, then pass, but you could teach the idiot about it, since he probably mess up anyway and become a pervert like you in the end. But if you are talking about skills, then let's recap, shall we? Jiraiya looked a little confused at what he meant until Naruto dropped the bomb on him. You couldn't finish your own students just a while, I have already surpassed that. Minato and Jiraiya look a little down on that. You say that the toads are strong, huh? Even the boss summon could only hold the Kyuubi for a few moments, while my dragon boss summon kick all of the tailed beasts' asses from here all the way to Kumo at the same time. That stung their pride as summoners as Naruto listed down the difference. You call yourself a sage, but you couldn't even go into sage mode without help, and even then it is still incomplete, while I have perfected mine and evolved it to new heights, because let's face it, you suck. That was it, as Jiraiya then sulked in a corner with a cloud hovering overhead as he muttered I do not suck over and over again like a mantra, which made Naruto smirk once more as it was all going to plan. But if you want to prove me wrong, there is a very nice training field out back that we could use, but let's up the ante, shall we? You win. I apologize about what I have said, but if I win you will have to jump into the women's side of the bathhouse butt naked and stay there until everyone finish beating you, and you cannot run or use any jutsu, and I'll make it fun. We use one move each at the same time. Jiraiya didn't even think twice as he got up and pointed at him and said, You're on. Training field. Both men were now standing apart from each other as they got ready, with Minato refereeing it while the siblings went to prepare for their trip, with Kushina helping them after she got over her initial shock. Jiraiya smirked as he quipped, ready to lose to the great gallant sage, you brat. Naruto just smirked and retorted, You've already lost, dumbass. Once he saw them got ready, he started the match. Without wasting any time, Jiraiya quickly made a Rasengan in each hand, but before he could charge in, the field was then quickly covered in smoke. After a while the smoke dissipated, and what came out of it made Jiraiya and Minato jaws dropped as what they saw. Why? Because in the place where the blonde used to be was now flooded with a horde of naked female women whose face are the same along with the same pigtail hairstyle, but what was most surprising is that all of them were butt naked with wisps of smoke covering their private parts, and all of them surrounded Jiraiya as they started talking in a seductive voice. My Jiraiya-sama, you wouldn't hurt us innocent women, would you? Cause we would be sad if you did. It was then Jiraiya started giggling perversely as steam started coming out from his nose as he started wiggling his fingers perversely, while Minato looked on at the sight and couldn't help but sigh as he now realized that his son played Jiraiya like a fool and now he was gonna pay the price. He just hoped that the female kunoichi doesn't kill him tomorrow. Jiraiya, still in his daze, started talking, "Don't worry my pretties, because I am gonna take real good care of you." Naruto and his female henge continued talking seductively, which was the finish for Jiraiya as each of them talk one by one. Well then. Come get us. G. Rai. Yeah. S.A. Ma. That did it as Jiraiya flew back because of a massive nosebleed that shot out like a jet stream, sending him flying towards the bathhouse, strangely enough, but more importantly the female side of the bathhouse. The girlish screams of Jiraiya was heard throughout Konoha as Naruto took that as his cue, saying that he had won the match. Minato couldn't help but shake his head at how his sensei was beaten by such a move, and he wondered if he could even walk after tomorrow. He then watched his eldest walk back to the house and couldn't help but sigh because of what he did. His eldest wouldn't even bother looking at him, and now he is going on a trip on his own, and he couldn't help but wonder if he paid more attention would the result be different. The next day, Naruto was now walking towards the gate as he was ready to start his journey. Yesterday night was a tiresome event as Kushina decided to make a feast for everyone, and despite his protest Naruto managed to drag him over there and ate with his family, though it was slightly awkward dinner with all the children leaving the nest as it were. Kushina put up a strong front and told them that they will always be with her in her heart as she looked at all of them including him, but Naruto didn't acknowledge it since there is a saying, too little too late. As he was about to reach the gates, a voice then called out to him, Naruto. Naruto then turned to see Haku running towards him before stopping in front of him with a light sweat on her face. Before Naruto could ask what was going on, she slapped him in the face. Naruto looked back at her pouting face as he wondered what made her slap him until it hit him, so he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said, sorry. Humph, you better be for not telling me, so be careful out there, because if you don't then you would have wish you didn't leave, you got it? Said Haku, which made Naruto shivered a little as he nodded, which made her happy before she continued on. And since you didn't tell me, this is all I can give you as a farewell present. Wondering what she meant, he wasn't prepared for the kiss she gave him on the lips, which felt like an eternity before she separated from him and gave a cheeky wink before walking back with a sway on her hips. Naruto stood there for a moment before he sighed and walked out of the gates as he muttered, women. It was a while later as Naruto walked on the dirt road slowly, the gates of Konoha looking smaller and smaller until he stopped for a moment as he saw something coming his way. His eye widened as he saw a ghostly image of Masamune Date walking towards him with a smirk on his face, which Naruto returned in kind as he continued walking until they passed each other, and within there Masamune ruffled his hair as he said, "Good luck." Both of them kept walking with Masamune disappearing like the wind, while Naruto kept on walking with a smile on his face as he looked up towards the sun and thought to himself, "Yep, this will be the start of my legend, so look out for me bro, I won't let you down." What he didn't realize was that high above, Masamune looked down at his pseudo-brother and smiled back at him before he went back into the gates of heaven. Okay, that's a wrap for this story. Sorry if you guys were hoping for a throwdown between Naruto and Jiraiya, but I just didn't feel the need to for now, but they will fight in the future, I will guarantee that anyway. Once again, thank you all for the support, and I hope to write again for the continuation of this story, which will tell Naruto's adventures during the 5-year trip, just not now as I want to try something else for the moment. So for now I hope you guys will check out my other stories which I've made, so check it out. Konoha's Army of Two. This is a Naruto X Army of Two cross, since the person who tried this crossover didn't continue it, so I thought of giving it a try. This one is where Naruto was transported to Earth after the sealing and was adopted by a Navy SEAL, and years later he and his brother had to sacrifice themselves on a mission, but instead of dying both of them were transported back to the elemental nations. How would the ninjas there deal with these two? Naruto the Sorcerer Supreme. This is a Marvel X Naruto cross. I got to give credit to Phantom00 for giving me this idea when he made a challenge. Mine is different because in this Naruto takes the place of Stephen Strange as the Sorcerer Supreme. Banished for doing his job, Naruto went and hitched a ride west, never to be heard again. What happens when years later his past comes back to haunt him? Why does he do then, or better yet how would his students feel, or even better his wives? The 5 Stars of Olympus. This is a Daranger x Percy Jackson cross, but in this case the Rangers are replaced by anime characters. No working summary because this thing kinda pop in there when I was reading a Percy Jackson crossover story while playing the Daranger theme song and it just kinda click, so for the most part this story will be slightly less focused than the other 2, so yeah, that's about it. Chapter 16. Happy New Year's people, this is me Yonb666 here to tell you that the sequel is up. Yes people, the One-Eye Dragon is raring to go and today will be its published date, and from there on out we'll be seeing the travel of our blonde sword-wielding hero as he travel the elemental nations to kick ass, saving damsel in distress and possibly being a major pain to anybody and everybody in his way, so look out cause this is his journey.